enjoy this intro video while I go brush my teeth and poop. I'm Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
Ugh, I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
You're offensive. Police lives matter?
We're just trying to do school.
What?
You guys have the same sticker as the others.
But this is our space. You're making the space uncomfortable. But you're white.
You're fucking a white male!
What is one way you combat racism? I don't root for white people on the sidewalk.
Man, don't stop you! Don't stop you!
They want your wallets, they want your guns, they want the wieners off your sons. Democrats.
Oh no! Oh, we should film
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman! Vaccine!
Children, they're spreading COVID throughout the population at higher numbers. And people are not entitled to turn themselves into deadly biological weapons by spraying disease-laden aerosols wherever they choose, randomly killing innocent people. This is not freedom, this is homicide, and willful ignorance is no excuse.
What the fuck?
Margin of victory yet. It's really impressive, though I'm starting to think he might have had help from the Russians.
Look at me, I'm a gay frog. I'm so cool, I'm so neat. I'll never have children and I'm sterilized. But the media says I'm totally cool. I'm a gay frog, I'm a gay fish. It's so good, and I think my daddy actually is.
Whoo! Sorry about that, boys. I was running a little behind. I let time management skills get the best of me, and then I got something to eat, and then I was having to wait on my food for a long time, but it was amazing. If you were in the Discord, I shared a picture of it. It was so good. Let me get you guys some background music. So I had to rush here and try and get stream set up. I forgot I had duty. Like, when you say that like invokes memories of the army that I don't want in my brain. All right. Yeah, dude, like setting up the camera every day is also like kind of rough because like just a little sneak peek. Here we go. It's like my green screen's right there. Like I have to line up right with my green screen. It's like even like if the camera moves just a touch, that's all be set back up again. Why is my media coming through? What is going on? Hold on. Oh, there we go. Headphones. Here we go. My audio wasn't finished setting up. Sorry about that. Might have been getting a little bit of an echo from my mic picking up my audio, but yeah, so for anyone coming in, I'm an anarcho-capitalist. I'm a libertarian. Follow me on X. Follow me on, join the Discord. That's where you get go live notifications. Consider joining the channel for only $3.99 a month. And you get emotes and some fun stuff and support me. But super chats are always answered. Now, why am I reacting to a long-ass podcast, Redpill content? And why have you never seen me before if you're hopping in? Because the algorithm found you. And the reason is because I don't normally do content like this, despite the fact that my background is in psychology and sociology. Most of what I end up doing is talking about, economics or debating commies on different things or discussing political philosophy. But I saw Andrew I saw a clip of Andrew get his embarrassed a little bit, but I didn't see the full context of it, so I don't know if it's just like selectively edited or not. By Aella. If you don't know who Aella is, one of these internet OnlyFans hoes turned escort / prostitute turned data science girl. And Reason and Cato and Prag libertarians love this girl. And I hate it. I hate it because there's a weird crossover here of like the Reason and the people that say this bullshit, which is that libertarians are like left-wing hedonists. No, we're fucking not. Libertarianism doesn't tell you that. It just tells you can't shoot people in the face for being hoes. It doesn't mean that we support hoes. OnlyFans, Eliza Blue. Yeah, like there's this weird intersection of like Aella, but like there are companies like Reason TV and Cato and stuff that like put forward this. When you say prag libertarians, do you mean the Gary Johnson type? Gary Johnson is a type of pragmatist. I can't say the word that we usually use in circles, which would be PRG space F slur, because I don't want to get banned off of YouTube. That's what we usually call them, prag, and then a word that starts with an F that rhymes with prag. So it is, prags are people like that, but they're like, oh God, who was the last head of the LP that got bumped into and cried and runs all these like other accounts? I can't think of his name right now. He followed me on Twitter for a while. Only because he saw me talking shit on some Mises people. But yeah, like it's a lot of types. Like Joe Jorgensen's a great example, would have been one of these prags. But it's a lot of like small L libertine, God's guns and ganja. Like I want a bunch of potheads on their marijuana farms. No, Ron Paul is pragmatic, but he's more paleo-conservative, paleo-libertarian than like an ANCAP libertarian. He's a pragmatist, he's pragmatic, but he's not what I mean when I call him prags, because he's a paleo-lib. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm talking about. So there's a lot of DC Beltway money libertarians that get falsely represented as what libertarianism is. And you see a lot of these tradcon and ortho bros and a lot of other people that talk about libertarians like they're these like hedonistic left-wing live and let live people, when libertarianism is inherently right-wing and discriminatory and is more right-wing than most conservatives and Republicans are. So I saw this crossover, I saw some hoes doing stuff, and I was like, what better time to kind of like dig in, have a fun reaction, because I was gone for a week because my grandma was sick. So I didn't like schedule interviews and stuff. And I was like, so let's just get into the nitty gritty. I hate these red pill podcast types because it's all low hanging fruit to entertain men. But I've been told that whatever is a little bit better than your typical red pill podcast. I've never watched a full episode. Probably not going to watch a full episode tonight. Let's be honest. It's like a 7-hour episode, and it takes me like twice the time to get through an episode of anything when I'm reacting than the actual content itself. But we're going to get a good chunk into it. We might skip around some, if at all possible. But yeah, so I want to take an opportunity to, discuss social issues, cultural issues, talk about, some of my background in psychology and talk about relationships and datings and things like that. Whilst shitting on Aella because I hate that hoe. And then also seeing how Andrew deals with the situation, because he's been on whatever podcast for a while now, and I've seen nothing but clips, and I'm kind of interested to see how he does in that space, in the Redpill podcast space, you know, beyond just like the one or two farmed clips. Most self-identified libertarians are libertines, 110%. Like 99% of people that call themselves libertarian are just not libertarian. And just because they think you think they are not in your club, using this no true Scotsman argument is funny. Well, I mean, like, libertarianism has a definition, right? Like, it's not a no true Scotsman. It's like, do you follow the non-aggression principle? Okay, do you believe in the non-aggression principle? Is taxation theft? Okay, so right off the bat, every self-prescribed libertarian that says that the state is needed for some things is definitionally not a libertarian in any way, shape, or form. Right, so we just knocked out like 80% of the people that call themselves libertarian. They won't agree with, they'll be like, oh yeah, taxation and stuff, but you know, we gotta have to, like, so I mean, it's not a no true Scotsman if they don't follow the philosophy of libertarianism in even the most basic ways. If they're not an anarchist, they're not a fucking libertarian. They're just people that like the concept of limited government, which is an oxymoron. But nevertheless, I don't want to drag out the intro and stuff. I will say this. We went to Croaker Spot, which is a fairly famous soul food place. Mark and I, we were just like, fuck it, because he was like, he had to pick up his check or whatever. And we're like, oh, let's go get something to eat. And so we went to Croaker Spot, and it was so fucking good. It's well worth the accolades that it has as a fucking soul food place. But normally I might like hang out with you guys for like an hour before we get like started into the content. But because this content is so long that I don't even expect to get through all of it, I don't want to like, I don't want to do too much. There is something I think I've saved on X I wanted to show you guys. Let me find this real quick. Yeah, I saw, there's a couple things I saw on Twitter that I just want to be like, dude, what the fuck is this? So, first and foremost, let's start off with this little bad boy right here. Hey guys, I want to know, real quick, whose fucking idea was this? Who the fuck's idea was this? So this is Protoclone, the world's first bipedal musculoskeletal android. And so they created an android with a musculoskeletal system, and then they were like, what happens when we zap it and we make it jitter around? Watch this video that they themselves put out. And they chose this music. Guys. Can we fucking not? Can we fucking not, please? Can we please, for the love of God, not do whatever the fuck this is? Like, I almost would rather have happy cages of androids that put us in happy cages than whatever the fuck this company is doing. It needs more cowbell. Something. It gets it at the end here. Just wait for it. Jesus Christ. I want to dig into this more. I don't know if this is true or not. I want to look into this. Apparently, Minnesota Supreme Court considers everything in your car public property now. But I was like, hold on, let me. I haven't had a chance to look up this to see whether or not this is like a bullshit article or not. So I know if you see it on my screen, why am I not talking about it? I'm not talking about it because I want to see if it's true, and see if it's not just like framed poorly. Yeah, apparently, let me see if the actual article is here. It's not linked here in the beginning. I haven't looked into it yet. I'm gonna look into it, right? I just don't want to fucking. But apparently Minnesota Supreme, but this is like the Minnesota Star Tribune. I don't know that I trust this agency. I'm going to have to research this more because I want to look at like the actual like court case, which is not what I'm planning to do today. But yeah, I was just like, yo, what the fuck? Hey, what's up, EOD? So I kind of also wanted like to see what you guys think about this. Because as a libertarian, I'm really conflicted on this one.
Last Thursday, President Trump signed an executive order to establish the Maha Commission to study what has caused the precipitous decline in American health over the past 2 generations. So we will convene representatives of all viewpoints to study the causes for the drastic rise in chronic disease. Some of the possible factors we will investigate were formerly taboo or insufficiently scrutinized. The childhood vaccine schedule, electromagnetic radiation, glyphosate, other pesticides, ultra-processed foods, artificial food additives, SSRI and other psychiatric drugs, PFAs, PFOAs, microplastics. Nothing is going to be off limits.
Okay, so like, dude, I am so conflicted because like, as a libertarian, I don't fucking support the government using more fucking tax-funded dollars to commission more studies, right? Like, I don't like the answer to this is get rid of the fucking regulations and let the market do this. Get rid of, we have to get rid of like these institutions that survive like leeches and vampires off of tax dollars. We got to get rid of fucking Pell Grants for college. We have to get rid of federal student loan programs. Okay, these two things together have created a university system that is bloated, and then tack on that all of the research grants that are NGO funded, but let's be honest, they're in part taxpayer funded, right? Like there is so many government grants, NGO grants that are pseudo government agencies, and then support for dying institutions through tax dollars. And like, I don't want another fucking government fucking commission to look into shit. But inside of me, there are two wolves. And the other wolf is like fucking the neoliberal fuckers that are bought and paid for by big pharmaceutical companies have been commissioning research and looking for specific answers that always make every new pharma and food additive and whatever product somehow safe and acceptable, as we have utilized the system to poison an entire, at this point, 2 generations of Americans. And like someone coming in with a big fucking hammer and being like, fuck you, we're looking at the problematic shit, kind of makes me happy. And so like, I'm really conflicted on this because I know that this isn't the proper solution. And at the same time, it's somebody actually looking at the shit and actually wanting to do the things that the programs are presumably designed for, right? Which is health. You know what I mean? Like these grants are supposed to give us information, but that's not what they do. They enrich corporations and they poison us. And so like, I just kind of like, it's like one of those things where I'm just like, look, you do this and I'm going to not comment. Like I have bigger problems with the government than like someone like RFK coming in and being like, hey, yellow dye is poisonous, right? And it's banned in all of Europe. So we're going to do a quick little study so we can prove to you again that yellow dye is fucking poisonous so you can stop this shit, corpo. And so like, it's like one of those things where it's just like, I really want to be against this because I should be against this and it's the wrong answer, but at least somebody's doing something. So like, I kind of just have to sit on the sideline and like, because I don't want to be like a negative Nancy. It's like, no, man, the state never does anything right. So therefore no state, man. And it's like, I feel that way. So like I kind of feel like this is like one of those areas where like I don't know what to do. I guess I just sit down and shut up on this one. You know what I mean? Like I focus on other problems right now because I'm not winning like with me coming in and telling you guys how to actually fix this fucking problem. Maybe I pointed out once or twice, you know? I was just curious how other libertarians feel about this. Hold on, I got my comments way the fuck over there. I got to sign in. Let me open in browser. Well, I didn't want to do it that way, but okay. So I can see you guys' fucking comments. You're not a real libertarian? Yeah, whatever. Just a waste of money. We already have those studies. I mean, we do, right? It's like, but at the same time, I'm just like, I don't fucking know, man. You know what I mean? Like, it's better than what we're currently doing, if marginally so, I guess. Well, the student loans have done a couple of things, right? Like one of the biggest problems we have in our entire economy right now is that we have created an economy to adapt to women. Like women entered the workforce, and so the economy created jobs for women. Like that's what we did. Like women came into the workforce, and then all of a sudden it was like, oh, we need more socialism so that we can have, it's not just socialism. It's like we created HR departments and like DEI. You can talk about DEI programs all you want and like them giving like whatever. But like, let's be honest, like email jobs, like look at the tech industry. Like, oh guys, I have to fill out my Jira board and tell you how many t-shirts this task is going to take me. Like coders working in the tech industry spend like a third, if not half of their fucking day answering useless ass emails, going to useless fucking meetings of a bunch of women that are in STEM that make almost as much money as they do and have no idea what the fucking job is. And they're just there to manage relationships. And it's like, dude, these are a bunch of autistic fucking coders. They don't need managed relationships. They need a fucking cubicle and a good amount of money so that they can go home and buy their fucking train car sets that they love that are really fucking expensive. They don't give a fuck about the goddamn pizza party or the meetings or the fucking the quality team building or the sexual harassment training. Trust me, the fucking autistic coder is not sexually harassing anybody if you just leave him in his fucking cubicle and let him listen to some fucking Matrix soundtrack crazy shit that he wants to do all by his goddamn self. But the market was like, well, women entered the workforce, so let's make jobs for women. And all of these pretty know how to talk women are like talking to fucking boomer CEOs riding on the fucking coattails of like an industry that was made before them. And they're like, you girls are doing such a good job. I'm so glad you're a part of the team. It's like, no, dude, it's just fucking wasted money. And the entire economy is made that way because every other study, every other research institution, every other thing is like giving women this job and all these useless ass jobs that are just unnecessary for the economy to function. You could cut administrative costs at universities, in corporations, and everywhere by like 40% and just fire most of the women in these fields, and they would work better, more efficiently, and make more money. I'm just saying. And so, yeah, like, yes, the administrative bloat in the university system is just one piece of this entire economy that has been bloated with socialism and bullshit, propping up jobs that don't need to exist. Look, I mean, like, HR departments probably should exist, but, like, most of them could be, like, a tenth of the scale that they are. I'm just saying. Here from Rob Stream, thanks for the sub. Okay. I don't know what you mean by UPB, no. But anyways, let's get into it. I'm ready to react to this. I don't normally do red pill kind of podcasty stuff, despite the fact that I have a lot to say about it. It's just not my normal shtick. But I'm going to get into it. I'm going to react to this because I hate Aella. I saw Andrew get cooked for a second, and I want to see the context. And then this Lily Phillips whore, I don't really have much interest in her, but, you know, it'll be interesting to see how these conversations go. And also, I find that most of the red pill people have, like, really low-hanging fruit dumb concepts. Scott was cooking so hard he missed the memberships. I heard them. I'm sorry. You're right. Thank you so much, guys. It's $3.99. You can get some memberships and join for the month. I always answer super chats. Consider liking, sharing, subscribing, and there's only 9 likes and 37 of you watching. So give, at the very least, give us a like. Yeah, let's just go ahead and get into it, because this is a long ass stream. I don't know how far we're gonna get into it. We might skip around some if we need to. But I just kind of want to see the context of like this science debate thing that was coming up. Why is this labeled sheep? Because you're sheep. Because it's Fabian liberty. It's the Fabian strategy. The Fabian Society is a leftist, communist, secret society that became very well known. That is a part of Labour Party in the UK. They use the Fabian strategy, which is slowly turning a country more socialist, with like welfare and government programs, etc., because they believe that like the way to enact communism was through like slow change. The channel name is Fabian Liberty because it's the exact opposite. Now, Fabian Society, they had a crest of arms, and it was a wolf in sheep's clothing. I'm not shitting you. If you look up the Fabian Society, which is part of the Labour Party, it is literally a wolf in sheep's clothing. That's why you might see some branding somewhere on like my Twitter and stuff where it says a hedgehog in sheep's clothing, because hedgehog is the mascot of libertarianism. But it all stems from Fabius, who was the first general to defeat Hannibal. And the way that he defeated Hannibal is that Hannibal came over through the Swiss Alps, and his goal was to destroy the colonies, which is Latin for farm, right? To destroy like farmland and then gather up resources as he invaded Rome. And what Fabius realized this, so what he did is he did hit and run tactics, and he burned farmland before Hannibal's army could gain any of the resources. And because it's really difficult to have supply lines through the Swiss Alps, they had to retreat. So he defeated him with like an incredibly small force to do that. I forgot to mod you. Did you DM me over Discord? I don't see a DM from you. I had a lot going on, but I don't see any DMs over Discord, which is one of the things I do, but like I don't remember saying I was going to mod you. All right, so let us see. I have no idea how the format of this show goes. Again, I've only ever seen clips. It's a long-ass fucking show. That's all I know. It's a long-ass podcast. I've seen clips bounced around. I'd be interested to see. And to me, most of the clips look kind of dumb. They're very low IQ points from everybody involved. It's a lot of midwittery, and I'm just gonna react to it and see, step into the red pill space for a while. We clearly got to get to whatever this is, because this is super popular section. Definitely get to that, but let's get started. Oh, and I'm definitely going to kick up the speed to at least 1.25 for now.
Under Dating Hellscape, I'm your host, Brian Atlas. Welcome to the Whatever.
There we go.
Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of.
Well, the timestamps are from him, so I can see it. So it's guest intros, a lot more guest intros, 101 minute a day, whatever.
The Modern Dating Hellscape. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California. A few quick announcements. This podcast is viewers.
I do want to say this.
Supported heavy.
I do want to say this. It's insane that you're able to get anything with this many fucking retards like sitting around a table at one point in time. Like, I've seen clips. I don't like red pill content for the most part. It's usually really fucking stupid. And I'm probably going to get triggered a lot tonight. But I will say this, as a host, to be able to control, like I don't see them constantly getting into fights or whatever. Like it's pretty impressive to bring on this many dumb broads and like people arguing and shit for a long time and like manage this at all. Like, so I will give him that's impressive.
YouTube demonetization. So please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. That's streamlabs.com/whatever. It's what we have pulled up here. Link is in the description. We do.
Okay, YouTube does take a brutal 30% cut, but the thing is that you get boosted in the algorithm by the money that you make through memberships and super chats. So like when someone super chats, they're not just donating through, they're not just giving you money, they're also helping your stream out in the algorithm because it shows the profitability ratio of viewers. If I have 10 viewers and I make a bunch of money, YouTube goes, wow, if we double this dude's viewers, we're going to double this money. But if I have 1,000 viewers and I make the same amount of money, they're like, yeah, if we give this guy 10 more viewers, there's not like, we're not going to make much money off of it. Like, so yes, he's right that like YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut, but I'm more than happy to get 70% of the money and boost my channel in the algorithm, as opposed to just getting direct donations. Also, there's a bit of a tax thing too. Like, it's a fucking pain in the ass doing, like, I let you guys donate through my Streamlabs link. It's in the description if you want to donate to me directly, but it's kind of a pain in the ass that way. And then also PayPal takes a small cut too when you transfer your money from your PayPal account into your account. So you're doubling up on the fees. Streamlabs takes a small fee cut, and then PayPal, when you transfer to your account, takes a small pay cut, and it ends up being like 10% anyways. And so the question is, and then on top of that, like, YouTube pays my taxes at the highest tax bracket. So like, it's really fucking easy solution. When I do my taxes, I can just like showcase that I'm not in the top 1% and I get a tax return back. Whereas like the money I'm getting from Streamlabs, I have to put together all these fucking receipts, and it's like, it's a pain in the ass. And then I end up having to pay taxes on that come tax time. So like, honestly, yes, I will get more money in the long run through Streamlabs, but Super Chats helps out the channel more, and it's a lot easier to deal with. And to me, that convenience is worth the little chunk YouTube takes.
Prioritize messages that are made via Streamlabs.
No. I'm not saying that YouTube pays differently. What I'm saying is that YouTube looks at your ratio of live viewers and how much money you're making off of how many viewers you have to determine whether or not they're going to put you in the algorithm for more viewers.
To read a message is $100 and up. We will read those in batches, typically every 30 to 60 minutes. But if you want to interact near...
Well, I'm not a giant fucking channel like them. So if you can give me $2, I will answer everything right now, okay? I answer all Super Chats always.
Instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation. Consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. $200 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. There is...
Brother, text-to-speech is fucking annoying. I'm not going to lie. I have it set up, but more often than not, I hate it.
A slight stream and moderation delay with the TTS, but we try to get those within about a minute or two.
Bring up grid? Is that what saying grid is like waiting or something to talk about it or something, or to react with me? I don't know what you mean by that.
You can also mute a microphone, pop a ball of champagne, and if you're a real G for 1 Ethereum, we will pop a bottle of Cristal, and you can see the description for all details on that. Now, if you want to just tip...
I will not pop a bottle of Cristal for $1,000 because I don't have any because I'm poor. But if you give me $1,000, I might go buy some and do it the next stream.
Just a tip. I have a noise for this. Hold on.
Just a tip. Just for a second.
All right, there.
Just to see how it feels.
Guys, we have Venmo and...
No, $100 isn't that crazy when you have 4.45 million subscribers, and this video is 8 days old with 330 almost 1,000 views. I don't feel like $100. If he lowered it with text to speech, like, it would constantly be interrupted and like the content would suffer.
And Cash App, and if you want 100% of your contribution to go towards us, no platform fees, no cut, you know, Streamlabs takes the 4, YouTube takes the 30, you can via Venmo here, and then we also have Cash App. That's whatever pod on both. Link is in the description. I'll shout you guys out at some point during the show. We have oops, my bad. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5.
Donate around 2K in a whatever stream before because I prefer text to speech. Fair enough, brother.
$1 a month. Yo, Donnie, thank you. Metro Matt, thank you for the gifted 20 memberships. Duppy, thank you for the membership. Metro Matt, guys, W's in the chat.
I ain't got it like that.
For Metro Matt, big $20 membership.
All right, cool. I don't care.
One if you work. We have a Discord. Schedule 6.
Cool. You have a bunch of shit.
Got the security.
Follow all their links. Cool.
Won't have too much time to link.
It should not take you 5 minutes, all right? We get it. You got a lot of links.
You're on any given topic, but...
actually, it's a 7.5 hour stream, and I'm just as bad, if not worse.
We are going to be moving pretty fast. Occupation and education. Go ahead.
All right. I'm Aella.
I'm 32 years old. My location is here, but I originally came from Idaho and now I live in SF. I have no education. I was homeschooled, and I make most of my money through research right now, but I also have done sex stuff of varying sorts in the past.
When did you...
Dude, Aella's research is retarded. Every time I've ever seen any of her research, I'm like, what even is this? There's like no control of confounding variables. It's just random data from like some gangbang or some fucking thing that she did. And it's usually very poor research. Like she doesn't make money off of research. She makes money off selling herself as a researcher, reformed, smart girl in the OnlyFans space. She makes money off of being an enigma, but she's not really the enigma she claims to be. I'm sorry.
When did you start doing S work?
Started escorting about 2018.
2018.
Yeah.
Okay. And what's the nature of the?
I did hear that. I did hear that like she never showers, and I was like fucking gross. That she has sex more often than she showers, and I'm like, bro.
I guess the scope of the S work that you've been involved in.
Well, I have ads online, and then people email me, and they're like, "Hey, can I meet up?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And then they show up, and then we go to a hotel room, and then they give me money. I actually did it last night in the hotel room that I used to stay here. So I met somebody from LA.
Are you guys sharing?
No.
Okay.
You're a whore. Just say you're a whore. You're a whore.
Same hotel.
Yeah,
not
Same
sharing a room.
hotel.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, saw a lovely gentleman. He's really great.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And what's I guess is there?
That's so gross. Like, just so, like, why would you smile? Like, it's so weird to see people like smile. Like, we need to bring back shame in society. Like, what the fuck? Like, I'm a whore.
Like a going rate?
Slope is dope. You are never happy with anything. Please shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Or is it just kind of?
I charge $4K for the first hour, and then $1,000 each additional hour.
Okay.
I don't watch this shit. I've never watched an episode of this. All right. I'm reacting to this. Shut up.
Did he just do the one, or was he like a baller and just?
It was a couple hours.
Like,
I'm sure you fucking watch every episode and you love it so much, but like, I don't know the format of the show. I'm reacting in. I get it. I'm a Jew, even though I'm not.
What if somebody wants like a day, like 24 hours? Is that you give them a discount?
I just changed it a little bit. I think it's like
Slope is dope. That's what
$40K or something, maybe 30.
Okay.
It doesn't happen often. I don't really escort that much anymore because I make more money from writing, but
okay.
I still occasionally.
What do you do at the hotel rooms? You guys just talk about things?
Chess.
Yes, and also have intercourse.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just fucking the tism is so strong with her, and have intercourse. Nobody is paying this bitch for good conversation. Like, I'm sorry. Like, nobody is paying her for conversation. I don't know why they're paying her for sex either, because she just looks like a normal person. I guess it's the clout or the fame, or maybe she used to look different. I've never seen her work, so I don't know. Maybe she used to be like a rockin' bod or something, and so the fantasy of like the nostalgia of like previous beat-offs or something, I don't know. But she just looks like a normal pale girl.
Cool. And you also did OF2, is that correct? And you were kind of an early adopter, is my understanding?
Yeah, I was one of the first. I signed up first in 2017, and then when it first hit, I was making around 100K a month very early. But now I don't work on it that much anymore. It's kind of repetitive.
Okay, got it. What about you?
My name is Candace Horback. I'm 35. I was in the adult industry from about 2001 to 2017. I left. I started a podcast. That's what I'm doing now. I'm in North Carolina and splitting my time between there and Austin.
Got it. And any college or university or anything like that?
Bachelor's degree in psychology.
Gotcha. Can you say which?
Okay, as someone with a bachelor's degree in psychology, let me just explain to you that when someone says they have a bachelor's degree in psychology, we've done the data. And when someone says that, just a bachelor's degree, so no master's degree program or anything, the average IQ of someone with a bachelor's degree in psychology is lower than the average IQ. Right? When someone says, I went to college and I have a bachelor's degree in psychology, what they're saying is, statistically speaking, they're more likely to be dumber than the average person than the average person in the population. Like, they have the average IQ of someone that's not an accomplishment. They're letting you know. Chances are I have I think it was like, when I looked at it, it was like a 98 point something. It's not that much lower. It's definitely not like a standard deviation or anything. But it is just fucking hilarious. I'm super happy to jump on and comment with you. I do not watch the show much anymore, but sure to have some input. I would love to discuss this with you, like maybe another time, but like I'm already going to be pausing a lot on an incredibly long stream. And so like I feel like it's like our interactions is going to slow it down even more. Like I would definitely love to schedule a chit chat with you about it, like post watching it or whatever, and like maybe talk about stuff. I just don't want to slow down what's already going to be an incredibly slow get through. I feel like you'd be great for the red pill space. You're not a piece of shit and have the background to be knowledgeable while being aggressive. Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that this is my type of content, but I see a lot of people doing this content. So it's kind of like you have to play the game type situation. And there's enough intersections with my personal hate of Aella and like her as a fake libertarian and being lauded by Reason as this wonderful person to be like, okay, I have a reason to actually watch and comment on this and put my feet in the water here on this. Brian is not red pill. I mean, I don't know what this podcast is if it's not a part of the red pill space. It is following, if it's not red pill, it's following all of what red pill is. But then again, I've never watched a full one of their streams. I've only ever watched clips anyways. But every clip I see is like some red pill guy talking about body count to some, fucking whore or something, some fucking OnlyFans chick, that's bloviating some dumb feminist talking points. And then them like, educating them on shit that like anybody with like a high school education ought to be able to understand. But they can't because they are like so beneath an understanding of any level of reality.
University or
Coastal Carolina. And the funny thing is I'm not supposed to say that because when I do now openly,
Sure.
but when I was in school, I had the dean actually bring me in, and I was in film at the time, and it was a very big deal that I was on film and going to college. So she was like, just don't say you graduated from here. I was like, well, now I'm going to do that at every opportunity I can because I spent a lot of money.
So you had started doing
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. It's like a bachelor's degree is just not a flex anymore. Like, who gives a fuck? Oh, you have a bachelor's degree. Okay, so you're like 60% of women in America. Yay. A bachelor's degree in a fucking useless program. Like, dude, like, just to give you an example, I went to VCU for my undergrad, right? And at VCU, I was in my capstone class. And in my capstone, so the capstone class is like a class you take that you have to have a bunch of prerequisites for. It's basically like the last class you take to like fulfill your degree requirements. And it was like the philosophy of psychology. And it was talking about like, Freud and like Karl Popper and like, shit like that. Like, how Freud and William Bunt or Wundt, however you say it, right? Like the origins of it and like what philosophy informed Carl Rogers and like the humanist periods, shit like that, right? And so it's early on. I want to say it's like a second or third class, and I'm in a room of like 85 people in this capstone class. Okay, they have like maybe like a couple of electives left, and then they're done. They've already done their stats. They've already done like psychopathology things. They've already done a bunch of psych classes, etc. And she asks people, who here has read Plato's Republic? I raised my hand and one other dude raised his hand. And she was like, okay, who here has heard of Plato's allegory in the cave? And me and this dude kept our hand up. And it was like 65 women and 12 dudes or whatever. And all of them were lost and had never even heard of Plato's allegory in the cave. And these were people that were inches away from getting a bachelor's degree in psychology. I mean, like a PhD in psychology is a doctorate in philosophy. It should be based in some level of understanding of philosophy. They haven't even heard some of the most popular pop philosophy. Like a bachelor's degree, like when someone's like, I have a bachelor's degree, it's like, oh, okay, well, you're probably a fucking retard. Like that's what I hear when I hear bachelor's degree.
Pornography.
And I have a bachelor's degree, all right? I hope I'm the exception to the rule. I mean, granted, I double majored within a minor in religious studies, but still.
While you're still in college.
Yes.
And she's like, hey, don't disclose because
right,
I see. Okay. And you were
all right. I know there are a lot of new people in here and they're probably wondering what Slope is Dope is going on and why I haven't just banned them. I'm a fairly free speech person. So long as you follow YouTube's terms of service, I don't really care. this dude thinks I'm like an Israel shill or something, because I'm not a groiper. I don't get it because I talk shit on Israel all the time. And he's also called me anti-Semitic whilst also saying I'm an Israel shill. The dude is just like a fed glowy. Laugh at him. I love laughing at him. Enjoy the chat, boys. Enjoy everyone laughing at this retard.
I'm sorry, just in my notes here. What did you say the last name was?
Horbach. It's I know it's supposed to be Horbach, but that is like way too Polish for me or anyone to say. So it's we just say Horbach. It's not mine.
This bitch mispronounces her own name.
That is like super ironic. But okay.
I know,
Right.
I know. Written in the stars.
And so you were in your senior year of university when you started doing sex work, or?
I think it was my junior. I was going part-time. Mm-hmm.
And was there like a period of time where like people didn't know, but then like your fellow student body, did they find out?
It came out pretty quick.
Okay.
Yeah.
And like how?
I apologize for saying retard if that goes against TOS. Every time I say retard, just imagine in your mind that I called you a mongoloid instead.
Was that, I guess, going through maybe your senior year where like people knew, maybe even your junior? I don't know.
I mean, amongst peers, it was fine because when you're young like that, people don't tend to be as judgmental and you don't really understand the ramifications. So you kind of just like live in that moment and you can be kind of seduced by all of those things. Family obviously didn't take it well. I think it's very rare that they do. So that was an issue. But I feel like most of the negative impacts of that decision came like way later after I got out, actually.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm putting these intros on 1.5.
Are you able to share your creator name? Or
Yeah, I don't care. I'm an open book. Yeah, so my stage name is Evolovia.
Okay.
I mean, both names are kind of tied together in perpetuity.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. What about you?
I'm Lily Phillips. I am 23. I'm from Derbyshire in England. I live in London.
Also, this lady Lily Phillips is like claiming to be like 6 months pregnant or something. I saw on Twitter she has this giant belly, and like this is 2 weeks ago. This isn't even 2 weeks ago. It's fucking 8 days ago, but I guess it was filmed 2 weeks ago. And she somehow gained multiple months of pregnancy. Like, it's fucking. I don't like. I need you guys. I tweeted out something. I was like, every fucking controversy, especially from an OnlyFans girl, but from online personalities in general, is fake. It's like it's a fucking publicity stunt, right? Like please, guys, understand this. That like she's obviously not pregnant, and she's doing like I don't know if it's CGI or AI or fucking what she's doing to try and gain attention, but it's like all of this shit is fake. Like that lady, like that OnlyFans girl that is constantly calling her brother, and her brother is like being made fun of in school. Like that's just creating controversy so you buy this whore's OnlyFans. Or like when people are like, I made 43, was like Sophia Rain or Sophie Rain or whatever. I saw her on Twitter as well. I make $43 million last year. No, you don't, bitch. And maybe you do, but I doubt it. I almost guarantee that you make up these fucking numbers and then you become shocked by these numbers so that everyone will be like, what? What is it? A fear of missing out. I guess everyone knows how badass your content is. I got to go buy it. Like it's all bullshit.
What was the other question?
Occupation and education.
Adult Star, and the highest level of education I think I got was a BTEC at college.
BTEC? Okay.
Yes.
And was that like a...
So just before you go off to university, you go to college in England. You can either go to college or do A-levels, and I went to college and did BTEC.
Okay. I mean, and you've recently, and you've been on the show before, so welcome back.
Thank you.
You've recently created quite a stir online with, you filmed a 100 per...
Yeah, this girl was the one that had like sex with 100 dudes, and then and then her friend or whatever was trying to do 1,000 or did it before her or something. Gross. It's just so gross and attention seeking and so stupid. Like I get it. I understand. It's like dudes masturbating with porn. They have to watch sicker and sicker shit. It's the same thing. Like these people have to do crazier and crazier things to maintain the fame. It's all fucking narcissism. Like I don't know that it's like narcissistic personality disorder, but it's narcissistic, and the industry feeds those tendencies and selects for them. Like the only real answer is to just shame these girls, but also not give them much attention or thought at the same time. Like you have to be like, okay, whore, nobody cares what you have to say, and then move on.
You slept with 100 men.
101.
101.
Get it
you
right.
Snuck another one in there.
Yeah. Like, also, they're not OnlyFans models. You know, like you said, they're not an adult star. They're not a star. They're not a model. They're just whores. Like or harlots or slatterns. Like there's plenty of words for it, and words like model. Like you're not a model. What are you modeling? You're just showing your body. Like, I mean, like you're not modeling a clothing or a brand. You're modeling your body. model your body. A model is modeling a thing, right? Like a hand model shows rings and bracelets, right? A Victoria's Secret model shows lingerie and underwear so that people buy the lingerie and underwear. Or a runway model goes onto the runway to showcase, crazy gay dudes making fucking meat dresses or whatever fucking weird shit that a bunch of fucking hedonistic leftists want to call art so that they can all fucking engage in money laundering for NGOs, and half of that shit is your taxes and the other half is just stolen shit from third world countries. But for whatever, they're modeling something at least. Like, you're not a model, you're not a star, you're just a whore. You're a famous whore. You're an infamous whore.
And that was in December, November? When was that?
I did that in October.
October,
yeah.
Okay. And there was a documentary surrounding it, went super viral. Everybody was still is commenting on it. I actually saw you did a recent interview with Russell Brand. Is that?
Yes, yeah.
Interesting one.
That's funny. Alex Stein, I've done a couple of panels with Alex Stein. Alex Stein's funny.
Yeah, definitely.
And so, but your eyes are set at, you're going to step it up? What's going on?
Number 1,000, yeah. Hell yeah.
So you're going to do 1,000 in a day?
Yes. I was actually meant to
that Australian chick already do that?
Pardon?
There's like Andrew being like, didn't some other chick already do that? He's just like trying to poke the fire because he knows that she hates it. I don't buy this red pill talking point that like the amount of bodies you have creates a pair bonding issue. I don't think the data shows that in any way, shape, or form. I think most of the red people that say that just don't know how to read data, don't understand the difference between like a correlation and causation, right? Like, I think there is, but 1,000 bodies, 100 bodies, like that definitely is going to cause like trauma, right? Like that is going to do something. Like you cram in that many bodies in a short period of time. Like that's definitely, no, the data doesn't show that. You, like your red pill people that you like to follow, don't understand how to read the data. I'm projecting what, like, I've never had a train run on me. I promise. Okay. Nor have I ever been a part of one.
I think she did 100 or something.
What did you say? Sorry.
So I thought that Australian chick who was on the show already did that.
I don't know about that, but yeah, I did 101 and now I'm good.
I mean, like, well, the pictures of her being super pregnant don't fucking match up or make any sense. So, I mean, like, I could imagine she would be pregnant. I mean, like, the funny thing is, though, is I'm sure she got everybody's, like, information, right? Because I'm sure if you're going to fuck 100 dudes and you're doing it for, like, a publicity stunt OnlyFans thing, I'm sure, like, you make everyone get tested, make them be identified, by some degree to make sure they don't have like a criminal record or whatever. So the funny thing is that like, if she would be more likely to be able to find the father, especially if there was like a contract or something, right? Than like your typical whore would, because your typical whore is just getting drunk at a party somewhere and getting fucked by a couple of strangers. And she doesn't actually know who these people are.
I thought that Australian chick who was on the show already did that.
I don't know about that, but yeah, I did 101 and now I'm going for 1,000.
Yeah, I thought she did 1,000, right? I can reference the article though. I think that it was like the Australians. I don't know. They have like a Sun Times or something, and they were writing about that article or writing about that. I'll reference it, but I thought that.
Yeah, it's Bonnie Blue. Yeah, like, and they're friends, and I don't know why she's pretending like, or they used to be friends or whatever. I don't know why she's pretending like this isn't happening. This bitch is crazy.
That had already been achieved, I guess.
Well, my understanding with Lily here is whatever the record is, you're going to break it.
Yeah, I want to break a record. It doesn't matter who's done it before or whatever.
Yeah. And then I guess what are the terms of that? Like how logistically, that's a lot. Like how are you gonna?
So it all has to be like penetrative and just in out on a conveyor belt of cocks.
A conveyor belt, a cock carousel.
Yeah.
Just, okay.
Amazing.
All right.
The only thing that I have learned from these bitches fucking 100 dudes in 24 hours is that like there really are a lot of 1 pump, 2 pump chumps out there. Like I had a hard time. Well, she did 100. Her friend, who she's pretending not to know because she hates her because she stole her idea, did 1,000 because she said she was planning to do 1,000. So now she's just like lying about it, just like she's lying about a bunch of other shit. But like the one thing I have learned is like there actually are a lot, because like I never believed that. I thought that was just like shit women said. You know what I mean? Like this concept of like, oh, most guys I have sex with like only like, pump a couple times and then they come. right? Like in my brain, I was like, that's not real, right? Like, but like, no, I mean, like that's there's definitely a cohort of men out there that like can, because I don't even think I could come. If you, like, I need like 5 minutes at least, and that's me trying for like, I'm bad at quickies, and that's not me being like, look how badass I am, boys. I fuck you all night. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like that's so quick. Like I don't know that I could do that if I tried. Like it's actually impressive to me. Bro is talking about coming. What the fuck? She's talking about coming. I'm reacting to it.
And they each get like 2 minutes, or how does that?
Less, like 40 seconds.
No, they get a singular.
I'd probably say like honestly each of them get like 5 seconds.
For a second, just to see how. Yeah, so
like they get one thrust.
Yeah, one thrust each.
So this was apparently the record set by Bonnie Blue. It was 1,057 min a single day. That's who I was referencing by the Australian chick. But yes, I guess that's been done. So you got to go up to like 1,100.
This is like Cristiano Ronaldo, Lionel Messi. Like this is. Do you guys have beef, or you guys?
No.
Homies, you and this other girl.
Yeah, she works in my industry.
Do you guys motivate each other? Like,
do you motivate?
Like, just you want to keep?
Yeah, we can keep fucking up. You know what? There's enough.
Now she's acting like yeah, I know who she is. She works in my industry. Okay, well then do you know who she is or not know who she is? How are you like just starting your intro and you're already like lying and full of shit? Like why would you, I mean, I guess it's fun to watch a lying whore be called out for being a lying whore. That's like kind of part of the gimmick, and then she gets fame and notoriety off of it. Like, you know, negative news is news, I guess. I don't know.
Guys in this world to fuck us both, so.
British. Sorry, she's British, not Australian. My bad.
Yeah, there's another Australian woman. I was mentioning this to her before the show, who also did like.
Yeah, I feel like now like the high numbers has come out.
Yes.
There's been like a lot of people say they want.
Yeah, you asked if it counts if they don't come. Aella did a gangbang on her birthday, and that's part of her research. Was that like she tracked how long men lasted and whether or not they were able to finish, or whether or not they had to leave. And then like, and she was like, "This is valuable data." It's like. No, it's not. Like, why are you acting like this research and me? This research just shows dudes who are willing to fuck you on your birthday for a gangbang have sex this way. Like this is meaningless research. It doesn't showcase anything other than your own whoredom. And that's the kind of shit I'm talking about, where she's like, I'm famous for my research and as a writer. And it's like, no, you're just a dumb whore with no college education that like pretends like you have this deep understanding of research and statistics. And I kind of want, but apparently I saw a clip and she was fucking like, she was dogging Andrew, and people were like, no, the context isn't there. I want to see it. Apparently it's around here.
I want to do it. Another a Turkish girl said she wants to do 100.
Who was the one who did like the virgins? Was that the Australian
virgins?
Girl? Like,
I've done virgins.
You did the virgin. Wait.
I didn't do an all virgin.
But you did like 20.
I did 23.
20. Okay.
We did like a 23 man gangbang.
Okay.
But and then that day we'd done 37.
Yeah, and how do you find it? Like, is it a Craigslist stat, or I guess I don't know.
We just put the address online. Whoever can show up can show up.
You do like TV ads or billboards, or you should do billboards.
Literally just social media, the power of social media. TikTok, Twitter,
I
Instagram. It works.
Okay, so how did you confirm that these people are virgins? Like, I mean, I get it. It's all just a fucking thing. You know what I mean? It's all publicity and controversy, and you're selling the fact that you're a whore and that you're disgusting and that you're doing things beyond the pale, and that gets you, you know, on the Daily Mail and on news and on podcasts. But like, how do I know that these people are even virgins? Or, you know what I mean? Like, how am I supposed to know or trust? Like what level of trust do I have in a lying whore that showcases herself being a lying whore in the very beginning? I don't get it.
The IG story.
Yeah, hell yeah.
What's like the title of the pitch?
I think my poster. Yeah, my poster was like, want to break a world record or something or another like that, and it was just like, you know, text this number. Da, da, da.
And then another thing that kind of recently went viral. I don't know if this was just kind of like a bit or whatever, but I saw you did a video where you were walking in the streets of
with spunk on my face.
With yes. Was that real? Like,
yeah, you should see the actual video. I did put it on Pornhub, so you can go view it. But one of the guys because I did like a threesome with 2 guys, and one of the guys is called Plaster Matt, and he has the biggest loads I've ever seen.
You'd have to refresh the page to see the likes. We're currently at 21 likes, but yeah, give me some more likes, boys.
And I was so amazed. I was like, I need to go onto the street with this on my face because it's just.
So Aella doesn't properly control for dependent variables, which may have compounding effects, in order to rule out alternative explanations for a correlation between an independent variable and a dependent one. Well, I mean, like, that's not really how you. I mean, you don't need a control to find a correlation. The problem is that, you know, whether or not you can generalize that to the public, right? I mean, like, it's okay, like you know, like correlational data doesn't necessarily need a control in order for it to be like valuable information. It just doesn't establish any form of causality, and it doesn't necessarily, it doesn't, like, if you don't have some form of control for comparative analysis, then you're not really like showcasing that whatever you found is true for the general population, right? So what you found is only true for the people that you found it in, right? So like if I put out an ad, for, some fuck fest or whatever, and then I take a bunch of data on that, well, like, this isn't a random sampling. It's a sampling of people that responded to that ad, right? So those people that responded to that ad, within this area, had these results. And it's like, that can be interesting and we can look at it. I mean, in psychology, for example, they use case studies all the time, like twin studies or, some like random guy that had a part of his brain damaged, right? And it only happened to that one person. Like that can be valuable data to understand that. But it's like the same thing. You see this with like red pill people on the other side, right? They'll talk about like, oh, women only find 80% of men unattractive. And, they rate themselves, as like a 7.5 on average, and they rate men as like a 3.5 on average. And it's like, oh, where are you getting that data from? And it's like, oh, well, there was a Tinder survey and a Plenty of Fish survey. It's like, okay, so the data is coming from people on dating apps. Okay, well, a bunch of women aren't rating attractiveness in a laboratory environment, and they're not a random sampling of people. It's a sampling of women that are on dating apps where they have like 1,000 cocks to pick from, and so they're only selecting for that, which, like the environment is totally different than like the real world environment. Women don't rate men fucking like a 3.5 on average. Now, is it true? And do we have other research to support the idea that women tend to overvalue themselves when rating themselves and undervalue men? Yes. But you see these charts and like these things all the time where like men are engaged in reality and women aren't. And it seems really hyperbolic, but it's like, it's Plenty of Fish surveys. It's like, dude, that's not real data because there's an extreme sampling bias here, or response bias, as Computer Carnage put it.
So amazing. Like, honestly, he's alien-like. It's that much cool.
He's alien.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Okay.
It looks like fake com because it's so much, but it's really not. You should see the video.
And okay, anyways, you walked around, you filmed yourself. Okay. That also went viral.
I mean, for establishing a causal link, you actually need a lot more than just a control. You need like a lot more studies. Like, establishing causality is pretty much impossible to do in psychology. You can do it in neuropsychology with like a functional magnetic resonance imaging, but when you're talking about like human populations, there's just too many variables and you can't account for every variable. And so like, but like, yeah, I mean, like, to even think about making a well-founded hypothesis or theory on causality, you're certainly going to need like a control and a tightly controlled experiment, and you're going to need other data, and you're going to need an explanation of the mechanism that can be repeatable in laboratory environments, right? Like, you're going to need like some type of, you know what I mean? Like, it's the same thing you see in like nutrition, where they're like, oh, all these meat eaters have cancer, therefore meat causes cancer. And it's like, no, there's a correlation between people who eat red meat and vegans have less cancer. Well, could that be the fact that vegans fucking don't eat processed food? Could it be the fact that people that just eat red meat eat like French fries and saturated fats and fucking burgers and cheeseburgers? It's not like a carnivore diet or like a, like a healthy diet in any way, shape, or form, right? Like, you have to be like, if you're going to make the cancer claim, it's like, okay, we'll make the claim, but then also make like, what is the mechanism by which this is caused? And then maybe we can start talking about causality.
What's next for Lily Phillips?
At the end of the month, I'm doing a skydive where I suck a guy's cock.
Skydiving sex scene?
Yeah.
Somebody's done that.
No, I haven't seen anyone do it. People do
Not the
paragliding, but I want to do skydiving.
Skydiving.
Yeah, because paragliding is pretty easy. Top 6 on.
What's after that? You can suck a dick in space?
Hell yeah. Elon Musk.
She's wow.
He can get
ambitious. This is very ambitious. Wow. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get into some of that more stuff.
She says Elon Musk can get it. That's funny. I mean, Elon Musk would fuck a random whore. He's done it before. He'll do it again.
We get through the show. What about you?
I'm Becca Slider. I'm a confidence coach and a speaker, and I host a podcast, and then I'm also a 1% creator on OnlyFans.
All right. Aiden.
A confidence coach, a 1% creator on OnlyFans. She had to sneak in that she's in the top 1%. She didn't just say, hey, I'm on OnlyFans. She had to say, I'm better than 99% of you bitches. And a podcaster, a confidence coach. So not a life coach. I wonder if that confidence coaching is just feminist therapy and gaslighting people, or is it actual evidence-based assertiveness training? Because assertiveness training is a thing that psychotherapists do. What the fuck is a confidence coach? Is it just you gassing up other girls being like, you're amazing? What the fuck even is that?
43.
Okay. And where are you from? Where do you live?
Ohio. I just totally stopped short. Sorry.
And education.
An unfinished degree in counseling.
Unfinished. Did you get your associates?
It will not be finished.
No, okay. And my understanding, at least what you indicated to us in your pre-show notes, you used to be a pastor.
Correct. I was a pastor for
Which
many years.
denomination?
It's non-denominational.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you were like...
This is fucking which denomination? Non-denominational. Well, I could have fucking called that. You guys ever been to a non-denominational service? It's the most leftist, watered down form of Christianity ever. If someone tells me they go to non-denominational church, that is just a fancy way of saying I'm not religious, but I am spiritual. That's what they're saying when they say that.
I don't know the process. Were you ordained?
Yes. Yeah, ordained. So it would be more of an evangelical style of church.
Okay. And then you were were you raised as a Christian?
Oh yeah, I was raised conservative Christian, also non-denominational.
Non-denominational.
Mm-hmm.
And then did you have to go to
Okay, well there you go. There's your problem. Also raised non-denominational. So I was raised conservative Christian, but I was raised non-denominational. Non-denominational is Christianity with the rules and the teeth cut out of it. It reminds me of Franz Kafka's letter to his father, where he discussed with his father that his father had this desire for him to be a good Jew, right? But the thing is that his father was an abusive asshole, mostly verbally abusive, but an abusive asshole. But also his father went to synagogue and he never took his kids to synagogue. And he expected the traditions and the structure that he maintained in his own life that he was raised in to pass on to his children. And it's yeah, I'm not going to come out here and be super pro-Christian because I'm not. I think Christianity is wrong. I think it's negative. But I think it's better than other ideologies. It's more rooted in truth and reason than other ideologies. I have massive respect for Thomas Aquinas, and I do think there is some wisdom in much of the biblical mythos, right? But but this non-denominational nonsense is just taking out all of the rules and all of the structure of the religion and then expecting the religion to stick. Christian is wrong. Instant minus 30 views. LOL. Look, I'm sorry. I'm an atheist. I'm a right-wing anarchist atheist. Right? If you're here for a different perspective than your typical red pill ortho bros, tradcon, any of those kind of categories. I'm not those. Right? You're gonna get something different, and I'm here for it, and I hope you're here for it too. But if you want me to be Christianity is the most amazing thing ever, yeah, I just think it's philosophically incorrect, and I can argue it, and if anybody wants to fucking take me up on that debate, let me know. Also, by the way, Jay Dyer's a pussy who runs from debates and runs from libertarians ever since Liquid Zulu bodied him and he had to run away from that debate.
A school to become a pastor, or how does that work?
No, it depends on the church you're in. Every denomination is very different as to what they allow, and a lot of denominations do not allow women to be in ministry.
Yeah.
So.
Dog, will you fucking stop with the lies? This pro-Israel stream bullshit? I'm not pro-Israel. I'm a fucking anarchist. I'm against the state. Stop slandering in my chat with your bullshit just because you're a fucking Jew-spurg.
It depends on the church you're in. Every denomination is very different as to what they allow, and a lot of denominations do not allow women to be in ministry.
Yeah.
So.
And how long were you a pastor for?
On staff and then unpaid as well, 10 years.
10 years. Mm-hmm. But no longer?
No, actually pastor. About 5-6 years ago, I not only...
Well, I would hope you're no longer a pastor while you're doing OnlyFans and confidence coaching.
Walked away, stepped down from ministry. I walked away from the church. I deconstructed my faith, which was one of the hardest, most painful things I've ever done in my life.
I deconstructed my faith. deconstruction can be a good thing, but it's one of those buzzwords. The moment you hear fucking deconstruction, you know what we're talking about. We're talking about dumb leftist bullcrap.
And now I would consider myself spiritual, but absolutely do not subscribe to any Christian beliefs.
So you're maybe agnostic?
Yeah, that would probably be more accurate as an umbrella statement.
All right.
You went through the process of Christian deconstruction.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
What, just if you don't mind me asking very briefly, what was the most compelling argument for deconstruction for you?
The compelling argument to begin deconstruction?
No, the compelling argument that led to you finally walking away from deconstruction.
Sure. Yeah, it was actually getting really honest about the fact that the beliefs that are staples of Christianity are all founded in fear. They're not actually, they're masked in love, but they are founded in fear, and therefore very unsupportive to a life that is eliminating fear and shame.
Dude, this is like Christianity. It's like, dude, like this is like old school sociology. I'm trying to think of the guy that said like that like religious beliefs were, fear of death, right? Is like a cornerstone of the atheist, the academic atheist perspective, and like that's just such a fucking dumb view of religion and why religion exists. Like religion, like again, I'll tell you guys, if you want an actual academic look at about why religion exists in the human mind, Robert Bella's A Theory of Human Evolution, or is it religious evolution, from the axial age, from the Paleolithic to the axial age, right? It's Harvard Press. He's a left-wing sociologist, but he gives the devil his due and does an incredibly good job of actually looking at it, starting from play theory in primates and in mammals, and looking at like what unitive experiences psychologically look at. This concept that like religion and all axioms are grounded in fear is dumb. However, to be fair to her as well, the Bible does say the beginning of wisdom is the fear of God, right? So I mean, like there is an argument to be made that like that is taught that way. But if you actually like do an intellectual look at the brain psychology, societies, looking at monotheistic, the evolution towards monotheism, and like how religion starts as ancestor worship, and then when monarchies come in, and like once monarchies and kingdoms and chiefdoms begin, like it's just a very lowbrow, dumb take that a lot of leftists and atheists take because it's an easy one to like get dunks on. But it's just stupid. Why did the San Andreas live radio become reality?
Yeah.
So there wasn't any historical argument or anything like that. It was something which was foundational to how you felt about your life, fear, this type of thing.
Yeah, I would say that would be the foundational part. And then you said, as far as like some of the things in the Bible that you can tear apart, I didn't even get into a lot of those, but I follow a lot of people who kind of tear them apart, and it's pretty easy to see the holes.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What about you?
Hi, yeah, I'm Carly. I'm 21, and I'm originally from Santa Barbara, actually, but I live in LA right now. And I go to college, and I also model part-time, like fashion industry. So
sure. What are you studying in college?
I'm actually studying marketing. Like I'm planning on going into like fashion marketing and advertising.
Fashion marketing, advertising, typical female fucking pipeline to a fucking 6-figure job that nobody needs. Like, don't get me wrong, marketing is a real fucking thing, but just hearing some girl being like, I'm in fashion, I model things, as it's just like the moment I hear them, I'm just like, ugh. Sorry, guys. It's just like immediately I'm just like, oh, fashion, marketing, modeling. Oh, okay, we get it. You're a pretty girl and you get paid to be pretty, and you think that you're using your brain. But literally, it's an entire industry patting you on your back going, you're a smart girl. Sure you are. Anyways. It's just like you're not helping any company. Like you can just tell also by the way that they speak. Yeah, well, like yeah. It's like you can immediately tell like you're not bringing any value to a company other than a pretty face, and the fact that you can go talk to other boomer idiots with a company credit card and they'll buy shit from you because they like the way it sounds from you, because many dudes are equally as dumb as you and think with their penis.
I don't know. I enjoy it. Like, sure. I really like being down there.
Cool. What about you?
My name's Katrina from Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. I'm a bartender.
Okay, I don't know who this lady is, but she looks like she just got back from doing the letter N. like learning her alphabet to do the letter N. And what I mean by that is this. You know the heroin addicts that you see like on the side of the road, like, and they're learning their letters, right? And she's doing the letter N. Sometimes they do it the other way, and they learn 90-degree angles, right? Like they learn some basic geometry with one of these. Oh, my headphones are about to fall off, but you get it. I'm just saying, like, I don't know who this chick is. Maybe she's famous for something, but she looks rough, and she could have picked a better outfit and a better hairdo to not look as rough as she does look.
Since I was 17, I have a high school education.
Age?
35, 89. I was born in 89.
Okay. And you said just high school education?
Yep.
Okay. All right. What about you?
Hi, my name's Danielle.
It's just a random bartender? Like, what? Like, she's not famous for anything? Just a fucking random-ass bartender that looks rough? All right. I mean, I guess it's cool.
I am 30. I am
Get him, Casimir. Resident Jew has showed up. Get his ass.
School for addiction.
Perhaps a great reason not to let women be pastors. She'll leave her flock and bring the youth group with so they can wank to her. Ooh.
Along with Justice Studies and Police Foundations, college level. And then also worked for the government of Canada as an administrative assistant, along with serving part to full time. So a lot of workload.
And that's my sister.
Is the day of the rape.
Okay, so you were brought there because of your sister who's done some fucking GS7 government work in Canada. Cool.
Liar.
Sorry?
Is the day of the rape coming? The Maple Revolution, is it coming to Canada?
Maybe. Not against it.
Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Upgrade. This is my second time on the Whatever podcast. I'm 22 and I am a singer-songwriter, and I came here to promote my third song, Say I Love You. Yeah.
No, you came here to have discussion. You don't admit them.
Hold on, pause. Fucking. All right, look. I know us libertarians, all right, we have a problem with our fucking Asian fetish. All right, boys? I understand there's a lot of libertarians in chat. Fucking put your penis back, okay? Like, we get it, libertarians, and your fucking Asian fetish, and she's very Asian with that fucking demure shit, okay? All right, but I do appreciate her honesty. Just being like, I came here to promote my song. Like, it's like, yeah, of course, at least you're upfront about it. Also, why are there lava lamps on the table? Like, what's going on with the fucking random-ass lava lamps? And the fucking Taco Bell glasses. Remember these fucking, like, mall fucking, like 1980s, not 1980s, like 1990s fucking like Taco Bell styrofoam cups and like mall paints, and like you would see this like logo kind of everywhere. God, I miss when the world had color. Everything's just fucking gray now. Actually, you know what? Was it Brian? Good on you, Brian, for bringing some fucking color to the world. I'm so sick of everything being grayscales, fucking modern art, squares. Everything in the world looks like a goddamn Cybertruck. Like, yeah, you know what? Bring the 90s color back. I appreciate it. Everything doesn't need to be form, okay? We can have some color in the world, have some brightness, have a little bit of chaos. It's okay.
Okay, go ahead, sing. Let's hear you sing. Go ahead.
Do you like Etta James at last?
This girl watches the show. Yeah, go ahead, sing it.
I have to do my research.
Yeah, no, go ahead. That's my go-to.
Sorry. At last, my love has come along. My lonely days are over.
Sped up, this sounds fucking weird.
And life is like a song. Ooh.
All right, there you go.
That was really good.
A little flourish there at the beginning. I was like, where's she going with this? But no, it's good. It was good. All right, Andrew, what about you?
Sound like a black woman singing the national anthem there, giving a little extra for no fucking reason.
I'm not going to sing a song. No.
Shoot.
No, my name is
Wait,
Andrew
now
Wilson.
you have to. Now you have to.
I'm the host of the Crucible. It's a popular entertainment channel.
I kind of wish Andrew though had just been like, swing low, sweet chariot, like just like really come in with a Negro spiritual or something. I think it'd have been funny.
YouTube. I'm a political analyst, a political satirist. I engage in debates and conversations all around the world, and I'm happy to be here tonight and talking with all of you.
All right, welcome everybody. We have 2 chats coming in here. I'm going to let them come in from Metro Matt. Sorry for the delay on these.
Metro Matt donated $200. Wow, Brian, you really outdid yourself this time. The ultimate degen panel. Can't wait to hear the grift from the P-stars.
Oh man, okay. Do you guys want to respond to these Metro Matt here?
I love it.
Takes one to know one.
Metro Matt, sorry.
We need to be a P-star to know a P-star. That's a new one.
Takes one to know one? That's such a dumb fucking response.
Everybody pay attention to this guy.
Yo, Metro Matt, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Sorry for the delays.
It's like, that's such a kindergarten thing to say.
On these, we just wanted to get through the intro here, but oh
Metro
boy.
Matt donated $200. Right. There's more bodies between those 3 than all of UCSB.
I mean, like, how am I supposed to get on these shows? I don't know how to get on these shows. Someone teach me how to network like that. Because I DM and email people, but like they just go left unread. You know what I mean? Like I don't have the audience. And then like from every bit of like how do you get on these shows is like knowing somebody. Like I know I'm pretty much fucked on like the Tim Pool situation because you know there are other libertarians that are there all the time that really don't like me. Because I know that both Andrew Wilson and Rob Knorr have like dropped my name on to try and get me on Tim Pool and like under both circumstances that went nowhere, and I've been left on red, not just left like unseen, but left on red to like get there. So like, I don't know how to get on these places.
This is the prime example of why more and more men don't trust or respect women. Send the asteroid.
All right, I'll send the asteroid. He wants me to send the asteroid. It's a little early to talk about body count, Metro Matt, but
maybe a P-star to know a P-star. That's a new one.
Sorry, that would be my ad blocker cutting off whatever ad was supposed to pop up.
Everybody pay attention to this guy.
Yo, Metro Matt, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Sorry for the delays on these. We just wanted to get through the intro here, but oh
Metro
boy.
Matt donated $200. Right. There's more bodies between those 3 than all of you.
I'll send the. Does anybody want you feel free to respond to him if you want to?
I don't. Well, I mean, like one girl literally publicly just talked about like 127 bodies that she has, and this girl's a porn star, and like there's 4 of these people are fucking open whores. Like I don't know. Like I don't understand the obsession with body count when talking to whores. Like I totally understand talking about body count, but like, what is the point of talking about body count to whores? They're whores. Like obviously they have a high body count. Like what about it? Like what? Where does that go? Like what is your point in bringing up body count? It's like their profession is to have a high body count. Like that's their job. It's in their job title. Like what do we ooh, look at your high body count. Okay, and
I don't really see the insult.
Like you know what I mean? Like if we want to talk about like, you know, looking at a woman and determining whether or not she'll be effective at pair bonding, right? Then we can have a conversation about what body count means, right? And I think a lot of red pill people seem to have this idea that like it's the body count is causal to like pair bonding issues when there's no research to support that evidence. It's almost certainly the research shows that the type of women who have high body counts are the type of women who are bad at pair bonding, right? Like they're correlated. It's not necessarily causal, right? So it's like, if you want to have that conversation about like a potential partner or mate that has like over 10 bodies, right? Because that's kind of the magic number where, you know, divorce rates and depression and personality trait neuroticism and mental disorders and all those things start going through the roof, right? Like all of the bad things we don't like, we start seeing that around 10 bodies, right? Obviously, that's not a perfect number because 10 bodies is going to be different for a 35-year-old than it is for a 22-year-old, right? But like, if you want to have that conversation about it, whether or not you should get into a long-term committed relationship with someone, right? Like that's fine. But if you're talking to whores, like they're whores. Like they're already in the cohort of people that can't pair bond and have issues. Like Eva Lovia or whatever, Lovira, what the fuck her name is. Like she's on podcasts talking about like what men need to do to maintain healthy relationships and why like women feel unsafe if the chores aren't done and shit. And it's like, bitch, like you have no concept of a healthy relationship. Like why are we listening to you in any way, shape, or form? It's just like once you out yourself as a whore, like your opinion on relationships and dating and sex is fucking useless. The only opinion that I give a fuck about when it comes to sex or relationships or dating or things like that from any of these 4 women, right, is like what sex position is more likely to make you come? Because like that would be valuable data, right? Like that would, like, you are an expert on this, right? Like you have taken so many fucking cocks and so many fucking, you know, like so many dicks, and you've done so many different positions, and you've tried it with every fucking variation of like, of big dick, little dick, medium dick, whatever, that like, if you want to give me that type of advice, then I'm willing to bet that you're an expert in the field, and that's valuable fucking advice. But I don't want to hear about your fucking body count or your relationship status or like what makes women feel safe and secure or like any of this other shit. Like, you have already proven that you have no trust in this capacity, and there's no reason for me to listen to you in this.
So, I mean, people that have a more conservative view with sexuality and body count tend to pair up with each other, and then people that have higher body counts pair up with each other. So the only issue that people have are the ones that aren't actively seeking each other out. So it's fine.
Yeah, I'm not.
Okay, yeah, that's just fucking retarded. Like, that's not true at all, right? Like, women with high body counts have high divorce rates, high personality, they're on the high end for personality trait, neuroticism. They tend to have a lot more trauma. They tend to have a lot more issues. They're usually less financially successful in life. Like there's like a high body count is a marker of a whole bunch of bad shit. Right? Like this idea that like high body count people just pair up with each other because whatever. It's like that's fantasy thinking that like body count doesn't matter at all. It just doesn't matter to you gals because you gals are whores. Like you're already in that category.
Denying a high body count.
All right. Let's get into the pre. Actually, excuse me.
Men with high body counts are also subject to this stuff, Fabian. Yeah, I mean, like, obviously it's going to be different with men with high body counts, right? And it's unfortunate that, you know, people can't just admit the fact that men and women are different, but like many of the things that are true for women with high body counts are going to be true for men as well. It's just that number is more flexible with men, right? Like if you're a fuckboy player that like plays on Tinder constantly and just bags bitches and brings them on your boat and stuff, like, yeah, you got problems, right? Like you're not great, you know what I mean? But you know, like somebody like Andrew Tate being like a good guy, it's like, no, he's fucking not. Like he's a fucking loser. He's a successful loser, but he's proud of being in the middle of the hierarchy. He's someone that hasn't taken his competence and his confidence and integrated it into virtue and into legacy. Instead, he's chosen to just be a playboy and to say whatever dumb shit gets him clout and money and fame. And so like he has no positive impact on the world, and he can't make the world a better place, and he can't leave a legacy that makes the world a better place. Right? Like, but the thing is that like the men that are like that are better than like the incel types, right? Like because, and so like there is something, whereas like women don't necessarily have that same hierarchical structure in terms of like integrated versus unintegrated masculinity, because the man that does that is masculine. It's just he hasn't integrated it into anything fucking useful. So it's like it's that guy is still better than like a fat loser that can't pull girls and hasn't done anything with his life. Whereas like that's not necessarily true with women, right? Like a woman that is like maintained not having a lot of sexual partners and limited sexual partners and is like focused on herself in regard, you know what I mean, but is unsuccessful in a lot of ways, doesn't have that same loss of value against a woman that is like a player that goes out to clubs and dancing and shit, right? Like she's still of equal worth in relationships and in her ability to participate in a better society. Like there really isn't any like meaningful distinction between these two. It won't let you send a super chat. I don't know what to tell you, brother. I don't know what your specific issue is. I would love your money.
I need to get through this. So what's your current relationship status? And if you're single, how long have you been single? And what's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Go ahead.
I'm currently dating somebody. I am polyamorous. I've been dating this person for 4 years. And currently, yeah. Was that all?
You're not dating somebody if you're polyamorous, all right? You have a friend who you fuck and then who you like share certain things with. I mean, I guess you're dating them. It's just something different, but it's like you're single. Like you're single, but you have a fuck buddy and a friend. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's, you have a friends with benefit. Like that's not a meaningful relationship. Like you're essentially single. If you're out on the market, you're fucking other people, you're having sex with other people, you're seeing other people, you're not committed in any way to this person. You just what, you share some bills? You're good friends with this person. I have friends, right? Like that does, I'm not dating them, we're not in a relationship. If I start fucking them, we're not a fucking polyamorous couple. We're just friends with benefits. Like it's like polyamory is just such a made up fucking thing. Now, yeah, there are societies that have polyamorous structures, right? They don't do very well. They don't stand the test of time, and they're usually because of strict economic concerns and because of the means by which property is established to avoid conflict over that property. Right, like there are like some African, like there's like a society where like women share multiple men, right? But it's like why does that exist? Oh, it's because they live on some fucking plateau with limited resources, and they want to be able to pass down, property into the next generation. But like the population increase can't sustain the people that live on the plateau. Like there are certain pressures, economic pressures, that cause polyamory to be adopted by the culture, and like that becomes the way in which it is. But you're not in a culture that has that issue. And you're not in a culture where that's normative. So saying you're dating somebody but polyamorous is just like, it's just like you're just using buzzwords. You're not actually like like the word dating loses its meaning without when it doesn't fit the cultural context.
Longest relationship?
The 4 years is the longest. Yeah.
4 years. Is that your current relationship? 4 years. Okay. And a couple questions here. You said you're poly, right?
Dude says he has a high body count, 346 in Nam alone. Jesus Christ. I didn't realize you were that libertarian that you keep flying to Vietnam to fuck all the ladyboys and little Asians that are hoping to make you, hoping to meet an American husband. You pick one, brother. Pick one. Just pick one and bring them back over. You'll be happier.
Yeah.
Are there currently any other people that you're seeing right now?
Not with dating, but I definitely bang a lot of other people for fun.
And your partner, is it a man or a woman?
Man.
Dude, how autistic and weird, like how broken do you have to be to just be like, I fuck a lot of people for fun? Yeah.
Man, okay. Yeah. And he's okay with the escorting, and I think you said, was it banging a lot of, I don't want to misquote.
I bang a lot of people for fun.
A lot of people.
Yes.
Men and women? Or
men.
Just men?
Yes.
Okay. And it's all copacetic for him. He's cool with it.
I mean, he's banging probably more women than I'm banging men.
Okay, it's open for both of you.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just a free-for-all.
Do you guys
really.
compete at all? Like?
Yeah, we're like head-to-head on our spreadsheets for body count right now.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you both have...
They have spreadsheets. Oh my God, the fucking tism and the disgusting tism. Like people keep laughing like this is cute, and it's weird that we become so culturally numb to it that it is kind of funny, right? You gave me your Twitch Prime sub. I mean, I appreciate it. Every now and then I get like fucking $50 from Twitch.
Have spreadsheets.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Do you keep count? Yeah.
She's a data. She's all about the data.
That.
So, also, I guess kind of related to your intro, I forgot this. There's a couple like interesting things about you that were on the internet. You set records for showering or lack thereof.
Yeah.
And you posted a tweet about it because you keep impeccable data. Damien, can we pull up the shower tweet? But so I think it was in 2022. You tracked how many times you did a variety of things. One of these was showering. Oh, every year. And how many times did you shower in 2022?
Oh, I think it was 34 or something. I think it was 34. 27 in last year.
Okay. Now.
Was it 52 weeks in a year? This bitch is averaging a shower every week and a half while escorting and having a poly. Oh my God. Like, I mean, she's the embodiment of a French whore from the Benjamin Franklin days. Actually, that's not true because French prostitutes were some of the cleanest people because after sex they would bathe. So they would bathe more than the average person. That's so gross.
Oh my God. Pull it up. Do you have the okay? My 2022 in stats, images. My period. And some went outside, pooped, socialized, worked, took Adderall, drank alcohol, danced, had sex. 63. Cried. 50.
Took Adderall 126. Okay, there are 365 days in the year. So why are you not taking Adderall every day? If you're prescribed Adderall and you're taking Adderall, then you should be taking it once daily. Obviously, you forget sometimes, but somebody that, is this fucking meticulous with recording everything probably doesn't forget to take their prescription. So are you're just talking about, abusing Adderall because you don't actually need Adderall. You're just talking about the times you took Adderall to get high on Adderall. I just want to point that out. I mean, maybe that's like a weird thing, but like, showered 37 is like, and this is a high year for you apparently, and had sex is 63. So you're averaging 74 would be double showered. So more often than not, you're having sex with someone not quite oh my God. So like 40% of the time that you're having sex, someone else has had sex with you and you haven't showered since then. And people are paying $4,000 to have sex with this mid-pale chick that can't carry on a conversation because she's either pretending to be or is severely autistic and weird. They're paying you that much money to fuck a dirty prostitute who hasn't even showered. Why is this like, this is so rough, man.
59. Is there a lever, like crying and sex happens at the same time ever?
Ideally, yes.
Ideally, she's okay.
If it's good sex.
There's crying involved. Good.
Okay, so if it's good sex, you're crying. So you're having rough BDSM sex that makes you cry, and then doing it again, and then being like, well, after being tied up and fucked and choked all day and being a human cum dumpster twice, maybe I ought to, I don't know, hop in the shower. Jesus fuck, man. Like, fucking, I'm not an authoritarian. She's not violated the non-aggression principle, right? But in my soul, I want to just like put this bitch out, do the world a favor and put this bitch out of her misery. Like, she's clearly suffering from something.
Good to know. Wrote, gamed, had a good meal, and at the very bottom showered, and then scroll down just a little bit. Oh, yeah, whatever. So showered, 37. What lowest amount of times you've ever showered in a year?
I think it was like 14 or 17, I think.
17, and that was in...
17? 17? You're barely averaging more than one shower a month? You gross bitch. Oh.
2019 is my guess.
And how about for 2025? How's that looking so far?
2 showers so far.
2 showers.
Yeah.
I want to challenge you. I'd like to initiate a call to action, Aella.
Yes.
2025 is your year. The least amount of showers. What do we think? I think
what's the world record?
Sub 10.
Probably 0.
Oh, for sure.
Well, I figured out that if you actually don't shower often enough, my skin started turning darker from dirt in a way that like wasn't coming off during the showering. So I was
don't these stats imply though? So I was just kind of looking at them. If you
So even when she does shower, she's not using a sugar scrub or like a, lava soap or something that exfoliates. She's just fucking running some fucking soap over her body. She's not even scrubbing when she showers. She's just caking on. My skin's getting darker from the impacted dirt.
You are having sex more often than you're showering. Does this imply that between clients you're not showering?
I do whore baths. So I do wash my...
Okay, so she does a whore bath, which is like, okay, I guess. Like, she's wiping down with wipes. Why not just shower? If you're doing a whore bath, just shower. What the fuck?
Bring her into it. Wait, what? I thought you said you do. Never mind.
No, I just get a washcloth and...
Terrible.
You get a washcloth.
Yeah, you can spot wash.
What if you go in the shower, but you only...
Spot wash. Okay, so she's just cleaning out her cunt. What the fuck?
Shower below the belt. Is that a shower?
Sounds a little more annoying, but
is that a shower?
I don't. There definitely is a question.
What? You may as well just do a full shower at that point. If you're doing half your body.
Well, what if you shower?
You just wipe. So I mean, I'm sorry to be graphic, but you just like basically wipe the dude's jizz off, and then you can have sex with another guy, and you don't shower in between even.
I mean, wiping a dude's jizz off in the shower is what people do. I just do it more locally.
Yeah, well, I mean,
that makes perfect sense to her. This fucking weird. Oh, like this girl needs a fucking. Oh my god. This bitch needs a guardian, okay? Like, I don't know that for sure, but like, she seems to be incapable of like certain actions. I've only ever seen interviews with her that are heavily edited that I guess like paint her in like a great picture. Like this girl, this girl needs Jesus and I'm an atheist. No, she needs a guardian appointed to her. Like, she does not seem capable of like taking care of herself, because like she doesn't understand like she's sitting there being like, but I just locally shower with a washcloth, so why wouldn't I would be fine. Like no, there's a difference. You need to clean your whole body. I'm glad your wife and you are having a blast here, but like dude, like she needs like she's not competent in taking care of herself. Like having sex with, paying to have sex with this girl may constitute rape. I'm going to have to see more of this. But if you pay to have sex with her, like, this might actually be her sex trafficking herself, because she's not rationally like capable of being a moral actor. She doesn't understand the consequences of her actions. Like, there's something seriously wrong with this woman.
There's a factor of like water power and pressure.
No, there's an ANCAP solution to this, which is that she needs a guardian appointed to her. She has human rights. Someone else needs to protect them, because she's not capable of making those decisions herself.
All sorts of things that come with showering that you're probably not going to get from a washcloth.
Well, I do have a bidet, and I use that very aggressively. I basically like sandpaper off a layer of skin.
Cheating.
You use a bidet when you're at a hotel, because there's no bidets in hotels last I checked.
I bidet after I get home, and then before I go see a client.
Some nice hotels, maybe.
Yeah,
there isn't any bidets in the hotels there. You just saw a client, so I assume you didn't shower post sleeping with this client, right?
Well, I go home and then I bidet.
Like, she thinks that's like she's like, yeah, like, I do that. Like, what's wrong? Like, I don't understand. Like the fingernails are the most disgusting part of the human body, and like, you're crying during sex, so like, dudes are putting their hands and their fingernails and whatever all over you, like, you're collecting bacteria and germs all over your fucking body. Like, what is wrong with you? Like, oh my god, this is so gross.
It's very simple.
Did you bidet last night after your client?
No, actually, I haven't bidet yet.
Yeah, I haven't
but I did aggressively use a washcloth.
Aggressive washcloth.
Yeah. You just have to scrub it down until you're in a little bit of pain.
Wow, okay, nice. But you should try to set a record this year. 2025, your year. You can do this.
I can do
I believe
15 showers. Wait,
no,
what?
But I do.
No, fucking no. Why are you? I mean, like, if we're gonna do the joke, like, set a record this year by showering every day. You gross bitch.
I shower more than 37 times a year, not to brag. But if it was a contest, I would definitely be winning.
And then let's see. Okay, so but you're in this polyamorous relationship. Have you always been poly?
Yes.
Even when you were younger, like 18, 19,
The first time I heard the word I was like, that is unambiguously me. I'm absolutely poly, and I've never doubted it since.
And never been like in a monogamous
When I was a teenager and very Christian, I was like, monogamy is the thing, and then I was trying to do that for a while and kind of failed.
Is anybody else here? Well, I guess we'll get into it. We'll come back to some of this stuff, but I'll just get everybody's relationship status. Candace, what about you?
Married and 15 years.
Married, longest relationship. Longest relationship, 15 years. Is that the guy who you're married to?
Yes.
Okay, wait, so you've been with him for 15 years. And how long have you been married?
10.
10 years, okay. Got it. And any other relationships before him? Or?
I had one, and that was 8 years.
8 years, okay, wait. So I was like...
Okay, so we're at 23 years now, and you were in the adult entertainment industry for a while, apparently. I don't know. I actually, a lot of girls, like, I know, like, Mia Khalifa, for example, when she gets brought up, they're like, she's only done like 10 scenes or something. I don't know how long it is. She has an OnlyFans now. But she's a jewelry designer. But like, I'm guessing, I don't know. I'm guessing there's going to be overlap between the marriage and the fucking, and working as a porn star. Jesus Christ, man. How cucked do you have to be?
Like high school?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Yep. Got it. And so, I mean, you were involved, and you still do, like, I mean, you have an OF, right? So you still do some content, right?
Yeah, it's like, it's much more tame than my previous work.
Content?
Yeah, I don't work with anyone else.
Yeah. But you were in the traditional adult content space. Yeah. And you were with him for, when did you, so you were with him before you started?
Yeah, right? I started webcamming, so that was when we first kind of just started casually dating, and then he was there for the whole progression of everything.
Gotcha. And, has it presented, and if you don't want to talk about that, that's fine, but has it presented like any issues for the relationship?
Of course, yeah.
Like I just want to point out, like, I'm equally disgusted by the guy that is there, because like, I'm not saying women lack agency or whatever, right? Like I'm not one of these tradcon dudes, but like at the same time, like there's something deeply sick about a guy that's married while you're like being a whore. Cause like there's really like either the guy is cucked out and is like letting other dudes use you and is down with that, or he's kind of your pimp, or something in between, right? And it's like, so like my initial reaction is like to whomever this guy is like, fuck that guy too. Cause like either he's this cucked out fucking loser who, you know, that I have, you know, that has serious self-esteem issues, or he was a pimp that was encouraging this behavior. But like, you know, a marriage is supposed to be between two people, presumably with you know, the ideal of starting a family, having children, building a legacy together. And so like none of that is occurring. Like at this point, like you just have a state-based contractual agreement to split up half your shit and to like be together for some reason whilst he's being cucked out and or he's encouraging you into like a savage and brutal industry that is full of drugs and abuse and sex trafficking and like women being put in hotel rooms thinking they're going to be in the hotel room, but really they're going to be paraded, or like, you know, borders being violated, like boundaries, I mean, not borders being, you know, violated. Like it's not a fun industry. I mean, like at least with OnlyFans, like you're kind of your own manager in that sense. Gross.
Yeah, of course. I think
like when you first brought it to him, was he like on board or where?
So initially I started webcamming, and it was all implied, so there wasn't any nudity. That was for a while.
Well, yeah, Computer Carnage, she said that her husband fucks around more than she does. So they're just out. They're just out looking for the next monkeypox. Vox populi, but not in a good way.
And I mean, I took my time with my career, so it was a very slow progression into what ended it with just like boy-girl scenes. But solo wasn't an issue, and then I transitioned to girl-girl. I did that for a while. That's not an issue for most men.
Well, I said presumably.
So that wasn't really a conversation. And then as that started to kind of kick up my career, I wanted to start shooting boy-girl scenes. Initially, he said absolutely not, and I wasn't motivated enough, so I said, sure, I'm not going to do it. That lasted a few years, and then I got presented with a contract opportunity, and those things were non-existent at that time. So back in the 90s, you had the contract girls, and that kind of what leveraged them and their careers. It went away, it wasn't profitable, and they were starting to bring it back. So I got pitched that to start a competition, and I was like, I know I'm going to win this thing. What do you think? And we talked about it for months before I actually shot it. And if you look at the whole scope, it was like probably a 2-year conversation.
Okay, so he's cucked. That's what this is. This is a cucked dude. All right, like just a completely cucked, fucking useless piece of shit. I mean, I guess it's better than being a pimp, but barely. Fuck that guy. Fuck this girl. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, I mean, like, why even be with this guy? Like, why be with a guy if you're going to, you know, slowly but surely cuck him, right? Like you're like, oh, I'm just doing solo stuff. Oh, I'm going to do girl. Like, it's okay. It's girls. Like, you're still my man. You're still my penis. And then he's pushing back over and over and over again that he doesn't want you to have sex with other people, but he's with a porn star and he's fucking cucked out. And it's just like, dude, like fuck that guy for being weak and not being able to walk away, but also gross. You gross whore.
Before I made the jump.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And
dude, I thought I was gonna be able to like. I thought this was like oh, we're gonna talk about like body counts and we're gonna talk about relationship and dating advice and things like that. But so far, 30 minutes in, it has just been whores really proud of how much of a whore they are, and like, oh, I don't get it. I don't get what the entertainment value is in this. I labeled the stream. I hate this, right? Like with the thumbnail, but like. You know, I kind of thought like maybe I wouldn't hate it or there'd be some cool stuff in here to talk about or whatever. But so far, it's just been whores being like, I'm a whore. Aren't I great for it? And not even aren't I great. Like they're actually just blasé about it. Like, yeah. I'm a super mega whore. I spread the diseases and I'm gross and I'm gross and I fuck over people and but don't you worry, I'm a millionaire podcaster, you know, coach. And I'm just like, this is so like blackpilling. It's not even fun. Like this is so this is so demoralizing. You know what I mean? Like I actually had more fun talking with Mark about serial killer night. Like that was more interesting to me.
And was he? So it was a monogamous.
It was until I started shooting, and then.
So like kind of open, I guess.
Well, so what I saw happening was like a lot
I'm
of
gonna
women
skip this.
were
Hold on. I'm skipping this married at 21, ethically non-monogamous. Let's go to pity sex, whatever the fuck this is.
A lot of it's out of pity too, you know, for guys, like, not always.
Okay.
Friendships.
Ever married?
I had to break it. And I was like on and off with the guy.
Like I gotta skip. I couldn't take like another fucking like 5 minutes of them just being like, I'm a whore.
For like 10 years. He broke my heart. Before my current relationship, I was single for 4 years. And I had a roster, if that's what you want to call it, but half of them were my exes because I don't like to put my number up.
Recycling.
Basically.
So like 10
and it
years.
wasn't always just about sex either. It was all like emotional, like friendships.
Ever married?
I had to break up with all my boyfriends when I got my new one.
Wait, so you would have a roster, like how many boyfriends would you have at the same concurrently?
Boyfriends, like.
Okay, and then you were letting stick their pieces.
No, not really, actually. It wasn't like that. I mean, like some of them were, it was, how do you say?
Situation?
Yeah, like we were friends. Like, we liked each other. I didn't like, not always.
Okay.
Some of them, sure, if they're having a bad day or something, but like.
They're having a bad day?
Yeah, like, I'm just, I'm a server. I'm here to serve everybody exactly what they deserve.
So you're a codependent whore. Like, just say I'm a codependent whore and I'm in friendships, and then like when people feel bad, I don't know how to react to the situation, so I act like a whore because I don't understand what healthy boundaries and healthy friendships are.
Like, just
it's very charitable.
It's like you don't have to dance around it. Like, just like we don't have to beat around the bush. You're a codependent whore. I'm a server. Yeah. Okay. Bring back serial killer night, dude. Mark works now. Like Mark does catering, and and works in kitchens and stuff. Like Mark has a job.
Serious, like there's a lot of it's out of pity.
You know what I mean? Like maybe when he gets out of pastry school or something, and we figure out like what he's doing, maybe Mark will come back every now and then.
Me too, for guys like having the
pity sex is the best sex.
Because I'm not doing that research. Let me tell you this. I'm not going to go read whole books and listen to podcasts about serial killers so that I can do serial killer night without Mark. Like I can't absorb that much darkness. That would fucking break me. Like, okay, when we did the Werewolf of Wisteria, the dude that had like potentially child molested like hundreds of children, and then I had to read like the letter he wrote about a baby that he a little girl that he chopped up and left into several parts into a house. Like that broke me. I had to leave stream if you were there for that, and then like the whole rest of the night and the next day, like I was not in a good place. Like I can't do, there's no way in hell I'm doing the research for serial killer night. I listen to whatever. Sometimes the variance in interest is wide. Some episodes are boring. Others, the hoes get it in live in 4K. I don't know what that means, but I'm glad you're a fan, brother.
For them.
It's just the best when she's kind of reluctantly.
I was just like, I'm sorry going through that. I wouldn't say that.
Wait, I got to open this up to the panel. Who here has done pity sex? Given, I don't know, pity sex?
Absolutely. My husband. I was married for 21 years.
Okay, she knows.
So sometimes you can tell the guy how
I can confidently say zero.
Never pity sex.
Yeah. When I was young.
When you were young, there's pity sex. Lily?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, do you think the 100 men is was that pity?
Well, like pity sex is like kind of obvious. You're talking to a bunch of fucking whores. Of course they give pity sex. They don't know how to respond or like aid people. They don't know how to be there for a friend. They don't know how to they don't have an understanding of healthy relationships. They don't know how to fucking, give life advice or like help build the person up. All they know how to do is suck a dick, and dudes seem to be happier post nut, and it seems to work in the moment, but it's not actually helpful in the long term for anybody. Like, so of course they've done pity sex. Don't do pity sex, girls. Don't do pity sex. If you won't respect yourself, why would I respect you? Okay, like I have no respect for you if you're out here you're just out here sucking dick because some dude's sad. Like, what the fuck? Have some self-respect. At least the fucking Miami club whores on half these shows don't do that, because at least they have some at least they consider themselves a 10, even though they're not. Appreciate the membership, buddy. Now you can spam glowy emotes when Slope is Dope won't shut up about the Juiceberg, and you get a cool little badge. I appreciate it, guys. Appreciate all the help and the finances to help get me through this dark shit. I thought this was going to be like more. I guess that's kind of like what's okay. It seems like there's a lot more of that as the show goes on. That like I guess the intro is just a lot of like check out the whores, because the next thing says like. Coming up says men should lead to marriage. So I'm going to like skip to halfway up to this relationship status continued shit and see if it gets into actual
failing to attend college. You turned to a series of shitty jobs involving like a factory work, waking up 4 a.m. You escaped from that into the warm, wet embrace of adult content, which you used to fund dives into faraway realms, both physical and psychedelic. You did a documentary or two. You spent a year somehow getting addicted to LSD, and you did become one of the top OnlyFans creators until your attention span ran out.
How the fuck do you get addicted to LSD? How do you become addicted? Is this Aella bitch? Like, this Aella bitch has got brain problems, all right? You can't get, like, LSD is a fucking hallucinogen, okay? Like, you take it, you trip for, like, fucking 10 to 20 hours, depending on how much, and then you're fucking exhausted the whole, like, next day. Like, plenty of people microdose LSD and like it makes them more functional. But if you take it to have a full blown high, like you giggle, you have fun, like you can be addicted to the feeling of it, but like there's no chemical dependency. In fact, there's a crash. So I guess like the physical dependency could be like the avoiding of the crash, but like hallucinogens mostly are poisonous. Right? Like psilocybin's poisonous, morning glory seeds are poisonous, 2CB, 2CI, 2CE are all poisonous. Like, how the fuck do you become, like, I've done a lot of drugs, boys, all right? I'm here to tell you, I've done a lot of fucking drugs. I've done a large variety of drugs. I never like became like an addict in any way, shape, or form on like one, but I've done basically every drug. But how the fuck do you become addicted to fucking, I don't get it. Like, there's got to be something wrong with you. Been a viewer for a bit. I just never catch you live, so never had a reason to donate money to you. I make it hail on these hoes. So instead of rain, you want to make it hail so that fucking knocks some fucking sense into their brains, I guess. Apparently, LSD can psychologically addictive. Requires higher doses for similar effects after repeated use. Yeah, I mean, like psilocybin's kind of the same way because it's a form of food poisoning, right? So you have to up your dosage like to dangerous amounts to like get any effect, but usually you won't get an effect. I guess if you have enough money, you could do it. That's because like LSD is kind of like, it's expensive and it's hard to get. Like if you've ever tried to buy hallucinogens from drug dealers, it's way harder than buying like weed or cocaine or heroin because like, it's just like it's hard to get a consistent supply. The types of people that sell hallucinogens are also fucking whacked out, right? So like and like often they won't show up. Like it's just like you have to be really fucking committed to like trying to become addicted to a substance that's not really that addictive. Like yeah, I mean it's like yeah, sure, you can be addicted to porn, but like porn has easy access, like, right? Like even though and there's some you can become psychologically addicted to gambling, right? Like there's no mechanism in the brain that like automatically makes you. If you have an addictive personality, you can. I'm just saying like it's hard, like the way that LSD is done and the way that you procure LSD, it's crazy to me that you become an LSD addict. And also like, what's the point? Real reason we need Silk Roads 2.0. Facts.
I believe that was the bio on your website.
Yes.
And you've done escorting. We talked about the shower thing. We don't need to touch on that. And you've been involved in sex work since, you said 2017, was it? Or
since I was 20.
Since you're 20. Yeah. Okay, gotcha. And your dad was super conservative.
I don't like weed. That's my fucking hot take. Never really been a big fan of weed. I've smoked it before. It's like, it's part of my joint disease, makes my body ache when I'm fucking high on weed. I don't like feeling dumb because weed just makes me a slower thinker. And like, I'm kind of a loser. All I have going for me is that I'm usually almost always the smartest person in a room. But then if I get high on weed, I'm no longer the smartest person in a room. And like, so like my defenses, like I use my wit as a coping mechanism for like any issues that I might have in in social situations. So like just all around, weed has just never been fun for me.
Conservative.
Yes, professionally so.
And I watched most of your interview with Lex Friedman. It was really interesting. You said you grew up in a very patriarchal, I guess, household.
Yeah.
Where, and to quote you, you said women were subordinate to men in regards to making decisions when married. And so I was curious on this. It sounds like you kind of disagree with this sort of sentiment. I guess maybe a jumping off point, and we can get into more broad general conversations related to that. Does anybody kind of agree with her when it comes to like, should women be?
I just want to say, like, when we're talking to whores, like, I take everything with a grain of salt. Like, I don't know that I even believe her. Like, that just sounds like some bullshit she made up to talk about her fucking transformation into being, like, a world-class whore. I don't even know that I believe her. Like, I'm willing to bet that her dad and her mom are just normal fucking Christians, and that the mom isn't, like, this subservient shit. She probably just has a dad that's assertive and makes the more important decisions, and, like, the mom is more demure and is more feminine, and fucking they have conversations behind closed doors because they have a healthy relationship and don't argue in front of their kids. Like, I don't even know that I buy this, like, this fucking feminist retelling of history of my family so that you can understand, you know, why being a whore is so fucking freeing. Like, I mean, maybe it's true. It's, you know, there's plenty of fucking wife beaters out there and all kinds of bad things, right? But like this, like, I grew up under a Christian patriarchal, you know, it's like, I don't buy it.
Be subordinate to men when married.
Ask Kanye West. Didn't he just show us that's like being subordinate, right?
What?
His naked wife on the Grammy red carpet, she submitted to.
That bitch was a freak long before she met Kanye West. I don't understand why women keep fucking trying to deny agency to Kanye West's wife being a hoe. Like, she was a fucking exhibitionist. That was her kink. She was an exhibitionist at parties before she met Kanye West. You can look up photos of her being half naked at parties and shit before they were married. Like, they're just freaks. Okay, like, and not everything has to be an abusive fucking man. It's just immediately after me being like, I bet she's full of shit, some other woman's like, and then another thing, look at Kanye West and his wife. Like, not everybody is a fucking, like, some abusive man is what is the problem for every woman. Some women are just hoes, like all of you at this table. You don't need a man to make you a hoe. You're being a hoe right now. Why is it so fucking difficult for you to fucking recognize that other women can be hoes?
To him to do that?
Allegedly, that's her idea. Like, she really enjoys being naked, from what I hear.
Pre Kanye West, there was not a lot that was.
All right. Fucking, I interrupted, and then immediately one of those was like, nah, she's always been a hoe. All right, fair enough.
Stopping that woman from taking her clothes off, or anybody who she could take them off for a camera. So just pointing that out.
I think subordinate's an interesting word. I do believe that men should be the leader in most situations and relationships. When I look at marriage specifically, it's I hate the word partner because it's like so co-opted, but you're supposed to be complementary to each other, right? Like, we bring out the best and we demand the best out of each other. So I think women are a really good soundboard for men, and like the best relationships, they take advice from each other. But I do think that there needs to be a leader in the relationship, and it typically should be the man.
Does anybody agree with that?
I agree with that.
Or do you guys think?
I don't know what that's what it means.
Subordinate?
Yeah. Submissive.
Mind you, this girl did her A-levels in college. All right? Like, she doesn't have a college degree, but she did her A-levels. All right? Like, this. It's fucking. Oh, God. Oh, fuck. That's funny.
Basically, coming underneath,
like
deferring would be.
I guess you could say. But does anybody here?
Yeah, just subordination would be an underling. So, like, if you're at you go to work, right? You got a boss. He's the boss. You're the subordinate.
Thank you.
So, who agrees with Candace? Like, should the man be the leader, or do you guys think it's more 50-50?
Well, my boyfriend.
Here, why don't we just go around the table? Okay, we'll start with you. What do you think?
So, I think it depends on the relationship. I think that some women can lead well and some men can. I remember last time I was saying that in my own relationship, I like it to be traditional.
I had to burp. I apologize. I went and got soul food before this, and I had a massive plate of, like, fried croaker covered in fucking onions and green peppers and a sweet and sour sauce and hot sauce and thick mashed potatoes from red potatoes and a big ass block of, like, famous cornbread that's won awards. So I apologize.
but I support other women having the choice to be in a complementarian relationship or an egalitarian relationship. And I think the live chat, because I can't see it now, but last time I was here on the live chat, they kept saying that I wanted the good parts of feminism for myself, and I was trying to promote the bad, quote unquote, bad parts to the rest of the female population. But that's not the case. It's just like how I have respect for people who are of a different religion than me, then that doesn't mean that I'm contradicting myself. I respect their right to make that choice to believe in what they.
Yeah, you can be in any relationship type that you want. Just don't have, you don't get to have expectations that your relationship becomes successful, right? Like a woman that's with a weak man is not going to respect said man, and it's not likely to lead towards, towards a long-term successful relationship. For some, there are always outliers, right? There are always going to be outliers. There are always going to be people that it worked for. But typically speaking, if your man is not leading in any way, shape, or form, then you're not going to see him as a man. And you know what I mean? That's just the context that we're in. Your commentary makes this so much more entertaining. We're 15 minutes behind, by the way. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. When you catch up, you'll see that I said that I appreciate it. Not showering after sex is a great way to get an infection. No shit. But don't worry, she takes her skin off with her bidet. That bitch needs help.
What's the nature of your relationship?
Well, I'm kind of like stay at home, and he is the breadwinner.
Sure. Going around the table. What about you?
I also think that when I think of a man, I think of someone masculine.
He's the breadwinner, but you're out here promoting songs. I don't know how long that's going to last if you get famous, but fair enough.
That kind of takes care of you in a sense, more traditional. I definitely am a little more outspoken, so if we can banter back and forth and do things like that and have a say in what we're doing together, it's better. But for the most part, I think that a man should lead and be more masculine and just take care of you.
Sure. What about you?
I don't understand these responses. Every single one of these girls is like, the man should lead, and I need a leader, and I need a strong masculine man that leads, but like, I'm not subordinate, and we should have a back and forth, and we should argue about well, bitch, which is it? Like you can't have both. Like, as she pointed out, she was like, no. But like, you're saying that you want a man that's masculine and leads, and simultaneously you want banter and you want argumentation and you want to have equal say in the relationship. So, I mean, like, just say that you want an egalitarian relationship and that you don't want a man that leads. Like, you can't have a man that leads and then like and then both. Now, obviously, you can have a relationship where a man leads, but he listens to you, he values your opinion, he respects your opinion, and he makes sure that you're happy and that he makes sure that your concerns and your needs are met, right? I'm not even saying that I'm pro men leading the relationship and making all the important decisions. I am saying, however, that you can't have an egalitarian relationship and have a traditional relationship at the same fucking time. Like, that's dumb. Now, here's the other problem in this situation is that, like, there is this fantasy that, like, a lot of tradcons have concocted where men lead in all things, and historically this never existed. Like, women were the head of the household, and men were the head of the household as it is outwardly facing, right? Like, men decided when we move because I need to move for a better job. Men decide what the rules of the house are for guests coming in. Men decided, like where their daughters, who their daughter, like where the final say and who their daughters married and didn't marry, right? Men decided those big decisions. But when it came to household finances, if you were wealthy and you had maids who managed the maids, when it came to managing the dinner parties, when it came to managing, like it wasn't just that women were a maid that cooked and cleaned in the house. Like, the traditional role of a woman is to manage the finances and manage the home and manage every aspect of the home, and the man trusted the woman to manage the home, right? If you want a traditional relationship and the woman says, "Hey, it's time for us to update our kitchen," and then the man says, like, "All right, I will find a way to make the money so that we can do that. And I'll tell you when we can do that." And then when that happens, the man is supposed to shut the fuck up when the kitchen is planned a certain way. When she picks shiplap over your favorite fucking deer antler handles on your cabinet or whatever, like she's in charge of the household. The home is to be constructed and managed by her. That's what the that's where the equality in, or not the equality, but that's where the roles fulfilled themselves. Like, so like a traditional man leading is about the outward facing aspects. It's not about like the management of the home. And so like no one here seems to understand what those traditional roles were. And instead, they have a vague concept that men should lead and have the final decision in all things, while at the same time recognizing that they wouldn't be able to live that kind of life where they're completely and totally submissive and subordinate. So they want to be able to argue and they want to be able to do all these other things. But what you're describing is a relationship where man has the final authority, but you're going to nag and bitch and complain about everything because you have no roles or responsibilities in which you have the final say. So like you're creating this mishmash of like tradcon modern ideology combined with feminist egalitarianism, mixing it all together and then just describing a toxic argumentative relationship where a man eventually asserts aggression over you and makes you obey. And I don't know if that's stemming from feminism, stemming from a lack of philosophy, stemming from a lack of history, stemming from no longer having home ec and shop classes, stemming from the fact that you were raised, most of you, by a single mother, stemming from the fact that your parents didn't know what the fuck to do, or if it's just some type of sick, fucked up sex thing that you can't figure out because you like a masculine man to choke you and be aggressive towards you, so you want brat behavior to be a part of your toxic relationship, or some combination of all of those problems. But like every single one of these people don't have an understanding of what a traditional relationship is. Maybe Andrew does. I haven't seen him extrapolate what those things are. But of the girls that have spoken so far, it is just this dumb mishmash of ideologies that contradict themselves. And like you can see the contradiction and none of it makes sense. Like just say you're for a modern egalitarian relationship and that like you should communicate and like, and come together in those things. And when there is conflict that can't be settled, then you want to figure out like you have to have some system. And in your current system is that the man gets the final say. Like you're just creating toxic relationships and you don't even realize that you're doing it.
It's a tricky question. I think it's all circumstantial and every individual relationships are different.
I don't see a single person in purple. I'm colorblind. Are we talking about okay, we're talking the girl speaking right now. That is kind of purple. Yeah, probably.
And
how do you want your relationship to be?
My relationship, I'm here on this podcast and my boyfriend was not down. So like, but also like I paid for it all myself. So unless like, he was paying all the bills and stuff, maybe like I would consider.
What the fuck are you talking about? My boyfriend's not down. I pay all the bills and stuff. What?
Not coming onto the podcast, but since it's 50-50, then like I can kind of do what I want.
Okay, what about you, Carly?
Yeah, I think it really depends.
She just sounds like she was mad at her boyfriend and like not being able to fucking, and was projecting that onto like what she thinks a relationship should be like. Your poor boyfriend has no fucking hope.
Depends on the maturity levels of each partner. But personally, I think that everybody kind of has to have their own independence within a relationship, like just in terms of like everyone has their responsibilities and like, but it really does just depend on the relationship and like how each person.
She's the only one making any fucking sense right now, except she's too fucking stupid to figure out how to vocalize it. She's the only one that's grounded in fucking reason and rationality. She's the only one so far that is like, well, you guys sound like you're contradicting, but I'm too fucking stupid to understand that because my fucking marketing degree and fashion degree and fucking modeling experience hasn't prepared me to be able to fucking think with a brain. But like, at least she's grounded in fucking reality. Like, yeah, at least she's like, yeah, people have their roles and their things that they're responsible for, and like, we'll figure it out. Like, she can't really figure out what she wants, but at least what she says makes fucking sense.
Once we go around, I'm going to ask like a really specific question. I think that will kind of get to the heart of the issue. What about you though?
Yes, I agree.
I got my kids 2 weekends in a row coming up. Sorry, I didn't I had to kind of bail on everybody because my grandma was in the hospital and stuff. And I switched some weekends around. So I got my kids these 2 next weekends in a row. And then I'm back on the every other weekends shtick. So DM me, but it's going to be like, I'm not really available on a weekend until, let me fucking, God damn it. I'm going to look at the calendar until like the 8th.
Caveats, because there's all this pressure on men to be the leader, but men don't even know themselves. So you're asking them to do something they don't know how to do and they haven't been taught to do. So this is why we get into all of the mix of the problems of what you see in a relationship if the woman doesn't want to follow the lead because the lead doesn't know how to lead, and then she can't trust the lead, and then it's a shit show.
Sure. Lily?
I pick weak men and then I neg them and don't respect them because I'm so badass as a pastor and a confidence coach. And then like, I just need a strong, dominant man that knows and is competent in everything, but I don't realize that I'm just nitpicking and nagging from the sidelines because I'm toxic as fuck. That's what I heard.
I think it's really circumstantial, but in my personal relationship, I would like a 50-50.
50-50. Carly, looked like you want to jump in really quick? Or?
I was just saying that, like, I like.
Why are we taking relationship advice from a fucking whore that just got finished fucking 100 dudes in a row? Like, this bitch has no idea what she wants. The only thing that she wants right now is to feed her narcissistic supply with more fame and more clout and more cum.
Totally agree with that.
Got it. I think you already kind of talked about it. Aella, I guess your position on this topic, if you want to laugh.
And then this girl immediately just fucking just drops everything she says to just be like, yep, I agree with the feminist empowering message because men ain't shit. Got it, honey.
A bit.
I just don't know what should means. Like, should for what purpose?
What do you mean?
Like should you jump up and down?
There's this fucking autism fucking kicking back in again. What does should mean? Shut the fuck up. What do you mean? You know exactly what should means. It means ought. It means what is morally positive in your opinion, what leads to the fucking outcomes that you desire. Like, stop being fucking, like, I want to yell at her and tell her to stop being a fucking autistic idiot, but I think she just is an autistic idiot and can't fucking stop doing that. And somebody needs to fucking give this bitch a guardian so that she learns how to fucking shower and fucking clean herself.
And I'm like, well, should you do that in order to achieve what goal? Like, should there
he doesn't mean
contingent?
should. He doesn't like mean should is like an ought. He's talking in the comments. So when you're talking about like should and you do.
No, he does mean it like an ought, but not like in a moral evaluation of like the greatest, highest moral value. Yeah. Andrew is kind of thinking on the same line than I am, though.
A little like autistic Hetzberg thing. I know exactly what you're doing. It's a very low tier form of philosophy. He's saying should in the comments. He's not saying should as an ought statement of a moral imperative.
What is a slightly higher tier of philosophy that you would recommend I try?
Well, I would start with.
What is this? What is this? Okay. Oh God, is she gonna be like this as Andrew comes in the whole time? Because this is gonna be fucking infuriating. What is a slightly higher tier of philosophy that I should try? Stop being a fucking idiot. That's what he's saying. Stop being a fucking idiot and just answer the goddamn question.
With understanding that you're not in a philosophical engagement at the moment, unless you see everything purely as a philosophical engagement, and that you would have to agree with me that you distinguish between words in the comments and you distinguish between words which have philosophical terms. So if somebody's engaging with you, for instance, a medical doctor or a lawyer, they're going to use legal terms or medical terms. They're going to have a different meaning than the common terms of those words or the philosophical terms. So when you say I don't know what should means, I actually don't believe you in this context. I think you know exactly what he means by should.
This is the way that I talk all the time, and sort of the question that I would ask anytime somebody asks me if somebody should do anything.
Okay, you're not fucking Jordan Peterson in a goddamn one-on-one interview and being like, what does God mean, actually? Because, I mean, it depends on what you mean by God. Like, just shut up and answer the goddamn question. Stop trying to be fucking cutesy and fucking bathe your vagine.
Yeah, and I just explained to you that there's a distinction here.
I still don't understand what should means in this context. So
what should mean in any context?
Well, it's usually dependent on something, right?
Okay.
Like, should I go to the store? I'm like, well, if you're hungry.
So dependent on this context, what do you think should means?
Like, my guess is probably there's some implicit, like, to be happy kind of thing, but I don't know if this is true.
Well, then we'll go with that.
I would like to check, though. Like, is that what we mean? Because if so, then I can answer.
Yeah, so can you repeat what the question was?
But it's also different because sometimes people argue the purpose of, like, some sorts of social structures is not to be happy, but rather to have, like, a flourishing society or something.
Yeah,
which
like,
is,
I'm fine getting into semantics with you when it comes to should, but can you repeat what the question even was?
Should men lead their wives or some variation on that?
Yeah, so he's asking from your worldview, whatever that is. I believe you say that you're a rationalist, so from whatever your rational worldview is, the should sense here is ought they or ought they not lead.
This is just fucking annoying. Like, just answer the question, lady.
Wives.
For what?
Like you don't need to try and pull this into like some philosophy that you don't understand.
I can't get over the what purpose. Like, for happiness,
Oh my God. For what purpose? For whatever purpose that you choose. He's asking you as an individual what should be the thing. Okay? Now, yes, if you want to make a distinction about what you think you should do or what you ought do in your own personal life versus what you think is generally good for other people, and you want to get into the weeds about that, that's fine, but just answer the fucking question. Like you don't need to be like, what lens am I taking here? Your own, bitch. Like whatever your fucking philosophy, whatever your meta narrative is. I don't care if you're a consequentialist or a Christian or a fucking, some fucking rule utilitarian. It doesn't fucking matter what your goddamn philosophical worldview is because it's tailored to you. Like you're the one answering the question. No one's asking you to do an internal critique of other people's philosophical worldview. Like, what are you talking about, lady?
I think probably a lot of people would be happier if their husbands led them. This seems true.
Okay.
I don't think I would be that much happier, but I am not normal.
Okay, so then should they or should they not? Ought they or ought they not? For the purpose of happiness.
You sound very confident in the things that you say, but I'm not sure that makes you more right.
It doesn't make you.
What? Oh my God! I'm gonna fucking. I can tell. Like, I don't know if this is an act, or if this is just how she's used to defending herself. But now I understand why her boyfriend fucks other women. Cause like I would fucking find a way to get out of the house with this bitch too. But if she's making $4,000 a fuck, like at a minimum. You know what I mean? Maybe he likes his toys and he keeps her around as one of his fucking toys, his cute little autistic weirdo toy to play with. But like, I get it now. I get it, brother.
More right, because you don't understand the things I say either. So I would just like an answer when you're talking about ought or ought not. Ought they or ought they not for the purpose of happiness?
I can't answer. I mean, maybe I'm very stupid. Maybe you could explain this to me. But you're saying ought is a common use.
I'll use really small words.
Yeah, we can use very small baby words for me because my small little brain has difficulty sometimes. But when you're saying ought they lead their wives, do you mean that there's like a general sort of way that the world is good if it is and bad if it isn't, and you're referring to like a general sense of goodness?
No, fucking 35. It was 37, and 37 was like her high fucking tier. She said one time it was like 14 or 17 was like her 17 was her record. She needs a guardian.
No, I'm not inferring or making an implication for anything. This is an askance from the worldview of you, who is not me. Whatever.
I'm like 10 times more angry that Reason TV did a fluff piece on her as like a great example of libertarianism, because like there's no way she wasn't like this when they interviewed her, but then they like just cut together clips to make her sound good. Like they knew this bitch was crazy when they spoke to her. JF Garepi? Well, I mean, if we want to get rid of a bitch, that's certainly a way to do it. Get JFG to marry a girl and she'll end up in the woods of her own accord. Like, that's definitely a great way to fucking get rid of a bitch if we want to get rid of her.
Your worldview is, who is not me, from your worldview that is not mine, ought men lead their wives?
I'm trying to communicate my view, and my view is something like, I think that some people would be happier if their husbands led them, and some people would be sadder if their husbands led them. I'm not sure that there's such a thing as an overarching goodness, so I don't really...
Got it. Okay, so sometimes. Thank you, appreciate that.
Yeah. Thanks for clarifying.
You should not need a clarification when someone says like, hey, should you go to the grocery store? Well, to achieve what goal? Well, bitch, we're out of milk. Do you think we should go to the grocery store, or should we wait a couple of days? Okay, but like, what is the financial situation, and what is it that you're trying to achieve by getting milk at the grocery store? Getting milk, like, do we need milk? Are you cooking are you making mashed potatoes tonight because that recipe requires milk, or are we good? Can we wait a couple days? Like, can you imagine trying to have a fucking conversation like in your day-to-day life with this person? My family genetics on my mother's side, in which baldness is passed down, is great. Every single person on my mother's side of my family that is a male has a full head of hair. Most of them went white early, but you're going to see me go white in like a week and go bald in like 2 months if I had to fucking be in a relationship with this person. Jesus Christ.
Well, that was an interesting exchange. I do have a question related to this, though, to, again, perhaps get to the heart of the issue. Who gets final say? So in a relationship or a marriage, whatever, let's say there's some sort of impasse. There is no resolution. You can't come, you want one thing, he wants the other. Who should get final say?
Whoever pays.
Yeah, Vosh's pussy ass won't fucking debate me. Pretty sure he's the reason I'm blackballed on modern day debates as well. I don't know that for sure. I just know that like I crushed Jangles on a debate about queer theory and CRT in schools and shit. And then they were like, man, we got to get you somebody good. And then they DM'd me and they were like, did something happen between you and Vosh? Because he really hates you. And then ever since then, they have just left me on red. So like, I'm pretty sure Vosh's pussy ass tried to keep me out of fucking modern day debates or something. That's the only evidence I have. I don't fucking know. I just know that I've been on panels with him before where he misrepresents libertarianism constantly. He said that I should support the war in Ukraine because Lockheed Martin was making money and ANCAPs love it when corporations make money. And I was like, dude, that has nothing to do with ANCAP. What the fuck are you talking about? And he was like, no, I know what ANCAP is. And he just kept trying to gaslight me into saying that ANCAPs love fucking like defense contractors making billions and people dying.
Hold on. So, and I think Andrew, sometimes you refer to this as a threshold breaker, I think, but who do you think gets final say? Or would you, I guess, either in your own dynamics, who should get final say? What do you think? Starting with you, Aella.
Like, it depends on the thing. I'm confused. Sure. Like, if you're disagreeing over, like, where should we move?
Sure.
I don't know, probably you should bet on it or, like, see who would want to pay more given that you had the money or make prediction markets to figure out. I don't know. I don't think I operate by these norms.
Bet on it in prediction markets. Who's willing to put up more money? Oh God! I mean, that is a way of resolving the conflict. I will give her that. Like, if she has a system that does give final say in that regard, that would. I don't know who would fucking want to be a part of that, but I mean, fair enough.
But I know a lot of people do.
Sure. What do you think?
I think it's going to depend on the situation. Obviously, you have to respect the person that you're with. So to do something that is going to damage the relationship or blatantly disrespect the other person's not going to end up, you're not going to end up with a thriving relationship. But it's like nothing's without consequence at the same time. So it's trusting your gut. Like if you trust your husband fully and he's like, this is a terrible idea, maybe consider the option that you're wrong and that he's right and vice versa. So if you're telling him not to do something, and this happens a lot, if you talk to anyone in business, the wife will be like, that person had a really sketchy feeling. I don't think that this investment is good. The dude ignores the woman's intuition and the thing just like crumbles, right? So it's looking at the history of the relationship too. It's like, how often has he been right about this thing and you've been wrong and vice versa?
Andrew, if I have you jump in really quick, do you want to provide like maybe a good example?
So if everything is a negotiation, I mean, like, that's fine. The problem is that if every part of your relationship is negotiated based off of your own personal bias about whether or not you think you were right or wrong in his story, unless you're Aella and you're keeping a chart of every time you were right or wrong in the past, what you're describing is a relationship where, you know, you're like, there's this constant argumentation and no one has the final say in any domains. And the problem with that is that you have no resolution to the conflict. Okay, like the conflict is we'll figure it out. It's a really fancy way of her saying we'll figure it out, and I'm going to argue, and he's going to argue, and one of us is going to be wrong and delusional. And what we're going to do is we're just going to consistently argue about it, and hopefully we'll figure it out. Like, that's what you're saying, and it's like, the problem is that if you run that game enough times in a relationship, right? Consider like from like a game theory perspective, right? Like, yeah, you'll figure it out this time and you'll figure it out next time. And you'll figure it out next time. But eventually you're going to have bad blood when you believe that when you believe that you have this like egalitarian feel of like, because they keep saying like, oh, the man should be dominant or whatever, but they don't mean it because they don't want the man to have final say, and they want everything to be negotiated, and they want the man to always listen to the woman's intuition, and then when she's proven right, you know, once, she's gonna bring it up 1,000 fucking times. Like, she doesn't actually mean it in any meaningful sense, right? She doesn't actually have that trust and faith in her husband. So what she's going to do is she's going to constantly neg the person and constantly bring up old shit and constantly showcase mistrust and a lack of trust in their ability to make those decisions, and then put all of the responsibility on the other person to make those decisions. And then when it doesn't work out, build resentment and negativity about the decision that they foisted upon the other person, and then constantly beat them down for it, and then wonder why eventually they get a divorce. Like, you either have a trust in your husband to make these decisions, or you have an egalitarian relationship, or you have domains that you agree that I have the final say in these things and you have the final say in these things, and you trust each other. Whatever system you pick in your relationship, however you're going to do that, you need to allow the other person to make decisions and to fail. And obviously you certainly want to feel like you're heard, But the way that these people are describing relationships is a way in which they just constantly breed negativity and nagging, and then put all of the responsibility on the man to make all these decisions, and then blame them for all of their failures, and then wonder why they got a divorce. Like, obviously you got a fucking divorce.
Of like a impasse sort of situation that could arise in like a relationship or marriage, just for use as an example here.
Yeah, I mean, Aella unironically has a fucking untoxic way of resolving this issue, which is that if you make more money than me and you're willing to put more money up, then you win, and like you were willing to bet more money, so whatever.
Well, I mean, a very common one is just money. So the idea of how money is used or spent in a relationship versus not spent in a relationship is one of the number one disagreements that men and women have. So the idea is, if you can't come to an agreement on how money is spent or what school the kid should go to, which might infer spending money as well, right? Ultimately, there's only two of you, right? So either a third party has to break this threshold barrier, or one of you ultimately has to be the decider. Otherwise, how do you essentially how do you come to an agreement if both of you disagree? Like how is that done if one person ultimately doesn't end up with the final say?
I don't think one person holds that position permanently. So, and then it's also going to be who acts on it first. So typically women are the ones that set all of the appointments, pay the school tuition if they're going to private school, set up the doctor's appointments. They make 60 to 80% of all of the household purchases. So if you're just looking at behavior, you'd say women are, but that could be the man saying no and they're just making that decision anyways. So
I'm not really sure that any of that would matter though. So
well, it's what's being acted on right now, right? So like whether or not that's right or that's helpful for a healthy relationship.
That's just like misinterpreting data. Like women managing finances is not the same thing as women making the decision about what private school to go to and like how much money it's going to cost. Like that's just like, it's like, if you think of it this way, which is not a way that it intelligibly actually describes the situation, then women. Okay, well, and like, sure, if I change the rules of the game in my favor, then I'm right. It's silly.
Like that's a whole different conversation. But what is happening is women.
Right, I'm not sure it's actually pertinent to what I'm saying though. So I understand what your position is. You're saying, hey, look, women already have lots of household responsibilities, and so they're in a decision-making role already. We're not really discussing that though.
No, I'm saying that they're actually executing the decision already.
Yeah, well, they're executing the decision at the behest of the husband, though. That right? So this is the consent of the husband. Essentially, is going into this decision-making meeting. She's doing the day-to-day activities because he's saying you should do these day-to-day activities, right? He doesn't have any disagreement with that. It's when there's disagreement within that, who becomes the arbiter? Then how do we find this threshold breaker between two people for who makes the determination or who has the ultimate say?
I love these like podcast girls that like their opinions are solicited and they make millions of dollars doing it. Not being able to understand basic fucking questions. Like as of right, like God. I mean, whatever podcasts, I'll give him this. One of my biggest critiques of Redpill podcasts like this has been like they constantly just grab random Miami hoes or like random LA hoes that and like OnlyFans girls. And at least it seems like they're attempting to grab, girls that presumably have something to say. But so far, I haven't heard anything of value being said here. I'm just hearing like just random nonsense.
Again, I don't think anyone holds that permanently. So it's trusting your partner. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. Well, okay. If they don't hold it permanently.
That's funny. If the relationship was illegal, only outlaws would have in-laws.
Right, but let's say the man considers himself to be in the position of authority and has been in the position of authority, right? This still doesn't really get to the heart of the question of if there's a disagreement and they can't reconcile it. You say, well...
Dude, he's literally just having to repeat the question to this dumb bitch like 3 times. I'm telling you, dude, when someone's just like, I have a psychology degree, especially a woman, like just know that what she's telling you is I have a below average intelligence. And that's what the data supports most of the time.
The man doesn't hold that permanently. It's like, okay, great. But what I'm saying is when you can't reconcile the disagreement, you both disagree, who gets to ultimately make the decision? Whether you think that it's a permanent basis for a man to be in control of it or not, I'm not even sure that's relevant really.
Well, because the question seems that it's permanent, so maybe I'm misunderstanding it. But if you're saying who's in charge and who is responsible for the deal breaker, that sounds like who is always responsible for the deal breaker.
No, not really.
Okay.
So what the question is asking is if two people, since most relationships anyway are two people. I understand that there's polyamorous people here and this type of thing, but that's outside of what you would consider the norm for society. It's usually man, woman, that's it, right? And people generally tend to not like to share their partners. You can dispute why that is, sexual liberation, whatever, but it is a fact that most people are in monogamous relationships, one man, one woman, most. That's globally. That's not even just in the West. So if that is the case, and you have a disagreement, can't reconcile it, right? How do you figure out who ultimately is going to have the say?
I don't know. I mean, I've been in a relationship for 15 years and that's never happened. There's never been a decision that there was an impasse. And if there was anything that was even close to that, we tabled it until there was a mutual.
Yeah, because your previous relationship was you bullying a dude into being a cuck, whilst you fucking like you're a domineering woman that like is choosing weak men and pretending like they have like a masculine role in the relationship, when really what they do is they give in because of the power of the pussy and because they just want to keep the peace, and you cause conflict, and then eventually they give in to whatever your desires are. That's how you've described your relationship thus far. Maybe that's not true, but yeah, obviously you've never come to an impasse that couldn't be passed, because eventually the men that you've chosen are of the type to go happy wife, happy life.
Mutual decision.
Yeah, but the problem is like, what if it's not a mutual decision? It's like, no, I'm not backing down on this.
Well, then how well do they really communicate? How well do they really communicate? Because the reality is, if you care about the person, especially you're talking about specifically a marriage, the whole goal of conversations where you disagree is to let the other person feel heard, understood, and respected. And if both people are receiving that and there's safety involved, you're going to be able, maybe not that moment, maybe not that day, to come to a conclusion that feels really good to the both of you, where it doesn't have to be.
That's so fucking, that's like woman fantasy speak. We're going to be safe and respected and heard and all these other things, et cetera, et cetera. It's like, that's just not true, okay? We have, man and woman, we have decided to design the kitchen. I like the kitchen to be grayscale. My wife wants the kitchen to be blue and white, okay? We both have preferences here, okay? We're at an impasse. One of us has to be right and one of us has to be wrong, because we're not going to do the kitchen half grayscale and half blue and white. Okay, it's not a Pizza Hut order where I can get black olives on one half of the pizza and pepperoni on the other half. Eventually, we have to figure out whether or not the kitchen is going to be grayscale or whether or not the kitchen is going to be blue and white. Now, yes, there might be a third unknown option that we both like, where we're both not happy with the way the kitchen works out. Or one of us capitulates. Who has the final say? In a traditional relationship, because it's the domain of the household and how the house looks, the woman would have the final say in this. And when it comes to whether or not we're going to remodel the kitchen because it's very expensive in a traditional relationship, the man would have the final say on whether or not we have the money to do it and how much, right? And the woman might be able to inform the man on what the budget looks like, but at the end of the day, it would be the man who would be the primary breadwinner that would have the final say on whether or not the kitchen gets remodeled. Okay, this idea that like that you will be at an impasse, and then if you love me and if you respect me, like this is woman speak for I'm going to complain and I'm going to say that I'm not heard and I'm going to say that I don't feel safe because I'm not allowed to be vulnerable, or some other therapy talk bullshit, until the woman gets her way, because the man just goes, yeah, whatever, have it as a blue and white kitchen, I don't give a fuck, right? But that's not a fucking, no impasses don't occur. Like you're not aware that those impasses don't occur because you don't realize that men are just capitulating to what you want, because they'd rather you be fucking happy and they would rather just go fucking suffer and sacrifice than deal with you constantly bitching and being unhappy. But the problem is that if you run that fucking game over and over and over and over again, where a man is consistently forced to sacrifice and the woman is too fucking unaware of the dynamic of the relationship that they don't realize that the man is constantly sacrificing, so they have no appreciation for the sacrifice that the man is making, eventually you break the motherfucker and he ends up cheating on you, or the sex stops, or he becomes an alcoholic or whatever, and then fucking you end up getting a divorce, and then you're like, men ain't shit. It's like, you need to recognize basic fucking logic, which is that if there is a conflict for scarce resources and two people want to use them towards opposing means, that argumentation doesn't always fucking work. Someone has to have the final say on this decision. And the women here don't realize that they end up actually having the final say, and that they're cucking all of their fucking men into it, and that they have an egalitarian relationship, but really they're just domineering, negging people, And then they foist all of the responsibility for all the failures and problems on men because they're like, my man is dominant. It's fucking stupid. The question is similar to group ownership. Facts. Libertarians actually have an answer for this conundrum, which is that someone has to have the final say, as do the Christian trad bros. My problem with many of the Christian trad bros, not necessarily Andrew, but a lot of them, especially like the Redpill variety that are like a mixture of the two, is that they think the man ought to have the final say in fucking everything, and that's just dumb.
It's my say-so because I say so and I'm the lead. And I think that's where the ego gets in there and it can go wildly wrong. Whereas a man who, if we're going back to the man is leading, and a man in his like healthy masculinity, it doesn't come from a place of ego. It comes from a very confident place where he knows who he is and he cares very much for the other, for the partner, for the wife. And so he gives a whole lot of hex. I cuss a lot, so I should filter it, about her being on board with him. So it's a mutual exchange of, again, being heard.
Right, like she's redefining masculinity to be that men capitulate to the woman's needs constantly. Like her definition of masculinity thus far has been men sacrifice their wants and their desires to make me happy, and I bitch and complain until they do. And then, you know what I mean? Like fucking, like that's not what masculinity is. Like you're redefining the playing field and then being like, aren't you a good masculine man because you do what I tell you to do and you always capitulate to my wants and my desires? Like this is silly.
Heard, understood, and respected. There's not going to be this, okay, I get the final say. That's like a child, which unhealthy, but that is like a child-parent relationship to me.
Oh, okay. Well, that's nice and all, but it doesn't.
Okay, well, a child-parent relationship means that the fucking parent has the final say. But you're saying that there won't ever be a situation where there's a conflict where a final say needs to be done. No, when my daughter wants to wear a fucking goofy-ass outfit and we're just going to the grocery store, I'm like, yeah, baby girl, wear the fucking polka dot skirt with the striped pants and the fucking pink flower coat. It doesn't matter. We're going to the grocery store. But when I'm going to visit grandma or I'm going to like a museum or something, I'm going to be like, baby girl, you need to pick out a dress or something that looks fucking cute. I have the final say here because this looks fucking silly and I'm not taking you out dressed like that. And I just tell her like it is. And if she throws a fucking tantrum, I tell her to go in the fucking corner. And then when she's done crying, I explain to her why we need to make sure that we look nice and then we dress appropriately when we go to certain functions. That's a child-parent relationship, okay? Like, I let her express herself freely when we're doing shit that doesn't matter, but if I'm taking them to church or I'm taking them to a fucking family gathering or I'm taking them somewhere, I'm making sure she presents herself in an appropriate way and in a way that doesn't make her look like because it's a reflection on me when she goes out looking crazy and they're like, single dad doesn't know how to dress a fucking daughter. And I'm not dealing with that shit, number one. And number two, I'm not dealing with weird stares and shit. And like, I'm making sure that my kids behave in public and that people like them. Because when they go out and people think that they're a fucking problem and treat them like they're a fucking problem, they end up with all these fucking negative self-esteem issues. And they end up thinking that adults are a problem and people don't want to hang out with them. They don't get appropriately socialized. But when they go out and they fit the fucking role that society deems that they roll and they look like good kids, people give them grace and people want to listen to them and people are interested in them and they build self-confidence. But I can't explain all of that to a fucking 4-year-old because she doesn't understand all of that. That's why I have the final say.
Doesn't actually answer the question. So I understand that you're saying there should be mutual respect. We should both feel heard. We should both discuss things, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, great. So you've discussed everything and, he still disagrees with you. And thanks, no, you're incorrect. And I'm just really not willing to budge on this. So either we have one of two choices, right? Either the relationship is over because you won't budge or he won't budge or you won't concede or what? What's the other option? You would have to concede to the authority.
Yeah, I think Andrew is making a mistake here by making it more like terminal. You know what I mean? Like sometimes it's way easier and obviously like I have the ability to pause, right? But like my kitchen example is a better example. And I'm not like shitting on Andrew. I get it. Like it's a 7.5 hour fucking podcast. You've been listening to whores for a half hour brag about being whores. I had to skip it because I was ready to blow my fucking brains out and I'm listening to it at 1.5 speed. So I get it. But like these women are dumb whores. Like make it a concrete example of something simplistic, like the way that we're going to design the kitchen.
Authority, right? Like I don't see any way around it.
I don't understand this though. I thought relationships were all about compromise.
Yeah, I think the answer that you're looking for would be answered if you gave us like a specific scenario instead of just being like, who gets
Oh, fuck, she's fucking. This girl, okay, I'm actually starting to like this girl. This girl's kind of dumb, right? She's not that smart, but this girl is like just grounded in reality. Like, above everybody else here, this girl is just trying to understand genuinely, and is just like, okay, what makes sense and what doesn't make sense. Like, I like this girl.
Final say, because it like
super broad.
That's it. Yes, way too like if you ask a very specific, like give us a specific scenario, like I think you'll get the answers that you're looking for.
I mean, the specific scenario wouldn't even be relevant, but I'll give you one just to give you one.
Yeah, I think that would.
So there's money. There's money. There's an inheritance of $100,000. Okay, it's left to both of the members of the household, not just one. Okay, and they're arguing about how to spend it. And the man is saying, okay, listen, I've heard all of your reasoning. I've heard all of your everything. Right? I'm hearing you. Right? I'm compassionate towards you, but also no, we're going to spend it on this instead.
Why would it not a relationship? Why would it not just be split? I don't. To me, it's sent to both of them. It's $100,000. They each get 50, and they can do what they want with it.
Yeah, and also in this scenario, are there kids?
No.
Like it really.
He's saying no, right? He's saying, look.
Well, that's kind of
no. He's saying no. I don't want it split. I want it going towards whatever this household thing is.
So already, I don't.
Right. So this is kind of where I start to diverge from from Andrew. Right? Is like. I think maybe he's doing it to be triggering or fun or whatever and spice up the conversation. I can't quite tell, right? But like in the example he gave, be like, look, the man is saying, look, here's the things we're going to spend it on. And then the woman is capable of managing the spending. Like if you're putting forward a trad relationship, right? So it's like, yeah, well, I heard that you wanted, I heard, you say that we want to update the kitchen. I hear you, and I'm going to budget this in such a way that we can do that, right? We need to put some money in the kids' college fund, okay? But I understand that this is a thing that you want, and so, that's going to cost us like $12,000, right? And we just got $100,000. We have plenty of money for that, but it's important that we put money in the kids' college finances and stuff, right? And I'm going to decide that we put that money in that. I'm going to decide that we make, that we make a double payment on our mortgage for the next 10 years so that we can own our home outright. Instead of having a 30-year mortgage, we can get this paid off in 10 years. Okay. I'm going to, whichever the state laws are or whatever, you figure it out. Or maybe we're going to put like $50,000 into the house immediately so that we can bring down the principal, so that we can lower our mortgage rate. So that way, when we face problems in the future, we're in a better financial situation. But I totally hear that you want to redo the kitchen. So we're going to redo the kitchen. I promise you that. And then it's your job as the woman to be able to design the kitchen and figure out what it is. And it's going to be my job as the man to be like, okay, honey, like the marble countertops are a little bit too much. Okay. Like I know that you like marble, but there are, other ways of doing countertops that look the way that you want it to look, but the marble is just too fucking expensive. Like, how much does a marble countertop cost right now? Per square foot is roughly 50 per square foot. How many square feet is a typical kitchen countertop? So 30. That's actually a lot cheaper than I thought it would be. All right. Bad example, because apparently marble countertops have gotten a lot cheaper than they used to be. It's only like $50 a square feet, and like a typical kitchen countertop is only like 30 square feet. So that's only like $1,500 for the marble, which like if you have like a $12,000 budget is plenty doable. All right, it's been a while since I did countertops. All right, normally they used to be a lot more expensive than that. All right, the woman wins this one. She gets her marble kitchen countertop. You know what I mean? Like that's the negotiation.
Have respect for the person doing that.
Yeah,
right? Because
this seems like such a stupid question.
Yeah, it's about like respect, not about like you can't just give one person ultimate power, and it really once again depends on the situation. Like it's a partnership, it's a relationship. You both talk about it.
Right. So they keep arguing for egalitarianism, and then they keep saying they want men to lead. Fucking pick one.
And like depending on the situation, maybe someone will make the final say.
Like I don't understand. Like women, I don't know if it's. There's so many reasons, and it's hard to dial down which one it is. But like modern women, even though like they're obviously like there are whores that are presented here, right? And like obviously these are extreme outliers, but so much of modern women have like they have gotten philosophically farther away from reason so much more than men. I think it's because like male dominance hierarchies and like spaces kind of like force hierarchy and force rationality on men, whether they like it or not. But like it's only seems to be women that I bump into more often than not. I don't want to say it's only, but way more often than not, is I find that most women can't distinguish between an ought and an is, and they can't fathom basic contradictions in their thoughts. And I don't know if it's like the socialism, the feminism, the way that women are treated in et cetera, but like so many women today have like they have the same philosophical knowledge as like a high school boy. And there's something about men and the way that men interact with each other and the way that men engage in the dating market and in the workforce and in greater society, where it's not a compliment to men to say that they understand the is-ought distinction. It's not a compliment to men that they understand like contradiction. Like this should just be how a rational human sees the world. But it is certainly a thing with millennial and Gen Z women that they have like very, very, very stunted philosophical understanding of like basic things that we would, now call critical thinking, but, used to be known as rational thinking, where like, it's just like, there's a constant, I want my cake and I want my cake and I want to eat it too. And like, I don't know how to necessarily fix it other than to teach philosophy. And maybe that's the wrong way to go about it. But like the women here are all contradicting themselves constantly, and they're all grown women and none of them get it, except for maybe Aella. Aella isn't necessarily contradicting herself. She's just got so much tism that she like fucking can't get through fucking basic conversations.
But it depends, and you still have to have that conversation and you still have to have that respect.
Yeah. So then in this situation, we're talking about authority then.
No, they can think in abstracts. Women are not like the ability to think in abstract concepts is a pretty good measure of IQ. They're capable of that. I find most women are capable of that. If they're average or above average intelligence. It's the philosophical problem here of like not recognizing contradictions and ought is distinctions. Like they're not lacking in IQ and they're not lacking in the ability to think higher level concepts, but they are lacking something that's really important that is predominantly a right-wing philosophical concept but you see it in objectivism, obviously, and in libertarianism and things like that, which is, A equals A, right? Like basic formal logic these women lack. They lack the logic, but they have the ability to imagine scenarios. Right? They can't imagine those scenarios grounded in reality. And so because they're not grounded in reality, they conflict with reality and they don't like really make a lot of sense. But they make sense internally to them, and then other people, dudes that want to fuck them or like other women, if those concepts are nice to other people, which is to say they fit the social paradigms of not going against any social faux pas. And if they're empowering to women or to minority groups or whatever, then everybody just accepts these contradictions without a second thought. And it's up to men to like try and break through this wall that like they can't conceive of.
Right? The man really doesn't have any authority, because ultimately if he says, listen, this is super important to me, I know it's super important to you too, right? But I'm not willing to budge on it because I really think I'm right here. You feel in that instance it's totally appropriate for you to, and I quote, get into that's a divorce, right? So then this would infer that you actually have a lot of power in this situation, a lot of power in this dynamic that a man wouldn't have or wouldn't exercise. So if that's the case, right, it would basically make men want to steer clear of marriages like that, right? Because the position of authority.
Well, yeah, again, a traditional role would not be like, the thing is that like, I think a lot of Redpill or tradcon guys have oversimplified the traditional role to being the man leads and the woman is subservient. When in reality, the thing is that they have different domains in which they are the de facto leader in. The man has the final say on the household in a traditional role in terms of what gets done and in terms of what gets done. And a woman in a traditional role has the final say on how it gets done, right? Like in a traditional role, the man determines whether or not we move, whether or not we have the budget to remodel the kitchen, whether or not our kids go to private school or whether or not our kids go to public school. And it's like the woman has the final say on how those things get done, right? How the kitchen is remodeled, how, like when the private school is done, like the woman is going to be like, okay, you want the kid to go to private school, but we have to drive the kid to school, okay? Because the school bus isn't going to pick up the kid. So like, it's your job, honey, on Mondays and Wednesdays to drop the kid off at school in the morning, and I'll take care of it on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, right? The man is the one that says, I can't make that work. The kid's going to have to go to public school. We're going to have to homeschool or something else, right? But if you can make that work, that's the traditional role. And like a lot of men that are backlashing against feminism and modern women have come to this weird, domineering, toxic idea that men determine the final say on everything. And it's like, that's like, the man is insufficient in doing that, right? Like he might as well just have a slave at that point, right? It's like, that's not how that works. They have final say on what occurs, and the woman has the final say on how it occurs. And in a healthy relationship, both people value the opinions of their partner in regard to these things. Right? Like the woman should be giving a man advice and opinion behind closed doors and not contradicting him in terms of like whether or not we have the money or where we might be able to get more money or where we might be able to cut costs and budget and how we can make things work. Right. And it's dependent upon the woman to not cancel that out or, neg him or, be toxic in the way that she tries to force her ideas in that regard, and also not disagree with him publicly about that, right? And at the same time, the man is in the exact same way. Like if we're remodeling the kitchen and I want grayscale because I think it looks better with our appliances, and you're like, look, honey, like, and like, let's say we have guests over, and then my wife goes, honey, you're fucking colorblind. Like, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Like, the kitchen needs to be white and blue, right? That's a severe disrespect to the man, right? It's incumbent upon the woman and the man to not cut other people down and to keep those conversations behind closed doors and to value the other person's opinion. But ultimately, it's incumbent upon the woman to be like, look, I'm the style maker. I'm the homemaker. I'm the one that has final decisions on what these things look like. And you need to trust me. I'm going to make the kitchen look beautiful, and I'm going to make it a place that you're happy to come home to and that you can relax in. Right. And then like, maybe the man gets a man cave, right? And like that helps out too. You know what I'm saying? Right. Like there are those are the types of compromises you have, right? Is that the woman like is like, okay, you have your own space to fill with your Star Wars memorabilia that I don't want in the fucking kitchen. You know what I mean? And your knife table because you like to throw knives down to the table. Like that's like, you know what I mean? Like, and that's what compromise looks like in those situations.
Authority would not actually be there.
Yeah, well, I'm saying divorce in terms of if he came up to you and he was like, this is what we're doing, you don't get a say, like that's how you kind of like, or that's what I took from it the first time that you mentioned it.
No, he listened to what you had to say. Everything you had to say.
Yeah, because
he just thinks that what you had to say is incorrect, and that ultimately it needs to go the way that he wants it to go because he thinks you're incorrect. So if that is the case, right?
Yeah, I think the big problem here is that Andrew is not distinguishing, how those roles play out. And because he's doing that, he's literally just kind of like talking down to women to be like, get in your place, right? And it's like, I think if he communicated what I'm saying in the way that I'm saying it, I think these women would be a lot more receptive to this. Because as of right now, what Andrew is saying is like, no, the man has the final say. Yes, he listened to you, but he has the final say. And it's like, obviously the women, especially modern women, but women in general, don't want to be put in that position because they know exactly what that's like. They know what it's like to have a guy who has a big fucking ego that won't listen to them. And then it's like, and then what I'm going to, it's like, I respect you and I love you and you need to trust me, but just remember that I have the final say on everything. Right. So like, he's not differentiating the roles in the place and the places in which the woman ought to have the final say. Right. And maybe he disagrees with me, right? Maybe I'm wrong here, right? Like maybe he thinks that the man ought to have the final say on how the kitchen should be fucking remodeled, right? I don't think that he would disagree with me in that regard, though. I would be interested in having a conversation with Andrew about it, and about traditional gender roles and about how they're communicated in that regard, rhetorically at the very least.
Then if we're still in divorce territory, then what you're doing.
I never said we were still in divorce territory.
I would say that you have to recognize everyone's skill set, right? So let's say that the woman.
Okay, you are always in divorce territory if you cannot come to a compromise. And these women are just like, well, we'll figure it out. It's like, okay, what happens when you don't figure it out?
It tends to be better with money in this example, and the man is better. I don't know. Let's say he's like a contractor, so he's not into investing. The conversation is around like, what do we do with this inheritance? So if historically speaking, she's been more accurate and more well-versed in finances, that would probably go to her. And then if it was something in his wheelhouse, so it's just dependent on the person.
Yeah, I mean, like, so I had a conversation on Twitter about this, right, Kit? Which is like, what do you do in a situation where both people are working, right? So when both people are working, can you expect a woman, so in sociology, right? Because let me tell you, like, I know these bitches. I'll show you. One second. All right. Been there, done that. Okay, hold on. Okay, been there, done that. All right, I've taken gender studies, women's studies. Right, here's my questioning gender sociological exploration. So this is one of my gender studies classes. Okay, so trust me, been there, done that. I know the literature on this shit, and obviously I have a bunch of other books that I've read, as outside of college, right? But this is just like from one of my, like, I've taken gender studies classes. Okay, like I know these bitches' language. All right, so there's this term that's called sometimes it's called second work, sometimes it's called there's a couple of different terms for it in sociology, right? But there is this concept that, like, women come home from a 9 to 5 and a man's working a 9 to 5, and then men expect women to, like, do the laundry, do the cooking, do the cleaning. It's second shift is the more typical expression, right? And so it's like women have a shift at work and then they have a shift at home, and it's like so destructive towards the woman, because when does she have time to relax? When does she have time to do shit, right? So how do you fix this problem, and how do you negotiate this issue in a relationship in a traditional sense where a man is masculine, but you're not in a traditional relationship where the man is the primary breadwinner and the woman is only working part-time, or is like, only has like some side hustles, but actually has like a full-blown shift? And the answer is when the house is dirty, you go up to your woman and you say, hey, look, the house is dirty. Get up. Both of us need to clean. All right? The house has gotten disgusting. We need to get this shit done. Let's get it done. Come on. And then you walk away. You don't argue. You don't fucking berate her. You don't do anything like that. You walk away and you clean the whole fucking house. Okay? And and trust me, 99% of the time, this is going to cause an argument. Be prepared for an argument. But also 99% of the time, she's going to get up and she's going to start cleaning with you. And do the work, okay? Get the laundry done, do the dishes, clean the kitchen, do all these other things, okay? And then have a conversation about it. Like, okay, now that we're ready for this, she's going to be pissed and she's going to be mad at you and she's going to be cleaning. And then you're going to have a clean home. The whole home is going to be clean. All the laundry is going to be done. Everything's going to be put away. The dishes are going to be done. Like, you got dinner cooked, however it got cooked, whatever. The whole house is clean. You got it all done. Put in the work. It took you a couple hours to get everything done, right? Then you get down and you sit down and you have a fucking conversation. And there's going to be some arguing. And you say, look, I'm going to do these things. You're going to do these things. Like, we both have to work towards getting shit done, okay? But here's the problem, is that there are other duties that are incumbent upon the man that the woman is not going to fucking do. The woman's not going to fucking fix the creaky door. The woman's not going to just fucking decide to cut the grass. The woman's not going to decide when the car needs an oil change to just do an oil change. She's working a job and she wants you to do half the household chores, and she still wants you to do all the manly chores. And as a man, you're like, well, what the fuck? Like, I'm working, you're working. I have to do all the manly chores, and now I have to do half of the fucking woman chores? Like, this is bullshit. Don't bitch about it. Just fucking get it done. And if you have a masculine, aura to you, if you will, and you make sure that things get done and you agree to do some of those tasks, right? Be like, look, I promise I'm going to put the laundry in the laundry basket when it's done. I promise that I'm going to rinse off the dishes and put them in the dishwasher instead of leaving dishes full of, the sink full of dishes. Promise I'm going to do these things to help maintain the house. The next time you go out and you cut the grass, guarantee you, if you are dominant in that role and you ask to get these things done and you work to get these things done and you showcase that you're not just sitting down being lazy and bitching, but that you're also working and participating in this thing, the next time you start doing manly shit, guess what? She's just going to start doing laundry. She's just going to fucking clean the kitchen because she's not going to want to be shamed into not doing the work that you're doing. And eventually, if you make things get done and you showcase that you're going to do these things together, you're going to be able to do the things that are your roles and she's going to do the things that are her roles. You're going to have to negotiate that. And because both of you are working, you're going to have to make compromises in that regard. But if you showcase that you're doing your shit and that you're willing to talk the talk, she's going to do her shit and she's going to fucking talk her talk, and you'll find a balance in that regard. But if she's working and you're just bitching and crying and being like, why aren't you cleaning? Why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? All you are is showcasing that you're a bitch, that you're toxic, that you don't get things done, that you complain, and she's fucking tired and she sees you not doing shit. Right? So like you need to cause conflict sometimes, not a toxic amount, not scream and yell or anything like that, but you need to cause conflict. Like, hey, the house is dirty. We need to take care of this. Come help me. And if she loves and respects you, she'll get shit done. She'll bitch a little bit about how it got done. Maybe you guys sleep on the couch that night. Who gives a fuck? Right? Rub one out. You'll be fine. Okay? But like, you'll be able to establish what those roles are. And yeah, you're going to have to help her maintain the house. That means probably taking out the trash. That means making sure that you're not leaving your dirty fucking shoes around, that you put things away. That means rinsing off your plate and putting it in the dishwasher. That means occasionally starting the dishwasher yourself, etc. And that means doing the men chores, the chores that are incumbent, that are traditionally considered that way. If you're showing this resentment towards each other, then you've already lost your communication. I mean, the hypothetical in question, right, is a scenario in the house where the chores aren't getting done, right? So, like, I'm not saying this is the perfect scenario for everyone. I'm saying this is a scenario for when a problem is already there. So, like, I agree with you in that regard, right? That if you have to be domineering to some degree, then you need to do that. But that showcases an issue in your communication, etc. Right? Like, if the chores are already getting done, then there really isn't a problem, unless, of course, the problem is that your woman is silently doing all of these chores and working and feels stressed out, and feels like tired and feels like you're not doing your fair share, doing your part. If that's the case, then it's a totally different scenario, right? Because if that's the case, then what's occurring now is that you're not paying attention to what your wife or your girlfriend needs, and you're using her without recognizing why she's tired, etc., and why she's having to do all of these things, right? And so the appropriate way to come in that regard is to first see that, and then second, be like, baby, I see that you're doing all this stuff to keep the house clean. How can I help you make this easier for you? How, like, what little things around the house can I do that makes this not so much? Because I want to help you maintain the house, because I know you're working and I know you're tired, and I'm working and I'm tired as well too, right? Like, so what can I do? And then she'll tell you those things, like, well, can you when I ask you to put all your laundry in the laundry basket, can you not throw your fucking clothes on the floor like a child? I'm not your mom. And take it, you know what I mean? Like, take that hit and be like, yeah, that's a perfectly reasonable thing. I need to make sure that I'm putting my clothes in the laundry basket. Especially if you're gonna wash the clothes and everything, like I'll make sure that happens. I'll make sure that I put my shoes on the shoe rack. I'll make sure that I wash off my stuff. There's like little weird shit, like that like can be negotiated that sometimes you have to schedule. And sometimes it has to be said because resentment can breed in little things that you're not aware of as a man, right? So like a lot of men will take out the trash when the trash is full. Okay? And the woman will say, I need you to take out the trash. And then the man will be like, yeah, I'll take out the trash when the trash is full. And what will end up happening is men will shove the trash down until it's like so full that it can't take any trash. And then they will take the trash out, right? But the woman is sitting there being like, look, this is gross. This is like, like there's too much trash here. I don't want to put my fucking hand in the trash can and shove trash down. I want you to fucking take the trash out. You promise you're going to take the trash out and you're not taking the trash out. And like, that's just like one example, but like if a woman is doing all of that, it's incumbent upon you to check up with her to make sure that you're not making that job harder on her unnecessarily, because there are things that you think you're doing, but you're not actually doing. Men should just help out, even if the woman is a stay-at-home mom. It's a partnership, not a maid. You respect each other, and by doing such means picking up after yourself. If you're both working, then both do equal. I think everyone should pick up after themselves, right? Like I think everyone, I gave those examples as reasonable examples because I think that's something that every man should do, period. Right? I don't think you should be leaving laundry around. I don't think a man should be like leaving trash or like dishes or anything on the table, that like when you're done eating dinner, you should go to the fucking sink and rinse off the plate and put it in the dishwasher, right? Like I gave those examples because I think those are things that everyone should do regardless, but that a lot of men don't recognize and that they're not necessarily doing. So like I agree that you should take up after yourself, but if someone's a stay-at-home mom, it just depends on what the workload is, right? Like if someone's a stay-at-home mom of like 2 10-year-olds, that's gonna be very, very different than if someone's a stay-at-home mom of 2 babies. Right? Like if you have 2 babies, like babies are something that needs constant fucking attention. And it's actually super important for a man and his child to get skin to skin contact. Right? And so like if a woman is a stay-at-home mom and you need to recognize that like when you come home, if they've got a baby, for example, that you need to take that baby and you need to play with that baby. And you need to snuggle that baby, and you need to sing to that baby, and you need to do rough and tumble play like a father does, and take the baby away from the woman so that she can then clean the house, so that then she can take the baby back so that you can enjoy a home. If you have some 1950s vision of like coming home and being like, I'm going to kick off my shoes and the woman is going to rub my feet, and you have babies at the house, right? That's an extremely unrealistic and stressful situation that you're doing on the woman, right? At the same time, if you come home and the entire house is trashed and then you take the babies and she uses that as an opportunity to just relax and do nothing, and then when you're done, she's like, okay, we got to clean up. Can you clean this? I'll clean that. It's like, look, like I've been at work all day, like, and you've been here, and part of your duty is to make sure the house doesn't become trashed. Sometimes things happen. I'll take the babies so that you can clean up the house and then we both can relax, right? But like I'm doing a shift at work. Now I'm doing a shift taking care of the kids. While I'm doing a shift taking care of the kids, you need to be fucking cleaning the house and making things done. So that way we both can relax and we don't live in a fucking pigsty, right? So I mean, like, I think there is a role in a negotiation that's going to be different at an individual level, and it's going to be incumbent upon what's going on in the house, right? I guess the main argument that I'm saying is that more often than not, being the head of the household and being a man and being dominant and making those decisions is a lot more about how you do it as opposed to what is being done. Right? Because men that sit around and complain about their women and like bitch and moan and cry about things not getting done and don't listen to their women and don't listen to their concerns are going to be a problem in the relationship. Because, no offense, actually take the offense, I don't care, I'm just going to say it. You're acting like another fucking woman. And the woman doesn't need another fucking woman. She needs a man to step up and be a man. But a lot of men mistake that for, I need to be an asshole and I need to be controlling. And it's like, no, she needs you to step up and take charge, but she also needs you to get shit done and create an environment where she can get shit done, and then you both can relax. It also depends on what kind of work the guy does. I work 12 hours a day as a welder. It's much different than 8 hours in an office. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you're working like hardcore blue collar work for 12-hour days, you know what I mean, what you can do and how much energy you have is going to be different. But if you have babies at home, Novum, it doesn't matter. Like this, like if you have a baby, if you have someone that is a child under the age of 2 at home, it doesn't matter that you have a 12-hour day. Like, those babies need constant fucking attention. Now, they also sleep like fucking 12 hours a day, right? So you shouldn't come home to a completely trashed house. There should be opportunities for the mom to nap, and there should also be opportunities for the mom to like clean up a little bit, right? And maybe because you work a 12-hour day, you come home and you need like a half-hour piece in your room alone to like decompress, and she like understands that because you have like a crazy hard day. But like, it doesn't matter that you work 12 hours a day. You need to come, you need to grab those kids. You need to get skin-to-skin contact. You need to do rough and tumble play, and you need to give her time to get shit done too. Neither of you should be sitting around scrolling on Facebook. Both of you can be sitting around scrolling on Facebook. You just got to make sure all the things in the house are done. That should be a reward for the house being a place of peace and everybody being done for the day, right? Like, maybe Novum, because he works a 12-hour day, welding, gets to come home and scroll on Facebook for a half hour. But there needs to be a period of time, not long after you get home, that is consistent, where you take those babies in and you give her that space. When the kids are like 10 or 11 and you have a stay-at-home mom, that starts to change things, right? Because the kids are going to school. Like, I should come home to a clean home, and I should come home to dinner if I'm actually out working a real job and you're at home all day and the kids are at school all day. Like, there's just no excuse. You still need to spend time with your children regardless of age, but also if you want to ever get some, then your wife also needs a little break from the children, just like you with work. Well, yeah, for sure. I agree with that.
Specialty, I think, is probably
but that's not what's in dispute. It's not in dispute that these two people have a variety of skills. All those skills could be variously applied. There could be skills she's far better at than him. The hypothetical is looking towards, we're not able to compromise on this one thing, whatever it is. We're not able to come to an agreement, right? We're just not able to. So this would again state that there would have to either be somebody makes the concession, right, or you part ways. I don't see a way around that exactly.
Right, but then earlier you said no one's holding that position permanently, but you want one answer, like absolutely, like it's either absolutely the man or absolutely the woman, and then everyone that's asking for context.
No. This is a critique. That was a critique of your worldview. So I just conceded that even if it was the case that that both parties did not permanently hold this position, it still doesn't answer to the question of when you hit this impasse, right? How do you deal with it when one won't compromise because they both think that they're.
I do think it's funny that he's basically just describing libertarian theory and doesn't know it, right? That he's describing why property can't be owned by two individuals, right? Like why property must only be owned by one individual and why public property doesn't work, right? Like take this logic of like the man must have the final say in the household because once there is a conflict, you either need a divorce or, one person has to capitulate to the other, and like expand that concept to roads and schools and highways and infrastructure and all the things in government, right? Like that like do you vote on it? Do you and your wife vote on it? Like how does that work? Aella, has fully taken the socialist aspect of like the pseudo-socialist aspect of like who puts down more money and you bet on it, right? Who's more invested in it, right? Like she actually has a solution to this situation, and he does too, but his solution is the libertarian solution, which is ultimately property can only be held when scarce resources go towards opposing means. There can only be you have to resolve it in some way. And there's only two resolutions. Either there is the non-aggression principle and the recognition that property cannot be communally owned, or there is might makes right. And I don't think that he would make the argument that if the woman won't listen, then the man ought beat the woman until she does, right? Like she either submits or gets beat. Right? Like, I think his solution would be she either submits or she gets a divorce. Well, I and many other people would love a national divorce. I would love the ability to govern myself, right? So unless his argument is, well, then you should beat your wife until she does admit that you are the superior person, then his argument is that, like, this needs to be done voluntarily. And if that's the case, right, then why does this logic not become so at a societal level?
They're right. One person would have to ultimately be the person who was conceded to.
Right, and it's whoever excels in that dominion. So again, it's if it's finances, typically that ends up being the man, traditionally speaking. So if it has to do with money, it's going to be the man. If it has to do with the kids or people, I would say it's the woman.
You have to be up at 4:30 in the morning? All right, so there's a man that deserves a stay-at-home wife that cooks and cleans and keeps the house together. I appreciate having you here. 4:30 in the morning is fucking rough. I could never. Like, I can work a job. I have physical disability. And I have, obviously, as an anarchist, I have some issues with authority. So I'm not great in work environments, but I do work and I can work. But I would never, you will never find me working a job where I have to wake up at 4:30 in the morning. That is way too fucking much. I love you guys. You could never, you were in the Army? Yeah, I was in the Army. I did it before, and I hated it, and then I left the Army. I didn't re-enlist. It was fucking horrible. Like, I learned a lot of good shit in the Army. Also, I did that when I was much younger. I was much younger when I did that. Like, I was in my 20s, my early 20s when I was in the Army. It's very different. I'm about to turn 35 this year.
Yeah.
Then you're taking the feminist position.
How's that feminist?
Because what you're doing is you're saying that there's a shared authority.
It's not necessarily authority, and I think that there is a difference between leadership and authority. Like, leadership is looking for counsel, and it's not just dismissing anyone else.
How can you have authority or leadership with no authority?
What the fuck? You're right. What the fuck is leadership? Like, this is women speak. Leadership, but no authority. Okay, well, like, it's like everyone will just naturally follow you, and it'll be okay. It's like this is that flat hierarchy shit.
I don't even know how that's done.
It's
like leadership to me implies that there's authority, that people are seeing you as an authority of some kind. They're looking to you as an authority of some kind. I'm not even sure that you can have leadership.
Because you're instilling respect, and in that respect, the person is choosing to follow. That's the difference.
But even regardless of why they are, perhaps it's because you show them respect or something like this, they would still have to concede some sort of authority for leadership, right?
Would you like us to be in relationships where we cede to authority of a man?
It has nothing to do with what I would like. I'm just asking this question.
Sounds like it is, though.
I'm just curious.
I don't actually think I'm getting an answer to it.
Okay, you want an answer? Here's your answer from all of us, from what I've heard, at least from the people talking.
Yeah, I mean, he should probably just bite that bullet. Like, yes, that is what he's advocating for. But I agree. I agree that, like, not giving them that and letting them distract from not answering the question is probably the right answer here. I probably would have fucked that up. That's where Andrew's is better at rhetoric than me sometimes, right? Because, like, Andrew's like, I'm not getting an answer to the question. I would have been like, yeah, and, like, if I was in his position, you know what I mean? Like, I would have just bit the bullet, and then they would have fucking distracted from the goddamn conversation, and then I would have been like, okay, well, now it's about this entirely new thing, and then I would have bitched about it. So he's good on you, Andrew. I would have fucked that up.
It depends on the situation. A relationship is a partnership. Nobody has absolute say over anything. And if you seriously are in an argument that's that deep and, like, you can't compromise, and both people are not, like, they're not willing to budge at all, then why are you in a relationship? Like, the whole point of a relationship is you guys are equals, and yeah, you have different responsibilities. Maybe some people have different things that they focus on that they do. But at the end, it's not about gender. It's not about who has more power. It's about the situation. And, like,
well, that really wasn't. I mean, that's your view, yeah.
Right, but I like this girl. She's on to something. The problem is that she can't make any of her ideas concrete. And so because it's not concrete, it's kind of like it's just this amorphous negotiable thing, as opposed to, you know, like it's like the logic is there in what she's saying, but, like, it has no inner Gaia. It has no story. It has no concrete example. It has no, like, understand, like, it has no connection to a situation in which we can extrapolate it. And because of that, like, with everything being negotiable in the roles in this regard, it's kind of a recipe for disaster, in that nothing is made concrete.
but that really wasn't her view. Her view was she thought a man should generally lead, right? A man should generally be in a position of authority. But then when we hone in on it, it looks like more that there's a shared authority, which is more of a feminist position. So I understand your position. I get it. You were clear on the outset. You believe that men and women should share authority in a relationship. I get it. I understand. I'm not disputing that. I'm just looking at the idea of if you think a man should mostly have authority, I don't know what the hell that actually means if we reduce it to, well, unless he's not really good at it and then the authority moves over to the woman, I'm not sure how we even make these determinations unless you're ceding to your own authority.
Well, that's because this has been like dragged out and you're not accepting anyone's answer. So initially my response
It's because your answers are contradictory, but like again, this is like the philosophical. Like I hate to borrow from Marx here, but it's a poverty of philosophy. Like your answer, like nothing that these people are saying is concrete. Hers at least makes somewhat of sense, but the rest of these women are completely contradicting themselves. Men should have authority. Men should have the final say. But then when we get to, but should they have the final say? Well, that depends on whether or not the man is this, etc. That is not how you energeia is a Greek word. I think that's how you spell it. Fuck. No, fucking spell check got me. Dude, can I just say, college before Word must have been so rough. Like before computers, I cannot imagine writing a paper in pen because it needs to be turned in pen, and then like being like, oops, I fucked up that word. Guess I have to rewrite this whole fucking page. Like, Jesus Christ, did fucking like Word make that so much easier. Like, I understand now why we were taught when we were kids, like to like do like a rough draft and then do like a next draft and then do another draft, because like it never really made sense to me as a kid, because I'm just like, why are we doing all these drafts? Like I'll just write it and then I'll edit it and then I'll fucking fix it and then I'll put some stuff here and then I'll put some stuff there. Like, why are we doing a whole draft and then rewriting a whole new draft? This is so fucking stupid. Why are we doing this? And now I realize that it's just the older generation couldn't do what we could do, which is like write a rough draft and then just edit that rough draft continuously until they have their final product. And that's so fucking rough, man.
It's trusting the other person. So yes, the man can absolutely lead, but there's a difference between a leader and a tyrant. So if you have the man that's leading and you respect his decision, you come to an impasse. What I originally said, which wasn't accepted, was that in my 15-year relationship, this has never come up, because in that dynamic, nothing has been at an impasse. And if anything was, it was mutually tabled until we could revisit it and come to an
Yeah, no, but you also described in your relationship that the man didn't want you really involved in porn, but he was okay with you doing solo stuff, and then how you fucking negged him and convinced him to allow you to do lesbian scenes, and then he really, really didn't want you having sex with other guys, but then you just kept being like, but I have so many opportunities, but I have so many opportunities, but I have so many opportunities, and then eventually you cucked him as you went into the porn industry and became a whore for hordes of fucking toxic men to use your body and violate everything that is in that relationship, and lo and behold, it didn't fucking work out for you. Like, you're just using this feminist rhetoric bullshit to be like, well, we'll just table it, which means that you're pretending that the man has a dominant position and that he has authority, when really what you're going to do is you're going to eat away at him until he either breaks or he capitulates to whatever it is that you want in the first place, so you have the ultimate authority in the relationship, but you get to blame everything on him. Like, this whore needs to shut up, because everything that she says is contradictory both towards her own life examples and within her own philosophical worldview.
Answer. So it wasn't me taking the lead.
I don't know why you're saying
because that answer wasn't accepted originally.
I accept that you're answering. I'm not accepting that you're giving an actual answer. So
that is absolutely an answer.
The question is not, in your personal life, have you ever had an impasse with a man or your husband or whoever? That's not the question. The question is, I'm not asking that. I'm not asking about your personal situation, because I don't give a shit, right? The question is asking specifically, if authority is to be shared, the dynamic is to be shared, then who ultimately makes a decision for who even gets to share the authority, right? If it's going to be you get to make that decision, then it can't really be that the man is in authority most of the time, because it would infer, there would at least be an inference here that you're sharing authority with.
Yeah, you would decide that ahead of time. I think this goes back to communication. I think, and the fact that everyone's saying all relationships are different. I think if you're conversing about this with your partner ahead of time, it's like, hey, let's talk about authority. Let's talk about who gets the final say. Are there areas that you feel like you want the final say in? And how do I feel about that? Are there areas I feel like I want the final say? Like we talked about kids, money, all of those things. You can create so much, like eliminate so many problems if you just have communication on the front end and talk about what feels good for each person. It's going to look different in every relationship, but that would be what I say. There is just you're wanting this overarching umbrella. It sounds like, of like, this is the way it is, this is the way it should be. That's it. And it just doesn't really work because
I haven't
all
told you
humans are
anything that I
different.
want. Like, all I'm doing is this. This is so that you know, okay?
She's constructing a straw man to argue against, and it's kind of funny. And it's why it's actually smart of Andrew not to give his position, even though his position's kind of obvious.
Made a claim. She said, most of the time, I think a man should be in a position of authority. So all I'm doing is exploring that idea by asking her, okay, but if the position of authority is actually shared, how's he really in authority? That's what
I said
we're diving
leadership.
into. Hang on. That's what we're diving into, right? I'm not disputing that you can make pre-arrangements with somebody for who has authority, who doesn't. I'm not disputing that you can't have long conversations and walks on the beach at night to make determinations about decisions in your life. I'm not disputing any of that. I'm just trying to determine who ultimately, if authority mostly should be in the hands of a man, gets to determine that authority then. And if it's you, aren't you really the authority?
I mean, I feel like, you know, we've kind of said, like, it's like we just keep repeating our answers. Like, sorry, that is not the answer that you're looking for.
Yeah, your answer is contradictory and you don't understand it. None of these women have the ability to like, it's crazy because the women don't even have cognitive dissonance because they don't recognize a contradiction. It's like, I never would have thought growing up when I was younger that cognitive dissonance is something that you can ignore by by like it's such a level of insanity, because in order to have cognitive dissonance you have to come to a clash, see that there are two things, you know, your two ideas that you hold that have a contradiction between them, and then attempt to resolve or not resolve them. But they don't have cognitive dissonance because they like see a contradiction and then they're just okay with that contradiction existing. It's like Hegelianism to the extreme.
For, but I mean, everybody's different, and like, you know, if someone's in a relationship where like
Right, you agree with Andrew so often because even if Andrew's worldview is different than yours, he's grounded in reality for most of his opinions. Right, I would say that some of his opinions aren't necessarily so. Right, but he's that's what he's doing. Right, like he's grounded in reality, and so many people are not grounded in reality that it becomes difficult to like to have, I don't know, empathy is not the right word, but to put yourself in their position or to think from their perspective or to do an internal critique, you know, where you can kind of like see what it is that they're thinking. Right. And so like Andrew is one of the few people, unfortunately, in the space that I have many disagreements with him. And I think many of the things that he thinks are wrong and illogical. But for the most part, everything that he says is grounded in an understanding of like contradictions can exist and formal logic, etc. And so because of, or grounded in real world experience to such a degree that like so many on the left and so many on like the center right and so many of these like rhinos and like, you know, these like magatards and fucking leftists and feminists and like basically every fucking woman content creator that I've come across, unfortunately, are just not grounded in reality. Right. So it's like I can have a conversation with Andrew where we discuss his ideas on the merits of those ideas. You can't have a conversation with these women on the merits of their ideas because we have to get to the fact that we have to pick apart and get into like the weeds of like trying to talk to them like a fucking toddler that like A cannot be B, right? Like A equals A cannot equal not A can equal B, but A cannot equal A does not equal not A.
The man is considered like, you know, head of the household. You still have to make those big decisions together. And like, yeah, maybe he'll decide like what he wants to eat for dinner or like something smaller. But I personally feel like in terms of like.
Okay, so now she's going off the complete deep end, which is that all big decisions need to be a compromise, but small meaningless decisions the man can be in charge of. That's just cuckery, right? Like that's just, I mean, it's not cuckery, right? But it's you creating and crafting a relationship where you choose to make the man feel like he's in charge while he's not actually in charge of anything. And then all of the big kind of crossroads, you're going to neg him and you're going to eat away at him until he agrees with you or until he moves away from his position towards you.
Really big decisions like that, you can't really have one person fully take over. But once
Yeah, I
again,
understand
that's
that. But I've always understood your view. Your view is equality. Just so you know, your view is different than the view of the girl next to you, the girl next to her, the girl next to her. I'm only exploring one view of a person who's not you, right? So therefore, I would like her to answer the question because she's her and not you, who has a different view. Hang on, who has a different view than she does. So back to her. I'd like to just, if you don't mind, if we can just finish this real quick. I'm actually still confused, right? So perhaps without the sisterhood getting involved with their view, which I don't give a shit about, and just your view, if it is the case that authority is shared, right? Or not. In your case, you say the man should mostly be an authority.
Lead.
Are you the determiner of that?
No, and again, so
okay, it seems like we're going to go in circles, so I'm just going to go to the next fucking topic because it's like these bitches are not going to fucking answer.
He actually said something different, which is the implication that, hey, men actually mostly should have authority. But then when we reduce it, it's like, maybe not so much. Maybe not so much.
Sorry, I missed what you were saying. What was that?
I just said that, Andrew, you win, you have all the authority. Like, it just depends on the person and the man, I guess. I don't know, like, you're making it seem
Thank
like...
you. That was super helpful to the conversation. I appreciate it.
I totally understand how an hour and 23 minutes in, Andrew's already starting to fucking lose it. I would have lost it before then. I would have fucking yelled at these bitches like within the first like fucking 20 minutes. I'm probably not going to get invited onto the whatever podcast because he's going to fucking be like, oh, well, like he's going to check up on me and be like, oh, he reacted to one of our episodes. I'm going to be like, shut the fuck up, you dumb bitch. And he's going to be like, nah, fucking not this guy. Oh, fuck, man. That would be so difficult to keep my composure. Like, I mean, I would if I had to, but Jesus Christ.
That's basically what I got out of it. Big strong man.
Cool. Like now she's just mad. She has like her arms crossed. Fucking let her in. Fucking heroin addict over here is just sick of fucking being lectured by someone that is like that is trying to get to the principles of the matter, and she doesn't understand, and she's just fucking angry, and it's hilarious to me.
Wait, so you're saying Andrew has all the authority? I'm just confused. I'm a little confused.
It's just like, in his relationship, he's got all the authority, and that's what he's trying to prove is that, like, every man should be like him, right? Is that the
Where
point?
was any of this stated? Like, it's just all headcanon. So what you should say is, Andrew, I'm about to make a bunch of fucking bullshit up, and then say it out loud for reasons nobody understands. You should just lead with that.
Anything. I just said, yes, sir.
Yeah, you just lead with, I'm about to make up a bunch of bullshit, and then say it out loud for reasons nobody understands.
Andrew, there's a chat here coming for you.
Jane_Slice donated $200. This creep gave me herpes and never did his own dishes or laundry. He smells like gingerly cheese and camel smoke and rainbows. Sorry for tipping.
Marlboro smoke.
Marlboro. Marlboro.
He's correct. Marlboro. Fuck, I'm a Marlboro man.
Marlboro.
I don't smoke fucking camels.
All right, well, we're going to move on to the next thing. Aella.
Okay, when I used to smoke, Turkish Royals were pretty good, though.
You sell your eggs.
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
This was before, just to be fair, this was before the additional cancer paper layer. I used to smoke fucking, what was it, Marlboro Virginia blend or Southern blend or whatever the fuck it's called. And, appreciate it. My wife, like, when you call, my wife likes, I'm assuming, when you call these women whores. Well, I appreciate your wife. That is Lucky Strikes. Oh God, what is this, Mad Men? Fucking Lucky Strike campaign? No, I liked, is it Virginia blend? So there's like a Southern one. Hold on. I haven't smoked cigarettes in so many years because I quit when I was in the Army. Because I was in the medical field. And you can't really smell like cigarettes and have patience, right? Is it Southern Cut? Is that what it is? Might be Southern Cut. It was a Virginia blend and Southern Cut might be it. I don't know. It's been a long time, but I did smoke Camel Turkish Royals. Those are pretty good. But honestly, if you're gonna smoke cigarettes, just fucking buy your own tobacco and roll your own cigarettes. They're 100 times better than what you're getting out of a pack of cigarettes, and it's cheaper. Can't smell like cigarettes as a 68 whiskey? No, you cannot fucking smell like cigarettes as a 68 whiskey. So that's when I started vaping. So I started vaping like in, God, what was it? Let's see. I would have been, I think it was, let's see. I would say 2013, probably, I guess would be around when I started vaping, right? Like when I got out of AIT. And so that would be like 12 years now. So like when I was vaping, like it was before, like it was long before disposables. Disposables weren't a thing. And then if they were really bad. And then box mods weren't even really a thing, right? So you had like these little refillable things that were really weak and really sucked, or you had mechanical mods. And those were just like tubes, and you would buy like the batteries from Japan or Korea. And then you would, you'd have like rechargeable batteries, you'd buy those, you'd have like a tube, and then you would have like your own coils, and you'd have to make your own coils, right? And so like I would have to like wrap them and test them and see like what ohms and amps they were at to make sure that they got, red hot, but that they didn't get red hot too quickly. And then you'd have to buy Japanese facial cotton, right? I remember that. So it's Korean batteries, and then Japanese facial cotton. And then you'd have to wick it. You'd have to pull the top off and like drip liquid on it, put the top back on, and then hit it. And then you'd chuck fucking clouds. And I got way too into it. Like it was bad. I was fucking horrible. I was such a fucking loser. I made like Clapton coils, which is where you take a coil and then you take like a wire, and then you take other wires and you braid the wire over the wire really, 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 really tight. Usually what you would do is you would screw it onto a piece of wood, and then you would lock them into, like, you'd put the 3 wires and you'd lock them into like a drill, and then you'd pull the drill so that it pulled it super, super tight. And then that way you could have like a thick coil that would get red hot and would like, but the outer layers wouldn't get as hot as quickly. And then at one point I put like micro coil inside of a large Clapton coil. And then I would have cotton on the inside of the Clapton coil, which would be on the outside of the micro coil, and then cotton on the outside. And then I'd have to turn to the side and drip in the center and drip on the top. And so what I would get is I would get an immediate draw and then a slow draw on the outside, so that I would just be able to chuck massive fucking clouds. And at one point I made the barracks room fire alarm go off from doing it. And that was kind of when I was at the point and I was like, okay, this is getting to be ridiculous. And there was a box mod. Let me see if I can find it. Is the IPv2 vape. Okay, the IPv2. When did this come out? This bitch came out. This bitch came out in like 2015 or something, and it was like the first one where you could screw on a head and have build them just like you would a mechanical mod, where you push the button directly into the battery. But then you could also put like tanks and like vape. And then I finally got to the point where I was just filling a tank up with juice and just like, just doing it. So like, here's a YouTube video of a review. Let's see how old this is. Yeah, this fucking review is 10 years old now. So like I finally did that, and I stopped being crazy and just started doing like regular vaping shit. I love how I was talking about masculinity and shit, and like, like being dominant and stuff, and like all the people here were like, fuck yeah, brother. And like now at the moment I just like open up about like being a fucking loser that used to like be a hardcore like vape addict. Like we lost like 8 people. I'm okay with it. I think it's funny. I lost my man card from 8 people, 9 people now in the audience are like, okay, I gotta fucking go. This loser sucks.
So
hopefully one day.
On your website, you haven't done it yet.
No.
But you do say, if you're interested in using my eggs to reproduce, you're down to discuss this in exchange for payment for your time and fear of needles. You have ancestry, health testing, and family history that you can share. Have you had any inquiries or at all, or no?
Yeah. I've talked with some people. We might do something. I just did my first round a couple months ago.
Yeah, listen. I did a debate with JF Garepi, and it was mostly kind of like a bit of a meme for me, because I was defending the position of in vitro being fine, and I fucking destroyed him, and I don't know how, because he wrote an entire book and has like I think a master's degree in like I don't remember what it is, in something to do with genetics in some regard. I utterly destroyed him, and it's hilarious because I did it in his own field of expertise. He made the entire argument from his domains of like genetics, etc. But like ultimately, I do think that in vitro is unethical, so long as they throw away what they consider to be unviable, unviable like fertilizations, right? Like I can't remember the exact term, but like if you put a sperm into an egg and you create, it's not a fetus at that point, but like once you start having mitosis, and once you start, having a distinct human that you've created in a lab, and then you kill it because it's like not that helpful or it's like not that viable, like that to me is murder just as much as abortion is. But like so long as they stop doing that, I'm all for IVF. I don't really care. Like I don't, this idea of like, these gay men and, these people, these infertile women, like it's wrong to do that. Shut up. Like there's just not a very good argument of it being immoral on those grounds. So like I would say that ultimately it is unethical. If she wants to sell her fucking eggs, like sure, fine. But like I'm listening to her. I'm seeing her. And while she may have some very healthy genetics from a physical perspective of her body, because like she's not that ugly, especially for someone that gets railed and gets fucking, rough sex to the point that she's fucking crying and doesn't shower and she still looks all right. So like, yeah, sure. I'm sure she has some good genetics in that regard. But brain-wise, don't buy this bitch's eggs. What are you doing? Do not take this lady's eggs. This lady is not good genetics. Like it is very clear that there's something wrong with this woman's brain. I don't need any studies or any fucking I don't need fucking any, I don't need the fucking, oh God, what is the, the Human Genome Project to map her out and determine that, she's better than the average in terms of like structures or whatever. Like I don't need the data and the charts and the fucking Excel spreadsheets to know that this girl's not right in the head and that her genetics are inferior, man. Just find you a woman and have a baby. British chicks live to tan. I wouldn't say it's British chicks. I would say it's chavs, right? Like it's not that British chicks love to tan so much. Like there are plenty, but the cultural institute, like our like, how do I put this? When you see British people online and you see British people in media and you see British people in social media and stuff, like what you're getting is mostly a metropolitan view of the nation state, right? Like it's like when people from other countries see Americans, they don't necessarily see a lot of like people from Kansas or Missouri or Ohio or like random people in Virginia and like, the mountains or Florida man. They might see some Florida man, right? But, because our news with Florida man is prolific. But mostly what they're seeing is metropolitan individuals like New York City, LA, etc. And so when we see the Brits, we're not seeing like, like there's a podcast I like to listen to about laying down the lore. It's a Warhammer podcast that I like to listen to. And they always talk about the Catachan jungle fighters from Catachan. And they always do it with like a Geordie accent. So it's always like Catachan jungle fighters, right? Like you're not hearing that like Geordie, right? You're not hearing, sheep shaggers or Welsh people. You're getting a representation that's mostly like Manchester, London people. And so when you're getting that city culture, and that's the representation that you're mostly seeing, you're getting what cultures and subcultures exist in London, in the Manchester area, in those specific areas. And so in those areas, the ghetto, low trash, or, like low class individuals of the chavs, right? Chavs are very, very much into tanning. Like that is a huge part of like the chav perspective. So I wouldn't say it's so much that like British people are really into it. I would say the chavs are really into it, and we see an overrepresentation of chavs in America versus like in other places. Also, you can see her stomach from the side. She was so artarded in her documentary, she thought she couldn't get AIDS from semen. I did hear her say something about that. Again, I think every little bit of dumb stuff from these OnlyFans whores that are like, trying to constantly add shock factor. I don't know what's real and what isn't. I don't know whether or not she's an idiot or whether or not she plays an idiot on social media to create controversy, to create intrigue, to simply like get her name out there more. I have a hard time telling. It's difficult to tell when you know that someone's a liar and you know that someone's not genuine. It's difficult to tell to what degree any part of their character, especially when their drug is attention and their entire everything that they're selling is their brand, and that their brand doesn't require trust. Their brand requires attention and clicks. And so it's difficult for me to know what, if anything, any of these people say is genuine or themselves. I saw grammar in Texas. Fabian, do you think Hoppa's evictionist argument is correct? So I don't know that I've heard Hoppa's eviction argument. I have on my channel, I did interview Walter Block, so who is the one that came up with evictionism. And I specifically talked with him about evictionism, departurism, which is kind of the libertarian, more like paleo-libertarian counter to evictionism, and the ins and outs of that. So I have an entire conversation on the channel about evictionism with Dr. Walter Block. Let me find it for you. Obviously, this was a while ago, so just know that my libertarian theory is, this is over 2 years ago. So my libertarian theory then is nowhere near as strong as it is now. But here's the link for that. So there's, it's 58 minutes and 54 seconds. It might be, I'm giving you the link because it might be hard to find information on it because it's got one of those, YouTube naughty banners. Abortion health information, National Library of Medicine, right? You can see it here. An abortion is a procedure to end a pregnancy. It can be done two different ways. Medication, it's like giving me the naughty ban thing. So maybe it's hard for you to find. So there's the direct link. But yeah, I discuss with him specifically the ins and outs of it. But short answer, yes, I am an evictionist. That is my position. I think Walter Block is correct there. Even if there are some disagreements I might have with certain things. Do I agree with what I say in the video? I'd have to rewatch the video. It's been over 2 years, so I can almost certainly, if it's 58 minutes and 54 seconds, I can almost guarantee that I say some things in there that are incorrect because I was a baby anarchist at that point. When I started streaming this channel, I was a minarchist. Okay, I was a libertarian, little L libertarian minarchist. And I started on Twitch. I became a full-blown anarcho-capitalist while streaming. It was Robert Murphy's chaos theory was the final nail in the coffin for me. And so once I read that, because my hang up was look, I believe that we need limited government and that the taxation theft and all this other shit. But kind of like Randians, I was in the perspective that market justice can't work, right? That we need a state to adjudicate property rights, and to adjudicate contracts or trade agreements and things with the outside places. And I was just there is no way that you can convince me that market justice could work. Then I read Robert Murphy's chaos theory, and I think it was a guy named Russian Capitalist came into chat and was you need to read this book. And I was okay, I'll read it. And then I read it. It's a short book. And I was okay, so market justice can work. Now, Robert Murphy is a pacifist, and so I don't agree with his interpretation, but he opened my imagination to market justice in a way that could work and proved to me that you didn't need the state to do it. And so that's what that book made me an anarchist. That was the final nail in the coffin. So because of that, I had read some theory, but and I had read some libertarian stuff, but that was a part of my journey. So if you watch something from one of my videos from 2 years ago, or even a year ago, really, you're going to find me saying shit that I disagree with now. because that's just part of my online evolution in my political philosophy. And I'm sure I'm saying some shit wrong now, and like I'll have some chat with Liquid Zulu about it at some point, and then I'll be like, fuck, I'm wrong. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure that'll happen.
Sorry, what?
My first round of freezing.
Oh, you're freezing bags. Okay, so you can like just sell those then.
Yeah, although I think we might get genetic engineering soon, so I think I would maybe like a whole bunch of them to do genetic engineering experiments on.
Interesting. Okay.
How much you sell them for?
I mean, dude, that's so fucking why?
Ideally about 100K.
Like I'm cool with it, but like at the same time, it sounds so dystopian.
Wow.
Would you do surrogacy or no?
I don't think so.
Like you carry the child.
Seems.
Who the fuck is paying 100K for this bitch's eggs? Why? Why would you pay 100K for this bitch's eggs? Like, if you're gonna buy eggs, buy it from like a, I don't know, like some model that also fucking, you know, is like a fucking, like, I don't know, like some model that like went to Harvard, which I mean, Harvard's actually not a good example, but like some model that's also like an extremely high-powered attorney or successful businesswoman. Like that makes sense. Someone that has like superior genetics in like all these other domains. Like this broad doesn't seem that intelligent. Actually, she seems fairly intelligent. She just seems like she has mental health issues. And then also on top of that is like, I don't know, she's like she looks like a 7 right now. Maybe when she was younger, she was like an 8 or something. But 100K, like for 100K, I better be getting like the perfect fucking specimen.
Why? It seems like I could pay someone else to do that.
If someone's like $5 million.
I would definitely carry a child for $5 million. Yes.
All right. Now into something kind of pretty interesting.
Bitch, I'd carry a child for $5 million. Like if someone found a way for me to fucking carry a baby for 9 months and you were going to give me $5 million, I'd do that.
There is a gangbang flowchart. We have to pull this up. Can we pull up the tweet, Sir Damien?
Yeah, here's the fucking game. It was our birthday. She was celebrating her fucking birthday with this.
So why don't you tell me?
This is so gross.
Is that back, Gangbangland?
Something like that. You got it, Damien? Yeah. Okay, pull it up, please. Okay, this is your Twitter. For my birthday, my partner and some friends organized a huge gangbang for me. 42 attendees. Here's the break. Lily loves this one. Yeah. Here's the breakdown of how
Yeah, here we go. 87 got invited. 56 got the ticket. 43 did SCI tests. 1 didn't.
The event was organized. There were exit survey statistics and what it was like for me psychologically. Why don't we pull up the next tab with the actual graphic? Okay, put us on the other side. So
I need to hop in a Crucible chat during whatever stream. You would have a blast. My brother in Christ, I'm streaming. I'm taking care of my kids every other weekend. I'm picking my son up Tuesdays and Thursdays. Like, I need you to understand that while I enjoy this and I enjoy talking about a lot of things and enjoy talking about politics, also recognize I'm also reading, right? So, I mean, most of my reading nowadays is audiobooks. But like I'm reading, right? So that I can like not be stupid. You know what I mean? Like, right? Like my current, I switch between 2 different books, right? So I always do one book that is like intellectual in some regard or, helpful in that, right? And then I do another book that is like a fantasy book or something, right? So I just started Swami Kriyananada's The Essence of the Bhagavad Gita, right? And then I just finished book 4 of Brandon Sanderson's Stormlight Archives, right? So I've already got book 5 lined up, but I'm going to listen to The Essence of the Bhagavad Gita, and then I'll switch back to that. And then after that, I'll probably listen to some book on econ, some Austrian book, something like that. How did you just finish book 4? Because I read book 3. Because the reason I just finished book 4 is because I got book 4 like right when it came out, but I had never read any of the Stormlight Archives, so I read book 1 through 3. And then by the time I was done with Oathbringer, I was like, I need a fucking break before I start book 4. And then I kind of put it off on the shelf for a while. And then book 5 came out. And then the time in between book 4 and book 5 coming out, I was like, I don't remember any of this shit. So then I had to start book 1 again so that I could remember it all. So I listened to book 1, 2, and 3, and then book 4. And like, yeah, like I'll get to book 5, you know, after I finish the essence of the Bhagavad Gita. But it was just like, I needed a break after Oathbringer. And then by the time I came back, it was like, there's just so much that happens in Stormlight Archive that it's just like, dude, I need to like revisit it. This isn't good for you, Scott. I agree. You should limit this content to one stream. Yeah, like I'm not doing this on my spare time. You know what I mean? Like my spare time is not going to be filled with this. I appreciate you guys. 90% of these women are a marionette of the leftist egregore? I don't know that term. Am I dumb? Non-physical entity that is created by a group of people's shared thoughts, feeling, and intentions. The word comes from the French word egregore. It's been so long since I've fucking took French that I don't even remember how to pronounce that. Are sustained by belief, ritual, and sacrifice, which means spirit of a group. Concept in Western esotericism of a non-physical entity or thought form that arises from the collective thoughts and emotions of a distinct group of individuals. I need to write this down. It seems like some occult shit, and I don't really ever get into that. I'm probably going to ask Mark about it, and Mark's going to be like, oh, let me tell you. Let me tell you 20 different things about it, because this seems like some occult shit. So I'm I'm writing that down to look that up. I don't really get into occult shit, that, like, unless I have to for like a debate or something. I appreciate the $10, but I appreciate more you teaching me a new word. Okay, now you're just fucking anthropomorphized. Okay, all right, enough with the fucking word salads, all right? I'm too stupid to learn more than one new word per stream, all right, boys? Yeah, I mean, it sounds, I mean, like, on its face, it just sounds like Richard Dawkins' meme, right? Which is where we get the memes from, like internet memes, right? Is like that like an idea that has like a life of its own beyond the individual. I mean, that goes back farther than that, right? Like, Carl Jung famously saying, people don't have ideas, ideas have people. But he's talking about ideas as part of as part of like an entire ideology, and he's talking about ideological subversion and things like that. Which, by the way, Origins and History of Consciousness by Eric Neumann, really, really good book. Read that. Don't read Carl Jung. Don't ever read Carl Jung. Let me see if I have it. So like this book looks really big. Right? It like, so this is the Origins and History of Consciousness by Eric Neumann. This is Carl Jung's understudy. And it has a foreword written by Carl Jung. Okay? But like, if you look at the book, right? So even though this is like a huge fucking book, right? If you look at the book and you look at so like you have the book, and the book is 461 pages, but like the last 40 pages are just like appendices and like, or 445 is just like a bibliography and index, right? But if you look at like, there's part 1, the mythological stages in the evolution of consciousness, right? But when you get to part 2, the psychological stages in the development of personality, so we're talking about personality psychology, you'll find different portions of this book that you can kind of skip, because a lot of it is just talking about psychotherapy, and the psychotherapy is, the book was written in Princeton University Press. Here we go. The original copyright would be 1949, right? So the original publication's in 1949. So like all of the parts that deal with like psychotherapy, you can kind of just like ignore. I mean, unless you want like a historical understanding of like, Jungian or like, Freudian psychology. But like, if you want to understand like, Jungian thought on like mythology and psychoanalytics, right? Like, this is a book that will give you all of that in one book without having to fucking figure out, as Jung figures it out, all of his collective fucking esoteric ass works. You can just read Eric Neumann, who is his understudy, that like kind of puts it all in one book for you. It's like, it's a shortcut to understanding Jungian psychology to an extreme degree. And so like, if you want to understand Jung and you want to understand psychoanalytics and like psychodynamics and things like that, you know, in like the historical context, this is a great book without having to read like 30 fucking books. Read about the crabs though? I'm not sure what you're talking about. What's wrong with Carl Jung? Carl Jung's fucking crazy, but madness and genius go hand in hand.
So there were 1,600 respondents. 800 failed the autofill.
Yeah, no. I wouldn't read. Hold on. I would say that watching Jordan Peterson and listening to Jordan Peterson is a bad way to understanding Carl Jung. I would say read this first, then read Maps of Meaning by Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson's work with like, when he's talking about religion and the Bible and shit, really good. When he's like talking about psychology and personality psychology and especially alcoholism, phenomenal. When he's talking about politics and all these other things and doing these interviews and all that shit, he's like dumber than me on that shit. Like, and trying to understand Carl Jung through him is like, is bad. Like, you're not going to understand it because he has like his own takes and like interpretations and like, you know, modernist revisions of his ideology and his thoughts. But if you read this first, Origins and History of Consciousness, you'll have a really good foundation of psychoanalytics, psychodynamics, and of course, like how it's put into practice, but you don't need those parts. But like, you know, like Eric Neumann has, like, if you look at the chapters, right? Totally off of fucking this reaction, but whatever. The creation myth, you get like chapter 1 is the Ouroboros, the Great Mother, the separation of the world, parents, the principles of opposites, the hero myth, the birth of the hero, the slaying of the mother, slaying of the father, the transformation myth, the captive and the treasure, transformation or Osiris, right? Then you get psychological stages in the development of personality. So this is old school personality psychology. It's mostly wrong. Centrovision and ego formation, the ego germ and the original Ouroboros situation, development of the ego out of the Ouroboros, you know, like you get all of it. The fragmentation of archetypes, transformation of the pleasure pain components. Let's see, culture and balance, the schism of the systems, culture and crisis, the group and the great individual, mass man phenomenon of recollectivization. Like, you get all of it in this. Then you can read Maps of Meaning, and like Maps of Meaning will be a much, much easier read if you've read this, because he's building off of this. And Maps of Meaning is a magnum opus of which Jordan Peterson will never match again. Like, Maps of Meaning is an S tier book. His other books and his other works are kind of trash, and they're definitely trash when compared to Maps of Meaning.
Other side. So there were 1,600 respondents. 800 failed the auto filter. About 700 passed the filter. 250 you contacted. About half of those didn't respond. There's 83 who didn't interview. 87 got invited. 56 got tickets. 43 did STD tests. 42 showed up. 5 of which did not bang Aella. 37 penetrated Aella. 17 of which came in Aella. 5 came in a fluffer. 15 did not climax.
I love that this shows like the logistical nightmare.
I have so many questions for you, because when you were like, you're doing so many guys, I was like, can I ask you about the logistics?
It's tricky, honestly.
You should do a flowchart.
Yeah, I need you like on the.
I would love that.
This is so fucking, like, these whores are so gross. Like, they're like happily talking about their flowcharts of gangbangs. Like, it's like, why can't we just like, why, like, just like, if you see these people, just like, how do you so cheerily and happily engage in this? It's just so foreign to me.
Flowchart. Do the flowchart for Aella.
Oh, my bad, boys.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I could do it. I love the tracking the data and stuff. Really love that. We could check correlations.
I think that'd be great.
You need a flowchart.
Yeah. I feel like also it's great to have someone to like verify things. Like he did penetrate. Yes.
Right, I started talking about the origins and history of consciousness, and I lost like another 15 people.
They had me do Sharpies on my leg to track what was happening, and that helped a lot.
Sharpies.
And then they signed a guest book afterwards.
There was a guest book.
Yeah.
Okay, so they write a little like note.
Proper party.
Yeah, it was really sweet.
Were there rules?
Like she's treating a gangbang like the fucking, like when you have a wedding and like people like sign into their guest book and like it's so sweet and you write little messages. Like what the fuck, man? Like I don't know. Like not every opinion is like it's just so wild to me that like people say this with no pushback. I can see Andrew just being like, what the fuck too, but it's just like, I don't know, man. This is like this. I don't know what to say. It's actually stun locking me. Like the fact that like this, that there is just this cheery conversation around this.
Like, do they get a time limit or how's that?
Yeah, I think it was like a max of 2 minutes per guy, because you know it really adds up.
Yeah. Did you like? Was there one that you liked and you gave him like next to 30 seconds or?
There wasn't. It was really a blur. The very first guy was a virgin, and they popped confetti when he entered me, and he shouted Leroy Jenkins as he started fucking me or banging me, whatever. Which was yes.
I have that ready to go.
Wow, lovely.
That's
yeah,
fun.
and I was like, this is an interesting experience to be in.
These whores have no fucking shame. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, just like giddy and happy about like, I just like, I can't imagine. I don't know. Like, I think for a lot of people, your first time experience isn't that great, right? Like, like I think a lot of people have like a bad first time. And like, I don't know, maybe that man or that boy can look back fondly on that or whatever. You know what I mean? Like in some sense that like what he did was more than a typical first time, sex experience. But I don't, but there's just something distinctive about the type of person that engages in that. The cavalierness in which sex is treated in this regard is, I don't know, like that the act itself is damaging to the soul. I don't believe in the soul, but there is certainly something to be said about, like the person that, where it's so transactional and it's so meaningless. Like there's no meaning to any of this beyond like the instantaneous hedonism. And it's like, what does that do? Like, what does that do to you? But also what does that say about you that has already been done to you? Right. I think that's the more important takeaway here, because I don't know that that the act itself is so damaging. Rather, there's something sad about the person that participates in the act, that like there's something wrong with someone that is, for their birthday, is like engaged in this gangbang situation of like just a line of dicks, and it's their happiness is derived from like the flow chart and derived from like the organizational structure of it. This is why I think that there's something severely kind of like wrong with this girl, is like, it's not even about the moment. It's not even about the sex act itself or the connection with another person in like this, like there's this connection that occurs within sexuality of like your shared interests and your shared goals. And there's like a play that is engaged here. Like when, like when animals and when men and women and when fathers and children play with their children, with their offspring, with their young, right? It's an allegory towards your life in a way, right? Like when rats play, there is a sense of equality and a sense of fairness, that engages there, and it's training you in a certain way towards the predator-prey distinction and training you to escape from predators, and or in other mammals, training you to hunt and to do other things. And that's kind of also an important aspect of rough and tumble play between the father and a child, is teaching them boundaries, teaching them empathy, teaching them an understanding of pain. And the same thing is true in the type of play that is engaged in sex acts, right? There is romantic sex where there's, a connection and like mirror neurons are firing like crazy. And, there's an allegory towards your shared interests and your values. But there's even like, rough sex or makeup sex and things of that nature, where the roles of the relationship and the emotions of the relationship are laid bare and are able to be kind of like tossed aside. And even in that hedonistic pleasure of sex that is about domination and submission, or or even BDSM or other sex acts of that nature, even in kinks in certain contexts, there is like a shedding of emotion and stress and a play about the roles and the dynamics, and reestablishing power and reestablishing connections, and shedding away problematic situations. Like that is like sex plays such an integral role in relationships, and the person that is like engaged in it like a fucking flow chart and is doing all of this, completely cavalier way, and like breaking a virgin with like this like 2-minute fucking little fun act before being inseminated by 17 other dudes, showcases like a real destruction of like what sex is and how important it is to relationships and our dynamic and in our own sense of psychological health and our own development. And this is just like really gross. And like the idea that this is so cavalier and so funny and so blasé is just, it's beyond shameful. It's almost like an attack on something integral to society and culture at the very core, at the very individual level. Like there's something, I don't want to say sacred or sacrosanct, but in a similar way, right? Like in kind of like a Durkheimian sense, to how we as a society and culture treat sex. Fabian, in 2 months from now, do a watch through of her on the Lex Friedman podcast. Maybe. You're going to have to remind me in like Discord DMs or something if you want me 2 months from now to react to her on Lex Friedman.
I like it when things are surreal, though.
Wait, how old was he? The virgin?
I don't know, mid-20s maybe. He also wore a heart rate monitor and they gave me the data of his heart rate.
Is he diabetic or what?
No, he just offered it. It's like, do you want to see my heart rate data?
I've made plenty of money tonight. I could always use more money, trust me. But like if you want me to recognize you in chat, like even if you're not going to super chat me, because like if you super chat me, I'll definitely answer your question. But if you want me to like see you, like at the very least at me. Right, like I've made enough money to where I'm not going to beg you guys to super chat me so that I can see your question, because like I see questions and I don't even know if they're like towards other people in chat or if they're towards me. So like if you really want an answer to a question, super chat me. But like if you don't have the money or you don't like feel like I'm deserving of it or whatever, right? Like at least at me, and then I might be able to get to you. Like I can't guarantee I'll get to you, because that's just how it is.
I was like, please wear a heart rate monitor for the...
Yeah. So he lost his virginity in a birthday king thing. Okay.
The only one, but you did... How many virgins did you do?
I've probably done like maybe 5 virgins.
Okay.
I did quite a lot because I did recently a 50-month anal.
Didn't you just say earlier in the podcast that you fucking did 27 virgins and now you're saying you've done 5 virgins? Are you like retarded? Are you a liar? Like what's going on here?
Bang bang.
Oh,
and I took a lot of anal virginities recently. So
What?
Wait, hold on. Like you pegged?
No. As in I got fucked all of them anally.
In the arse.
Yeah.
Okay. Congrats.
Yeah, there was a...
Yeah, no, don't congratulate her. Number one, like that's not something to fucking congratulate. Number 2, guys, anal sex is like, look, anal sex is a risk reward thing here. Okay, like getting gang banged in the ass is like not healthy for your body. Like, you're going to cause permanent fucking damage. And also, there's a much higher STD risk, right? So make sure you're doing it with a loving partner. Make sure you're fucking, like, actually doing it appropriately, right? But, like, you can't just like, the ass is not meant to take dick, okay? It's not, okay? So if you engage in, like, stretching the ass out over and over and over again, or a lot of anal, trauma in your anal sphincter, especially in a short period of time, like, you're running the risk of, like, permanent damage, and like that can cause serious health problems. Okay. Like, anal sex is something that should be done rarely, if ever. And if you're going to do it, like, make sure you do it right. Make sure that you're warm, you're accepting, like, there's plenty of lube, a lot of, like, that you're doing it with someone that you know and that you love, right? Like, just getting rammed in the ass by, like, a bunch of random dudes, it's like, it's not the same thing as vaginal intercourse. Okay. Like, your vulva, your labia, like, your vaginal cavity can heal pretty fucking reliably. Your anal cavity, your fucking, the end of your anal sphincter and your large intestine, specifically that first tract at the end, like, doesn't always fucking heal properly. Like, you're going to cause problems. Don't fucking do that.
There's a lot of anal virgins though.
Wait,
so.
I gotta ask Lily. So, like, is this actually recorded though?
Yeah. I'll show you.
Like, because I feel like some of these, like, I don't know if it's the case for you, but I've heard these stories, like, these girls will, like, make up these kind of elaborate scenarios that are just not actually true. But this is actually, like, recorded.
I'll show you all the evidence. Don't you worry.
Yeah, we can't show it on.
No.
But some, some of these people, like, make this up because it's, like, for the clout or whatever. But
just bookmarking for your kids so you don't have to tell them later. Like, clip it and ship it, boys. Scott gives parental advice for teenagers.
You actually did it.
Yeah, I did it with another girl as well. Tiff, so she can vouch for me as well.
All right. Okay. And have you done multiple of the gangbang?
No, I just did that one time. I actually didn't like it very much.
Singular gangbang.
Yeah.
Okay, you didn't like
I just want to see what it was like.
Yeah, it wasn't your thing.
No, because you have to be like, oh no, I feel bad for the guy. Like, is he feeling okay? Like, I want to make sure that he feels fine, and then you can't like let go yourself. The reason we tried that gangbang in the first place was because I was running an orgy, and these people ran a train on me. I think it was like 15, 11 guys or something.
Wait, that was a different
orgy. This is
No. Like, no, it's not a gangbang because, the guy can then go off and fuck other random girls. We're just going to be in a giant ball worshipping pile of bodies. Like this is the shit they put in movies to summon demons. Like, what are you doing?
Orgies is like all genders. Gangbangs is all guys and like one girl.
Yeah, I mean, it was like kind of an impromptu gangbang, if you will, in the middle of this orgy.
Half a gangbang.
Either like non-consent.
One, she moves like a robot because she's a fucking autistic robot. Two, she moves like a robot because I have this at 1.5 speed.
Orgy, so you wear a wristband and people can do like whatever they want to you within a certain period of thing. Anyway, so I was wearing the wristband and they just like threw me down. And it was a train, and it was fucking fantastic. Afterwards, I was like glowing. I felt so good for days. It was like I had done like a really good psychedelic, and then I was like, this is so amazing. And so my partner saw that and he was like, wow, sounds like it was really good for you. He's like, so for your birthday, I'm gonna try.
What is happening? I'm not saying that it's a good thing that the hold on, let me go to like just the chat. I'm not saying that it's a good thing, but that's the reason it's there. There's a reason mass majority of the consumers are men, so knowing the economic reasoning, women go into those. I mean, like, the problem here with, like, the reason we judge women is because women are the sexual selector of the species, right? This is just true of most mammals. Like there's a distinct difference between a woman that is a whore and a man that fucks whores, right? Both are bad and both require shame, right? But if we were to bring on one of the 100 dudes that fucked Lily Phillips, right, we would have plenty to say about this guy, right? So this is the second thing. The problem is that Lily Phillips, this girl, right? She is the one that is chasing clout and notoriety and making herself famous through this interaction. The guys are just a nameless horde of losers. And so if you brought on one of these guys, I'd have plenty of shit to talk on this guy. But he's not here. He's just a faceless, nameless number and a horde of guys. And so the reason that so much of this negativity is aimed towards these whores is because they're the ones that are profiting. They're the ones that are putting themselves out there with this action. They're the ones that are garnering and seeking the attention in this, right? Like if some guy made a TikTok being like sharing his experiences with like a little robot voice, and like, I went to a gangbang, right? And then like, here's me signing up. Got some semen on my shoes, right? And like made a TikTok about it. Like, we'd all be shitting on that guy, right? Like So, like, yes, the women are the sexual selector of the species. Yes, we judge women differently than we do men. And maybe to a certain extent, that's somewhat unfair. But, like, you have to recognize in these situations that one of these people is a millionaire and is doing everything they can to gain the attention and gain, you know, be a part of the conversation about this. And one of them is like one dude in a horde of fucking losers that, like, we don't know anything about.
Try and arrange like an even bigger one, but I think like the logistics of the bigger one, just like the magic wasn't there.
Sometimes that takes away from it. I couldn't agree more.
Does.
Ariel, here, speaking of Mike, you had a really big reaction to them. Did you want to say something, Ariel?
I'm just like kind of intrigued. Like I've never heard of it before. It's like
gangbangs?
Honestly, like good for you guys. Like, I don't know. I'm just learning new stuff.
She's learning. She's learning. All right.
What do you mean good for you guys? Like, no, not good for you guys. Like, this is gross.
Wait, so you've done multiple grape play orgies?
CNC, yeah.
CNC, consensual.
Yeah, I run a series.
How many have you done?
Okay. Lady, there's something seriously wrong with you at this point. Now you're engaged in gang rape role play. CNC, consensual non-consent. Right? Like, Jesus. Like, this, she needs a guardian. She needs a guardian. This lady is not fucking fit to fucking take care of herself.
Of these?
8, I think. 7 or 8. Yeah.
And so...
know that for a fact. I don't fucking give me shit for being an armchair psychologist, etc. I don't fucking know that for a fact. But I will say this: in fucking Ancapistan, we're banning this bitch. This bitch is not allowed at the stores, and we're certainly not letting this bitch rent out fucking hotel rooms because the nasty lady doesn't shower and she likes to fucking schedule gangbangs, and I don't want that shit in my hotel room. All right, this lady's not allowed in Ancapistan.
A little tricky with it. I understand it basically though. You describe yourself on Twitter as a whore lord.
Yes.
And a vex worker.
Indeed.
What is a whore lord?
The Lord of Whores.
You're the Lord of...
So I think she has claimed to be libertarian like a couple of times, but my main issue with her is that like Reason TV and other libertarians, you know, like Beltway, Prague libertarians have like written fluff pieces on her and have like discussed how amazing she is and like why, you know, this is a great example of why we need to legalize prostitution, etc. Because of like all of the valuable data that she's providing. And her data is always just trash. Like none of it is valuable.
Lord of Whores.
Yes.
Okay. The Lord of...
I thought it was relatively self-explanatory.
Milady.
Okay, you're the Lord of them.
Yeah, I mean, I write guides on how to do it. If a girl's interested in getting into it.
A whore guide?
Yeah, like if you're like
how to be the best whore.
It's hard to be a good whore.
How do you even get into it, right?
It's hard.
Like how do you stay safe?
I tried once.
You tried? How was it?
I'm just joking. But okay, so you're kind of like the
Lord of Whores.
Yeah, I'm hating myself at this point. And vex worker, what's that?
If you want a man to make fun of YouTube down bad guy uses sex offenders list to clap cheeks, Jesus Christ. Oh my God, what a
Are you a witch?
Well, I think people really get mad at me a lot for things that for a while I didn't know they were going to get mad at me for, and now I've started to catch on. And so people seem to be very vexed by me.
They're vexed.
They are vexed.
Why are they? How are they vexed?
I think people are like horrified by a lot of things. Like I ask a lot of like moral conundrum polls, which I probably can't repeat on stream. Or like for example,
moral conundrum.
Like,
dude, this bitch does a lot of Twitter polls and then acts like that's valuable data. I've seen her, like if you go to Aella's Twitter, right? Like, let's see if we can find it real quick. Let's just find her fucking. Right? If you go to her Twitter, like, let's see if we can find some polls. I'm actually not seeing a lot of polls right now. But I've seen them pop up before. Right? Like, here's one. Oh, no, this is her reposting a poll. Just pictures of her in her fucking underwear and shit now. Like, whatever. I'm out.
Can I say?
I don't want to fucking scroll through her Twitter, and also I can't put the shit on the screen because she puts softcore porn and like random shit on there. Can we please get rid of fucking porn on Twitter? Like, can we do that, please? Like, I would be so happy with that. Like, or better yet, can we just have an option in the settings where like people, if they post pornography and OnlyFans links and shit like that, that they have to identify themselves that way and then give me the option to cut that shit off? Because like every time I'm on a fucking political thing, I have to hear like one of the top fucking posts is some whore I've never heard of on OnlyFans, right? Some OF chick that's in the top 1% or whatever. And it's like there's 10,000 bitches in the top 1% because apparently there's, you know, 1 million bitches doing OnlyFans. And so it's like fucking, it'll be some political conversation and then some whore comes in with like the dumbest fucking left-wing take, and then she's like at the very top because she's verified and because like the simps are like, hell yeah girl, and show me your titties, and it's like, so she gets like all of the traction, and then she bot follows all of her shit, and then you know, and she, you know, like obviously, and so they have this huge fucking following of like some random person I've never heard of again, and it'll be like 258,000 or like, you know, 111,000 fucking followers on Twitter, and it's just a bunch of horny dudes, but that's probably only 5% of it. The other 95% is fucking bots. And then they're just spreading like their dumb commie talking points. And then I'm like, oh, who's this? And then I click them and it's like tits. And I'm just like, God damn it. Fucking more of this bullshit. Block. I'm so sick of seeing these bitches. Or like I'll see some viral meme thing. I'll be like, oh, that's funny. And then it's just like the first 4 posts are like some girl like jiggling her ass to rap music. And then like some other girl like giving road head. And I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ, like block. And it's like my block list has so many fucking whores. I don't even bother blocking the ones that like DM me or like my posts because and have like 0 following and like, you know, follow 3 accounts. I don't even bother with those because like blocking them is useless. They'll just be back like within like 3 hours. But Jesus Christ, can we make that a rule, and then we can just like, I can turn that off because I don't care about that part of Twitter?
Conundrum.
Yes.
Oh, can you say what?
Well, can I talk?
Don't bring up the minors. Don't bring that
No,
up.
no, it's not mine. It's like is bestiality wrong, and are you a vegan?
You talked about this at dinner when we were in Colorado.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I did see some of your tweets on this.
Yeah, it just seems like a little funny that we have different standards for like intercourse versus killing and eating. Like I know if someone were going to do one to me, I would rather not be killed and eaten.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not a difficult fucking question, okay? Like the question is are animals property or are they moral actors? Okay, if they're property, then you can do whatever the fuck you want to them. And so the question then becomes, well, then is it like, well, then why would you consider killing them and eating them wrong, but bestiality not to be wrong? It's like, because it's transferable. Okay. The question is if people consume meat at a fucking, that is factory farmed, it's mostly done by machines, how much of that behavior is transferable to a human? Versus someone that is in their house fucking their dog is a sexual deviant that is a sign of several other problems. And the question then becomes, is that behavior transferable? The same thing would be said about a kid that's like 10 years old that like kills the neighborhood cat or fucking, you know, tries and finds squirrels or dogs that are lost and like kill them and like cut them up into little pieces. We recognize that like that's a sign of psychopathy. That's a sign of, you know, serious mental health issues. And it's also a marker of serial killers. It's not about whether or not the killing of the cat is wrong, because we eat pork, we eat beef, we eat these other things, which by the way, I've stopped eating pork. Mostly because I actually do find factory farming with pork to be like pretty fucked up. And like I've seen enough vegan propaganda now to like know that like pigs know they're about to be killed, and it's pretty fucking traumatic. And I think the people that engage in it, that behavior is transferable. I think that fucks you up if you're working in a slaughterhouse with pork. So I've kind of just stopped the whole pork thing, and I'm just eating beef now. Because cows are fucking retarded and dumb, and more often than not, if it's done right, they don't even know what's going on. But setting that aside, right? The question is it transferable to humans? Because if you think of animals as property, that doesn't mean that the value of human interaction and then how that human interacts with other humans is somehow magically not a part of the equation. It's actually a really simple question, but like I don't think that she has the philosophical knowledge to kind of like get into that detail of it. I think she just sees what she thinks is a contradiction, but she hasn't laid out why it is such.
And so anyway, that's an example of people seem to get really mad at me for that one, but I thought it was relatively straightforward.
Sure. And then let's see here. You said you built a dating survey. You picked the top guy from that. You were not attracted to him, but you brute forced through the first date. You guys spent 3 days at Airbnb, brute forced it.
Yes.
And you forced yourself to have sex with him.
Yeah. That's my current partner.
Oh, that's your current, for 4 years.
No,
Does that upset him? Does that upset you?
That's your current partner? Oh my God. That guy has got to be, like, apparently he has sex with more girls than she does, so maybe he's not cucked or whatever. But like, oh my God. It's kind of funny though, because she brute forced and forced herself into a relationship with a person and then forced herself to have sex with a person. And then she ended up in a relationship with said person. It's almost like argumentation for maintaining virginity and maintaining arranged marriages. Because in her own life, when she forced herself to go through with someone that was statistically a good match for her through a dating service, despite her own, broken intuition from being a broken whore, that was the best bet that she could have. And then she ended up maintaining that relationship, toxic and weird as it is. It's almost like an allegory for why arranged marriages work.
No. Pity sex? Was it pity sex? It was a bit of pity sex?
No, I think it was curiosity sex. I was like, I should probably try it.
You forced yourself.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, he just scored. I had a survey that was scored so people answer questions, and then on the back end, I built it, and then you get an output, and then I contacted the top scorers, and then he was like one of the very top scorers, and so I was like, date, and I made a graph of the scores and pointed at him, and he said, sure, 3 days in Airbnb, and I was like, great. So I went to an Airbnb for 3 days, which was the first time I like seriously talked to him. And
Dude, this is like such a fucking, like, this is so autistic that it is like, it's at a degree where like I genuinely think this girl needs a guardian.
And then I was like, well, if I'm going to figure out if I should date you, I should probably have sex with you. I was not attracted to him at all. He was really annoying to me at that time, but he's much better now.
Do you want kids?
I would like to have genetic offspring.
Genetic offspring. Okay.
Oh my fucking God. It just keeps getting worse. I would like to have genetic offspring. Do you want kids? Answer, yes. Is there a difference between fucking genetic offspring and fucking kids? Like, why did you have to rework like that answer right there makes me feel like the like autism quirky thing is a fucking act. Cause like let me go back to this. Let me show you something, right? Like, here we go. So here's one of the Aella interviews things.
Meet
right?
Aella.
Okay, so this is her puff piece from 2 years ago. Let me just go to a random part of the interview.
If you're like tipping the girl or giving her money, it's in front of other men, which means that if you don't have enough money, you are discouraged from tipping the woman because you're going to like sort of lose the competition. It's very competition oriented. And so you end up with a system where like 80% of your money comes from like 2 guys, basically.
Wow, really?
Oh yeah, it's extreme. And this leads to a lot. Let's just think of our happy place.
Yeah, and how price sensitive are these clients?
Yeah. $100 an hour, and then I eventually rose my prices to $1,200.
Did you notice a big difference between clients, like the clientele that sought you out at $800 versus the higher end?
Yeah, it wasn't a massive difference, but there was definitely noticeable. Like, there were definitely guys I was like, all right, this is job, this is work, let's just think of our happy place.
Yeah, and how price sensitive are these clients?
During this entire interaction, you can watch you can watch all of the interviews, right? Like, we'll skip around. She sounds like a normal fucking person.
I'm not formally educated. I was homeschooled and did not really go to college. So all of this has been self-taught or through like tutors or friends who've helped me. So my knowledge is pretty spotty and I'm learning all the time. I'm like pretty good in some areas and like really underdeveloped in others.
So we met at Hereticon, this conference in Miami, which is
stimuli. Like if you do like a bad thing to me, I'm like, okay. And I move on with my life. And so there's some sort of like predisposition, maybe genetic there that just.
Okay, there's some of that behavior is there, but this is a radically different person. Okay? Now, earlier she showed how many times she took Adderall and fucking it was like 128 days in the year, and this type A girl that literally like tracks her poops, her showers, her sexes, her comes, her dinners, her socializing, her dancing, her literally everything, right, is only taking Adderall fucking a little over a third of the year, which to me seems like maybe she's abusing it as a drug for certain interactions. Maybe it's a difference between whether or not she's on Adderall, but this super fucking autistic quirky shit wasn't there 2 years ago, and that's not how fucking autism works. So the more I see her over the top shit here, this seems like a fucking pathological grift of some sort. Like her behavior here is radically different than it was 2 years ago in terms of like how she converses. Like, there was no part of her in that other interview when they were like, do you want kids one day? She would be like, I would like to have genetic offspring. like this seems like a fucking like made up thing. I don't know. Like maybe her tism got fucking worse over time, but that's not really how that works. I'm pretty, there's not a whole lot of things I'm well read on, but I'm pretty well read on the literature of autism. What with going to school to be a counselor and having, a nonverbal autistic son. Like, the more I'm seeing of this, the more, and like remembering how I've seen her in the past, the more this seems like a character she has created to like sell herself. And I didn't know that I could think of this person as more gross. And like, once I take that into account, I'm not believing that this bitch only showers 37 times a year. Like, this seems like shit she's made up for a fucking act. I'm not believing that she's actually tracking all of this shit. I think that she has found this like quirky, autistic fucking, doing records of everything. Like, she probably had some of that and had some of those characteristics and is now leaning into those characteristics super fucking hard because it makes her money and gives her attention. Fabian, could the reason, dude, type out Fabian Liberty or type out Fabian and then hit enter when it gives me Fabian Liberty. There's a Fabian that's like in this chat. So if you at Fabian, what you've done is all the way on my second monitor, all the way up to the side, I see an an ampersand, and then I see like, Fabian. But if you actually put Fabian Liberty, and you should only have to type Fabian L, and then Fabian Liberty should pop up, it will highlight it for me and make it easier for me to see. Like, I've made enough money on super chats tonight where I'm not like, if you want me to answer, fucking super chat me. That would be helpful and that would be easier. But if you want to get my attention, don't type at Fabian, because like it's just as hard to see as everybody else. Maybe she got vaxxed recently, Econo Boy. Vaccines do not cause autism. Okay, hold on. Fucking. All right, boys. Hold on. All right. I was one of the few people. Hold on. Let me find it real quick. Why is it only shorts that are available? Did I not put the full interview up? Yeah, here we go. Old video from 2 years ago. All right, that Liberty chick tried to get in here preaching all that fucking anti-vax dumb shit. And this was when I was hardcore against the COVID vaccine. It was hardcore against the COVID vaccine for young men, right? Like, everyone was lying about the fucking COVID vaccine. I was like, yeah, if you're old, if you're fucking fat, like, yeah, maybe you need to take the COVID vaccine, talk to your fucking doctor. But like, we're not being honest about what it does to young men. But there you go. That's my debate with that Liberty chick, where I had to be like, no, gatekeeping is good. We need to fucking push these people out. Stop pretending to be a fucking libertarian because you're coming into this space just to preach anti-vax bullshit. All right. But the water is turning the frogs gay. I mean, the water is turning the frogs that already have a mechanism to change, sex into the other sex because it's fucking with the pH balance of the water. And that's one of the means by which they, determine whether or not they need to change sex. But yeah, technically Alex Jones was right. Sort of.
Much better now.
Do you want kids?
I would like to have genetic offspring.
Yeah,
yeah. That type shit, that answer, that's some quirky fucking leaning into your shit grift. I'm not buying this bitch's spiel.
Okay. With him or?
Yeah, well, he doesn't want to. It's a very long story that probably is not going to get communicated, but I think probably the world's going to end relatively soon. And I think he's like working on that pretty hard to stop it. I mean.
Oh, yeah. I was like, fucking apocalypse.
Yeah.
Wait, the world is going to end pretty soon, but your boyfriend is working to stop it? What?
And I think he's like working on that pretty hard to stop it. I mean.
Oh, okay. With him or?
Yeah. Well, he doesn't want to. It's a very long story that probably is not going to get communicated. But I think probably the world's going to end relatively soon. And I think he's like working on that pretty hard to stop it. I mean.
Oh, yeah. I was like.
What is this random fucking Malthusian nonsense?
Fucking apocalypse. He's trying to stop it. The end of the world. Oh, I'm just curious because you said, I feel like you can't, if you do have kids, you cannot tell them I wasn't.
Yeah, well, I didn't want to, I'm only fucking an hour and a half in, which obviously, of course, means that I'm 4 hours and 45 minutes into the stream. But like, I needed to do this one because I have a specific hate of Aella, and I wanted to fucking talk, some red pill gender relationship issues. So I feel like it's been a good stream so far, though. Definitely go back and watch the rest of the stream.
Feeling your dad at all. Like I wasn't into.
Why can't I tell them that?
Well, you could.
I would definitely tell them that.
Oh, you'll definitely tell them.
Yeah, if I had them.
Did you tell? Like he's not upset by that. Like.
But it's the truth.
Maybe this will be my new grift, boys. Like maybe I can reach out to people and just start fucking shitting on red pill and feminist people alike, and just start fucking reaching out to be like, I want to come on and shit on everyone. Can I come on and shit on everyone and call you all dumb? Like I promise to be a clip farming asshole. Will you do it?
Do have kids, you cannot tell them I wasn't feeling your dad at all. Like I wasn't into.
Why can't I tell them that?
Well, you could.
I would definitely tell them that.
Oh, you'll definitely tell them.
Yeah, if I had them.
Did you tell? Like he's not upset by that. Like.
But it's the truth.
Sure, it's a
lady. Why would you? This is. I don't know if this is an act. I don't know what this is, but this is just dumb. Like it's the truth. I would tell them that. Look, there are white lies and there are black truths. Okay, like a white lie is when your wife says, "Does this dress make me look fat?" And you go, "No, baby, I love you." Right? Like, a black truth to that answer would be like, no, the fact that you've gained 20 pounds and now your flabby fat ass is making the dress poke out in weird ways, and I can see the little bubbles of cellulite that have occurred with age is what makes you look fat. Like, yeah, one of those is a lie and one of those is the truth. But what are you going to fucking say? You're going to say, no, baby, you look fine. I love you. Because that's not really a lie. You look fine to me, okay? I'm accepted the fact that you've gained a little weight and I love you and beauty is in the eye of the beholder and like we're together. Like that's fine. But this like I'm going to tell my children that I'm not into your father because that's the truth is like, well then why did you have children with him? There are obviously things that you liked about him that made you want to have children with him and made you want to have like made you want to build a family with this person. Like you're choosing to isolate and fixate on some level of truth so that you can be like married to a concept of truth. And it's like you're finding a lie in the search of truth. You're not living in any real means. It's this weird fucking thing where it's like, actually, it's the truth. I'm married to the truth. So it's like, no, it's an excuse for you to be a weird asshole. And so you're picking apart the individual things that are technically true, but are not a holistic representation of like reality.
The truth, but I mean, it feels like it would be hurtful if the person who you're...
Pain is just coming into contact with reality, and then when you're in contact with it, it doesn't hurt anymore.
I need LSD for this. No, just kidding.
Pain is just coming into contact with reality. So you've never had, like, what the... that's... Like, what is this one-liner bullshit? All life is suffering? Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's no aspect of life that isn't painful. And if it isn't painful, it's anti-reality. Like, no, pain is an aspect of reality, just like joy, just like fucking pleasure. It's one aspect of reality. Like, this is just you trying to fucking, like, this is you trying to sound deep or sound quirky, and it's starting to really fucking annoy me.
No, it's just like, you know what I mean? Like, if I was dating a girl and I was like, BTW, I thought you were ugly at first, and I faked an orgasm.
Yeah, but wouldn't you want to know that?
I had to like force myself to have sex with you. Like, I feel like she would take it the wrong way. You know what I mean?
I mean, he told me that I wasn't that pretty once when I was trying to have a 10.
You posted a tweet about it.
Yeah, I did.
Pull up the tweet.
Yeah, that was pretty rough. I was like, ow.
Damn.
Yeah.
Like,
but it's actually
you just said you're not that pretty.
Yeah, you said I'm not that pretty. Because I was like, I'm afraid that people, you know how people like kind of tell each other, girl, you're so hot. I'm like, everybody's incentivized to say positive things about each other's appearance. Like, I don't actually understand. And I did actually run a face rating survey so I could determine my attractiveness, and I'm a 4.6. So I'm in fact actually not that pretty.
Interesting.
Yeah.
You should. We should get you to do some like surveys for our podcast.
No, wait. She's doing my survey first.
I will do both.
These surveys that this lady does are like, they're not like, none of them are good. Like, she doesn't like they're bad surveys. She does like Twitter polls, and she does like flow charts with horrible selection bias. Like, these are not scientific surveys that she's engaging in.
We've collected quite a bit of data from the show. That's pretty
Really? Like what?
Oh, I mean, nothing on the scale of what you're doing, but simple things like total appearances, like the breakdown of like who's involved in sex work.
No, you're absolutely right, Kit. Like, if there were more men around, there would be less whores. It's absolutely true that like whores are like the logical conclusion of girls having daddy issues is that daddy is in some way, shape, or form to blame for said daddy issues. Now talk to some men's rights activists as opposed to like red pill people. They sound like little bitches because most of them are, but they're going to give you a lot of reasons why the incentive structure in our current society has been that way. Divorce courts, child support payments, a society that gaslights women, a society that, a social media apparatus that, feeds women constant attention. There are a lot of factors at play that incentivize women against men, and there are some factors at play that incentivize men against women. Welfare in general is destructive to families, right? Social security is destructive to families. Like there are a lot of bad incentive structures, right? But at the end of the day, like, an individual has an individual responsibility, but there are also a lot of men that would love to be a part of their children and have maintained their relationship, but like women have left them and then raked them over the coals in court, and now they're an every other weekend dad. I haven't been raked over the coals in court. I have like, a good relationship with my ex. Fortunately, there's a lot of crazy stuff going on there. But like, there were certainly bad incentive structures, and a lot of reasons that we're no longer together. And I did everything I could to stay in that relationship until we had already broken up once. She put the blame on me, but that's kind of silly, because she wanted me to like live in the same house with her, but like no longer be in the bedroom with her and have my own bedroom. And I was like, dude, you're not going to cuck me into babysitting my kids in the house whilst you go off and date other dudes. I'm out. Like, I was like, fuck off. Like, you've given up on the relationship. I'm done. And there was a lot of craziness there. And then like, yeah, later she asked me like one last time to get back together. And I was like, yeah, I'm out. Like, this has gone too far. That's a much longer conversation, but like, you can't put the blame solely on OnlyFans girls, except for the individual actions that they're engaged in. And you can't put the blame solely on dads that aren't there when there's all these other incentives. That being said, when you have a girl that is seeking praise for degenerate behavior and is seeking attention and is getting fame and wealth off of degenerate behavior, yeah, of course we're going to target the person that is seeking and gaining wealth off of a sick society, right? Like, it's like, yeah, if the dad that abandoned one of these girls was on the podcast and like he went out to get milk and then just left her, like, yeah, I'd have a lot to say to that motherfucker. Absolutely. I'd be talking a lot of shit, but he's not here, and he's not gaining wealth, and he's not gaining notoriety and fame and seeking notoriety and fame based off of his degenerate behavior.
The amount of people who've canceled.
What's the percentages? Do you know?
I think it's about 15% of all the panelists have been involved in sex work or OnlyFans or something like that. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Age, relationship status, that sort of thing. So.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Do you have like in a spreadsheet?
Sort of, yes. It's very rudimentary though. So we can talk after the show though. It'd be interesting to get some stuff done. Okay. Do we have her tweet pulled up? All right.
Other than Andrew Tate? No, fuck Andrew Tate. Like, I'm not successful, and one of the reasons I'm not successful is I have no problem telling people that they're fucking degenerate pieces of shit. Andrew Tate is a degenerate piece of shit. At best, he is a liar who sells men pimp courses and, like, you know, online universities based off of complete lies where he pretends to control and sex traffic women either as a joke or as, you know, as a means of selling a character to young men to get them to continuously spend their money and engage in further degeneracy and abuse. That's best case scenario, is that the things he said in his tweets and in his, you know, online university, was like Pimp University, or I can't remember the name of it exactly, that those things are jokes and he didn't do them and he's just lying about them as a means of, you know, selling fraudulent life story to promulgate degeneracy and abuse of women. That's best case scenario. And that he runs fucking, and has run, and, you know, I guess still runs, I'm not sure if he's still running it, you know, has run, you know, cam websites where he's managing girls, where he's, you know, at best he's lying about the fact that men would be the one typing so that men would think they're talking to girls, but they're not talking to girls. Like he's openly either joking about lying or admitting fraud against many people. He's joking about, like, he's claiming at best, right, this is still best case scenario, taking his word now, not his word then, on that all of these things that he said are lies and jokes, that he's engaged in extremely rough consensual BDSM sex with girls where he's severely bruised them. He was joking about, you know, taking their passports. At best, he brought at least one girl who was 15 years old to Romania to be his bottom bitch and had sex with other girls, you know, and had sex with her, you know, while she was 15, you know, in a relationship, you know, in a relationship that's totally consensual and cool, so that he can gain the trust of other online girls and whores, so that he can keep them, you know, in a situation in Romania where they don't have access to their passport without his permission, and where a majority of the money that they're making with their body is funneled to him. Like that's literally the best case scenario based off of available evidence and based off of me just taking his word for it that all the bad shit that he said were jokes or were fraud. Like, best case scenario, he likes to fuck 15-year-old girls and pimp girls out and engage in traumatic behavior against them as a means of maintaining control over them. And brings them to, you know, to a country where that is easier to participate in. That's best case scenario. And I realize now that I've gone from 32 viewers to 24 viewers, like in that little spiel about Andrew Tate. And all I have to say is, yeah, I'm proven right by the fact that I said that when you are willing to call out the bad behavior, and when you're willing to be honest and you're willing to burn bridges instead of trying to network and grift, it hurts your success. Because there you go. There's 8 people that were like, fuck this, I'm out. How dare you say anything bad about the Tate bros? I was with you until then. Or they got hit with ads and they dipped out. You know what I mean? Like, that could be it too. But it's just, no, like that's the, you know, I have to make a choice between being super successful or being honest. And I'm going to choose honesty every time. Now we're down to 22 viewers out of 32. We had 32 when I started talking about Andrew Tate, and now we're down to 22. So those people that left, as much as I would enjoy having a larger audience and a larger following and being able to promulgate my ideas, and I want to promulgate those ideas, it's important to gatekeep and fuck those people. If they can't stick around for like a little bit of fucking trash talk on their favorite fucking messiah figure that is a horrible fucking human being, and they can't hear truth, go fuck them. Fuck them. Fuck all of those people that left.
All right, so this is brutal. And scroll down because this is like a quote tweet in response to somebody else. Scroll down. Don't go too far though. Put us on the other side. All right, just hide us for a sec. All right, so this is a response. Being a girl's boyfriend is all about committing to the bit that she is a 10-10 and the most beautiful woman you have ever seen. Scroll up, and then you write, scroll up. Aella, let me just have you read it in your voice.
One of my partners once was like, you're not
One of my partners, gross.
that pretty during a tender moment. I rolled over in the fetal position and groaned for like an hour, and then he went and made me an I'm sorry card out of construction paper and markers and stickers.
Okay, so this is the guy who you told, like you forced yourself to have sex with him,
Yes.
and you weren't attracted to him,
Yeah.
and you told him this.
Yes.
How did he take that?
He was like, oh.
I did.
He's just like, oh.
I did somehow successfully shame 8 people back. It's probably just an ad break, if we're being honest. Maybe like it's weird that happened and then they came right back. It probably was just an ad break, and for whatever reason, YouTube was like not counting them there. I think that happens when people have ad blockers. So like when you have an ad blocker, it like does this like weird refresh thing, and then it like doesn't like it geeks out.
No reaction.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm attracted to him now.
Okay, now you're attracted to him.
Yeah.
How many, like, did you have to force having sex with him, like, multiple times? Or
No,
just that one?
I think the sex
first
got
time?
better by about the 6th time.
The 6th time?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Huh.
And now it's the best sex I've ever had in my life.
Lily, you got something? Or?
Pardon?
Oh, I thought you, it sounded...
Because I don't think I would have given till the 6th
Even with her weird autistic character, like she's fucking just proving why arranged marriages are based.
time. So I'm just impressed that if it wasn't good by the 2nd, I'm done.
Well, I think there are other benefits going for him. Like he was really high status in my community, and I think that's quite attractive. Yeah. And so if a guy is like really interesting for other reasons, usually you can like be like, all right, I'm gonna go make myself have sex with you because I'm interested in bonding with you.
And you say, when you say your community, what do you mean?
Like this is like so weirdly transactional that it's like hard to believe. And I don't buy the character. I don't buy the bit.
Like the
CNC?
rationalist community.
What is that?
It's have you heard of Less Wrong?
Less wrong?
Less Wrong. It's a long story. I don't know how much
like
time I want to take
Mexican
up,
food, or
but no, it's a blog. It was a blog. It's written by Eliezer Yudkowsky about like how to think less wrong. So it like covers a lot of cognitive biases, and like we do prediction markets. I did a prediction market when I was coming on the show of whether I'd regret it.
If you'd regret it.
Yeah, and it's at 27%.
27% chance you would regret it.
That I would regret it. Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
It's not that bad. How's it going so far?
Yeah.
Little regret?
Yeah, no regret so far.
So far?
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, it's a lot of like how do you actually develop true beliefs about the world? Because a lot of the time when people are thinking things, they're not like making like really concerted efforts to make their beliefs map onto reality. So if you can like make it so that if it hurts if you're wrong, that means you actually are incentivized to update in a way that most people are like really enjoy lying to themselves about a lot of things.
So you use a correspondence theory for truth?
I don't know what that means.
Well, you just said.
How do you not know what that? I don't.
That the truth is the thing which maps onto reality. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's correspondence theory.
Okay. Just moving on here. You said that.
Yeah. No. Like. I mean, like. I don't know how. I would like to. In a way, this isn't wrong, right? In a way, it is good. It is good, right? That you should attempt to get rid of cognitive bias, right? That you should, engage in post hoc, analysis to the best of your ability to determine if your behavior, matches your goals, right? And you should look for fallacies in your thinking. I mean, like all of that is good. Engaging in like making a list and like trying to spreadsheet a percentile as to whether or not you will regret a future decision is like an exercise in futility and in a way really fucking weird. And I don't like you need to use virtue, and you need to use what would it be? God, I'm trying to think of the term from cognitive psychology, but like these bitches have like said so much crazy shit, it's broken my brain in a lot of ways. You need to use oh my God, what is the shortcuts? I can't think of the term in cognitive psychology. It's like it's a shortcut of thought. But regardless, like you can't engage in making a list of like every important fucking decision. And on top of that, like how do you weight the value of one thing over the other? Like it's incredibly difficult. And it's like, again, an exercise in futility to determine like what is the order ranking of your own values. On top of that, those things change from moment to moment, right? Like value is subjective, and not only is it subjective, but that subjectivity changes from moment to moment based off of your desires and your interactions and things like that. So like, you know, looking back and seeing if your behavior matched like what it was that your goals were, and like trying to get rid of fallacious thinking and trying to see if like your behavior doesn't match with reality is a good thing, and you ought to do that. But like when you're getting to the point where you're making spreadsheets about future decisions and coming up with percentage chances of whether or not you'll like a thing or not like a thing, like there's very little value in that, right? Like maybe the process helps you better understand what you value. And so maybe that can help you come to a decision. But like if you're making decisions based off of like rank order of like your own values, like know thyself, right? And no one purely knows thyself. And certainly they don't know who they will be in the future, and what their wants and desires will be. And in engaging in human interaction and engaging in decisions that involve, you know, social situations is also going to have countless unknown variables. And so like this is like a really fucking weird thing to do, and I don't know the value of doing it. And I think you're probably losing an ability to understand and trust your intuition, and losing an understanding that there are virtues that you recognize, and that acting through those virtues you know, put you towards the goals that, you know, that you either do desire or should desire. And so you're going to end up living a less virtuous life, and you're going to end up losing an ability, or at the very least, you know, not listening to your kind of own intuitions. She's the perfect woman. If you feed her wrong data, she will just consume it, and your program will update with the virus you implant. The virus is always herpes. Jesus Christ.
That you study fetishes with an emphasis in gaps in sexuality between males and females. You've collected what is probably the largest comprehensive data set on human sexuality in the world. Are you like published in any like journals or scientific, like academic journals?
Well, I don't get clearance by the IRB. I have no academic association or formal training. So it's there is one paper that is going through the things right now in conjunction with Jeffrey Miller, who's an academic in Evopsych. But yeah, I did a survey that basically designed to go viral, and it did successfully go viral. And now we have a total of about 8.
A survey designed to go viral. Like, I mean, like, yeah, I don't. Of course, you're not getting published when you're getting paid to do Twitter surveys. Like it's not good data.
100,000 completed responses for was a 40-minute survey of extremely extensive about human sexuality. So there's a whole bunch of interesting stuff. Like if you want correlations about body count, I have a whole bunch of data of the kinds of people that have high body count versus low body count.
Yeah, no, I looked at some of it. I didn't look at everything you've published, but it's interesting stuff. You said that there's.
Isn't it true that?
Okay, 100,000 people. I want to see that survey, and I want to see how that survey, like, what was like. Is there a selection bias in that? Like, what is it? Hold on, let me see if I can find this. Aella, I'm gonna throw some music on real quick while I see if I can find this. Aella survey, 100,000 participants. Oh, is that the fucking rape survey? Is that what this fucking survey is? Hold on, let me see if I can. I think that's the fucking. Hold on, give me a second, boys. The rape spectrum survey. Yeah, I think this is what she's talking about. Hold on. I know I salted your eyes. I apologize. I'll fix that. There we go. I fixed it, boys. I apologize. I did that to you for a second. I know that's rough. Oh, God. I broke YouTube. Oops. Closed out the wrong one. No. Go back. Where's YouTube Studio? Where's my... There we go. Bring that back. Woof. Scared me. Thought I accidentally closed out my stream for a second. All right. Okay. All right. So I think this is a survey she's talking about. Friends sent me a message. Lots of we have dubious sexual encounters, like blah, blah, rape. I made it on guided track where I listed 19 different scenarios and asked people to rank them on a spectrum from not rape to rape. To only answer for the word rape itself, regardless of how good or bad they found the situation. Posted the survey on both my Twitters, to my Reddit profile, and on FetLife. After removing people who answered less than half of the questions and really suspicious answer sets, like ranking every single question 100, I ended up with 5,551 or so. Like, this is the type of shit she's doing, that she's like getting paid to like do, and people are talking about. It's like, how did you? I posted the survey on my Twitter, my Reddit, and on FetLife. So what she's selecting for are people who follow a prostitute on Twitter, Reddit, and FetLife. So I don't know what percentage came from FetLife, but that's a fetish website where people engage in like sexting and like finding hookups for like their kinks. Reddit is full of Redditors who are mostly leftist fucking degenerates, where you get banned, where whole subreddits and channels get banned for being too grounded in reality. And then both of her Twitter accounts, I'm assuming she has like a public facing one, and then she has one that's like her porn one. So one of which would be only linking to degenerate porn freaks, and then the other one, so like one of these four might have a sampling of like normal people, but it's still sampling only fucking horrifically online people that want to take a survey, right? Like there's a sampling bias in people that want to take a survey. Then there's a sampling bias on FetLife and fucking following my fucking porn Reddit account, and then following my porn Twitter. And then there's one like the sample here is completely useless because it doesn't, it's not a randomized sample. It's not like we went to a grocery store and we asked people to take a survey. And even then, that would still, highlight towards people that want to take a survey. And then it's of people, like they probably knew from the onset. It doesn't say that it was a blind survey. So they knew immediately that this was a survey about rape. And so this is also going to sample towards people that want to discuss what rape is. And then it's like a hyper Likert scale where like we're determining like the degree of which something is or isn't rape. Like this is trash. This is complete and utter nonsense that is like cannot be used to state anything other than these are the opinions of people who want to take surveys that follow degenerate rape accounts online and are hyper online people. Like that's why I hate Aella so much. Isn't like she gains this following of like people like she's this cool research science girl, but she's just engaged in fun online surveys that don't mean anything. Oh, hold on. Let me go through my history. Let me see what if she posts like any links to her. Okay, here we go. Pressure, rape, sad hooker, happy drunk, grumpy drunk, fetish fulfilled. Like what the fuck? I don't know what I would have to go through her whole study to figure out what's going on here. Here's the raw data. Okay, these are just the responses. I feel like this is going to cook my CPU, trying to stream and then pull up this Google Doc. Like, where are the questions that are asked? Are these the questions asked specifically? The actual questions used in the survey and their average ratings. Okay, does it talk about whether or not these questions are, some of these questions are omitted and then some questions are put in so that we can see if one question, like when you do these questions, it matters what order you put these questions in. It matters if one question starts to influence it. Like if you're asking people, like this is a sampling of 100 questions, right? I would like to have all of the questions, but if you start asking people these questions over and over and over and over again, as opposed to only asking people like 3 or 4 questions, like, because you want to do this survey correctly, you want to do this survey, like you want to give it to like a massive audience, and then you only want to ask them like 3 or 4 control questions, right? Just to see if they're like answering the questions honestly or anything. And then what you want to do is you want to put in like 3 or 4 of these questions in like a 10 question survey. And you want to make sure that the questions aren't like creating a mindset. Because if I go through like she talked about like how it's a 40-minute survey. If I go into a 40-minute long survey where I'm asking 100 questions, it's going to affect my mind psychologically, like how I start answering those questions, right? Like, especially like the questions towards the end of the survey, if they're not in mixed up order, you're going to start getting responses where you've trained me to think about everything as rape, right? So if the question is what is considered rape, and then I have 100 fucking questions of like, is this rape or is this not rape, right? Eventually you start to question yourself, and then you become more likely to respond that something is rape simply because you've been given so many gray areas, and you begin to lose confidence in your ability to determine whether or not something is or isn't rape. There's so many fucking problems with the methodology in her research. And that's why that's why you need like research institutes to conduct research, not some random fucking whore that's pretending to be more autistic than she is.
That oftentimes, and I saw some deleted tweets, you can help me out with this, but oftentimes you're sampling.
Yeah, no, you don't. Yeah, you don't link it to a high profile person. Like the sampling bias there is insane.
Sizes for these various surveys you do.
With the way you explain on Prime, when someone says something dumb, I think you'll be hilarious in a place like whatever podcast. I mean, I appreciate the vote of confidence. I do. Maybe I'll reach out. My another problem is like, dog, I don't know that I have the money to where the fuck is whatever podcast? Like, I don't know that I have the money to fly out to this place. Yeah, this is in California, like Santa Barbara, California. Like, I'm just looking at like random flights, like if I book it like now, and this is March, right? So this is assuming it's like a month from now. It's like Delta has a 10-hour flight for $351. Like I can get an American for $390, United for $420. I mean, if I have a month notice in advance, I can scrounge up fucking $400. I mean, I guess if I had a month in advance, I could probably do that because it'd be a really good opportunity. I just start doing interviews with dumb broads. Like, do you guys not realize how difficult it is to like book people for interviews? Like, the entire business is clout. Like, it's easier for me to get interviews now than when I first started, but like the only people I can really reliably get interviews with are people that like I've debated that are similar channel size to me and I've had interactions with in the past because I got linked up with them. Like, I reach out to a lot of people every Saturday, and I get, 99% of the people I reach out to never even see me reach out to them. Like big names get like hundreds of emails every day. And it gets to the point where, like, you know, they just kind of, they go like, they just start asking people, who do you think would be good that are like on their show? Like, it just becomes a networking thing.
They're preloaded with tons of teenagers.
Yes, it's a primarily young. I think the average age is 22, with like a median is a little bit lower than that.
Isn't that a pretty biased sample size?
Absolutely. It's not representative of the general population, but there are ways to.
Yeah, I mean, if they'll fucking fly me out and put me up in a hotel, then fuck yeah, I'll go. Like, no, like, I'll be there in an instant. I used to say that I wouldn't do the Whatever podcast when they first came out. I was pretty biased against them because I just fucking hate Redpill podcasts. But I don't know, Brian, like, now that I'm seeing it outside of the clip farming, it looks a lot better than it used to. Like, when you see the clips of people just being like, whatever, well, I guess like whatever, but like when you see the clips of, like, you know, I didn't realize, by the way, I didn't know that these, until I like looked for this one, that these podcasts are this fucking long. And that's fine. I've done ones that are this, I've done like plenty of streams that are this long, but I had no idea that they were this long. So like the crazy clip that you see is like a lot smaller. You know, like, I assume these were like 2-hour podcasts that were just full of nothing but whores. And they are mostly full of nothing but whores and like red pill people arguing and shit. But like, these are much, much longer. And so like the bombastic clips that are farmed from it, I don't know. That's really just playing the game. But dude seems to run a tight ship and seems to moderate and seems pretty calm.
To check.
I mean, why should we take any of it seriously then? Like any of this data?
That's a great question, actually. So the majority of all published data in sex science is.
Who the fuck is Jola? Who's Jola? And also, you said you've debated Tom, but I don't know who Tom is. Tom Foolery or whatever? Funny thing about debating Tom Foolery, Tom Foolery, I think, was like my, like, within my like first 5 debates ever, because I was on Twitch and Tom Foolery had like been banned from Twitch, and he was using like some animal VR thing to like try and come back to Twitch, but he knew that he couldn't do it because everyone kind of knew his like voice, and I crushed him while playing Destiny 2 on stream. I was just playing Destiny 2 and fucking obliterating this guy. And this was when I was a neophyte in the debate. Like, I had no experience in debates other than, like, you know, arguing with a girlfriend or, like, you know, in college or something. Jola talks. I'll reach out to him. I'm writing it down. I'll reach out to him.
Either equally or more so biased than what I have. And also,
because I spend my Saturdays with my kids mostly, like, I mean, it depends on what I'm doing, obviously, because like sometimes we'll go to a museum or we'll go do something. Like last weekend I had the kids, we went to like a snake and reptilian expo, and like they got to hold big snakes and see a bunch of like lizards and stuff, and it was a lot of fun. But like, other than that, like, I'll usually go do something, but then past that, I spend a lot of my Saturday, like, even when I have the kids, like, on my phone while they're, like, watching a movie or playing with toys or whatever, just kind of, like, DMing people and emailing people.
Actually, so the majority of all published data in sex science is either equally or more so biased than what I have. And also, there's, like, methods of checking.
Okay, if I just looked at one of her pieces of research, and I recognize that sex data is bad, but to say that a majority of all of the research is more biased or worse than what she has, after showing just how utterly horrible her data collection methods are and her methodology in general is fucking wild. Like we just looked at one of her studies. Like that is a horrendously useless data set. Like, I mean, it's the only thing it says is this is how people who respond to a poorly constructed survey that creates a psychological effect that trains them into being demoralized at their ability to tell the difference between rape and non-rape, and whom follow porn accounts online or who are engaged in sex fetish websites on a consistent basis, this is how, 5,000 of those people responded. Like that is there are multiple ways in which that data is trash. Like the selection bias was horrible. The survey's construction was horrible. The amount of questions being given to an individual is horrible. The fact that you didn't have control in your survey, so that you could more adequately predict outliers, as opposed to just looking for people that answered 100 on everything. There are multiple ways in which that survey is just straight up trash. And so I agree that sex data and sex research isn't particularly good, and it's actually pretty fucking woke. It's one of the more woke areas of academia. Oh fuck! I bounced around too much, and now it's stuck on loading. I got to reload it.
Yes, it's primarily young. I think the average age.
But this is just that's absurd.
Is 22 with a median is a little bit lower than that.
Isn't that a pretty biased sample size?
Absolutely. It's not representative of the general population, but there are ways to check.
Why should we take any of it seriously then? Any of this data?
That's a great question, actually. So the majority of all published data in sex science is either equally or more so biased than what I have. And also there's methods of checking.
Wait. Hang on. Let's do a claim at a time here before you get scalped around. What is your demonstration or evidence that most sex scientific data is more biased than your data?
By biased, I mean the selection effects cause it to be less representative than the general population.
Like what?
Generally, it's you get 30 to 40 undergrads in a college is very common.
Yeah, but that's not a demonstration that most sex data is biased in comparison to yours. Even if that was the case, that would not be proof or evidence that we're more.
Yeah, that's a bad bias. That's a bad sampling bias. That is a problem with a lot of research in the humanities. But how is yours any better when yours is FetLife and people who follow porn accounts on Twitter and people who follow porn accounts on Reddit? When you're doing good research, right? In a research lab at a university, right? One of the things that has made Facebook a lot of money is that Facebook will give you data on individuals that you can kind of reliably trust. And so then what you can do is you can reach out to a random sample of people, and their sampling bias, and it's not as good anymore, but their sampling bias is basically people who have a Facebook and or Instagram. And at the height of Facebook's kind of popularity, this was actually a pretty fucking good representation of public, because most people had Facebook and or Instagram. It's not perfect, obviously. There's still a sampling bias of people that have a Facebook and or Instagram or had one at one point in time. But you could reliably know their age, you could reliably know their relationship status, you could reliably know their level of online activity, their race, their gender. You could control for a fuck ton of variables, and Facebook would sell universities this data, so that when you did a sample, it was a really, really good sample that allowed you to control for socioeconomic status, spending habits, race, gender, relationship status, religiosity, right? Facebook had really good data in that. And yes, there is a sampling bias of people that use Facebook. And today, less people have Facebook. But at the time, that was a pretty fucking general sample of the general population. But the idea of people who follow porn accounts on Reddit and Twitter, and one specific porn account that's a data obsessed person, and who are on FetLife, which is a fetish website, and that data is really good when I give you 100 fucking questions that begin to train your responses, where I have no control questions. The idea that that's better than university situations is, yeah, that's just that's bad. And then also, when you look at data, so another thing, when you're actually doing, I mean, she wouldn't know this because she didn't go to college, right? But let's look at Google Scholar. like when you're doing references, right? So like, what do we want to put in here? We'll just put like sex, let's put sexuality. No, we'll put let's put some keywords in here. What do we want to put? What kind of search? We'll compare to hers. So like rape statistics. Okay, rape survey. Thoughts. I don't know. We'll see. Right. So relationship of thought suppression in recent rape to disordered eating in emerging adulthood. Rape-related cognition, current research, right? So this is 2007, cited by 27, right? And then we're going to do one of these things, right? And then we're going to go to Google and go to like Sci-Hub. I think SE is the one that's working right now. This will tell us which one. Yeah, we'll go with SE. All right. Put this in here. Okay. So let's open this up. Yeah, a lot of things are TOS, whatever. So this is just a random thing we found. Aggressive offenders, cognition theory, research, and practice. So like, what does this say? So this had, according to Google Scholar, how many citations did it have? Was it like 27? Cited by 27. The year is 2007. Okay, so first and foremost, whenever you're doing research, unless it's a landmark case, right? Pretty much everyone is going to want data that is within the last decade. So anything before 2005 is going to be problematic in your paper, and the IRB is going to like have issues with, unless of course that has like, you know, and you'll know if it's landmark because like we'll put like, include citations. Hold on. Where's, I can't remember how to filter. There's a way to filter. Anyways, we'll just go by like, so like this one right here, where is it? Like you'll be able to see. So this is cited by 332, right? So like this is, that's a lot of fucking citations. The rape of the mind, the psychology of thought, control, menticide, and brainwashing, 1956, right? So like, this one's really old and it's cited by 332. This was probably a really big study at the time that like had some type of like significance in academia in terms of like being the first to discover something or the first to 2005 was 20 years ago. Yeah, you're right. I don't know why I was thinking 2017. So like this would be problematic, right? Like they'd be like, why are you using research from 2007? Like it should be from 2015. Sorry. It's been a long night, boys. All right. So like, let's look at this, right? So this is obviously a book. I picked a terrible one to unlock, but whatever. Right. About the series. Is it like, what is the section breakdown about this book? I'm not going to be able to go to the methodology. I grabbed the wrong one. I'm sorry, boys. I fucked up. It's been a long night. All right, let's see. Actually, hold on. Let's do a custom range first. Let's do 2015. Let's do that first. All right, so here we have 2017, cited by 197. Is this a book? What is this? How rape myths manifest in sexual assault police records. Okay, it's got an abstract. All right, let's try this one instead. Sorry about that, boys. Like I said, this is a very, very, very fucking woke. Sci-Hub doesn't have that one. All right. I'm not going to log into a fucking university. What is this one? Attitude may be everything, but is everything attitude? Cognitive distortions may not be evaluations of rape. All right, so let's try this one. Let's see what we get. Wait, what year is this one? 2016. Just made the fucking cut. All right, so here we go. Attitude may not be everything. Abstract. Cognitive distortions are often referred to as attitudes towards rape in theory, research, clinical practice pertaining to sexual aggression. In the social psychological literature, however, attitudes are typically defined as evaluations. Thus, in this context, attitudes towards rape are considered evaluations of rape. Rape is negative versus positive. The purpose of the current study was to explore whether a widely used measure of cognitive distortions, rape scale, Bumby 1996, assesses evaluation of rape, and if not, whether evaluation of rape and the cognitions assessed by the rape scale are independently associated with sexually aggressive behavior. I'm probably going to get banned from like an AI bot that just heard me say rape so many times. Like I'm probably going to get like auto banned on auto demonetized like the second this stream comes out. Participants, 660 male undergraduate students, completed the rape scale as well as measures of evaluation, rape and sexual and exploratory. So God damn it, she's right on this one. This one's all undergraduate students. So there's a selection bias here, right? She has a selection bias. This is a great example to talk about what her problem is, right? She's saying my selection is so much better because they're typically using undergraduate students, right? So this is one that is using undergraduate students. That's their selection bias. Hers is, people on Twitter that follow a porn chick on Twitter, and people on FetLife and people on Reddit that follow her. Participants were 666 male undergraduate students at Carleton University who reported heterosexual orientation and ability to understand written English. Although we aim to understand sexual aggression in general, we focus on university students in the current study because sexual aggression by students is a real and serious problem, worthy of research and intervention. Woke nonsense. This more accessible population is also ideal for exploratory research requiring large samples. We included only heterosexual male participants because most measures in the current study and in general focus on sexual aggression, blah, blah, blah. Let's see, in 6, missing data on at least one of the variables, interest, evaluation of rape, differential scale, little missing data, missing completely at random, test was not significant, and it was concluded the data were missing completely at random. Given these findings, list-wise deletion used for missing data resulting in a final sample size 660, right? So she didn't just pick people that had 100 scores, right? We actually did like there was an MCAR test, right, to determine statistical significance within their own data sets and formulas utilizing p-values, right? So there's actual statistics and math being done here. List-wise deletion would not be expected to bias our findings or render our statistical power inadequate, given that data were missing completely at random and the following number of participants with complete data was large. For the final sample of 660, the median age category was 18 and 19. Participants were 17 younger, 19, well, it's actually 20 because it's an in value, but measures. Evaluation of rape scale, right? We have the rape scale, coercive sexuality scale revised, so they're doing a different one here. 19 item self-report scale design. So these are scales, right, that have already been tested in other research, right? So it's important. Notice how this says constantly Bumby 1996, right? That means that this test specifically is a test that was designed in another piece of research that was conducted in order to create the scale. This isn't just like a random set of questions that Aella created to find out some interesting things, but this is an entirely different piece of research that was able to create a specific self-report survey. Now, self-report surveys have an issue, but she's using self-report surveys, so it's the same thing, right? And then we have another one, the coercive sexuality scale revised, right? So what does that mean when it says it's revised? That means that there was a coercive sexuality scale, there was research, then after additional research, they came out with a new scale that looked into the problems of their scale and of their report, and then revised that report to make it. And again, what is this using? This is using a Likert type scale, right? So here is this Likert? Yeah, this is also a Likert. So in both examples here, of both of the metrics that they're using a Likert scale. So the data isn't just yes or no, this is rape, this is not rape. The data is like on a scale of 1 to 4, do you think this is rape or do you think this is not rape? Do you engage in this behavior? Do you not engage in this behavior? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Scale from the original 4-point scale to a 10-point scale, right? So once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, 8 times, 9 times or more, right? So again, you're getting variability even within the question because the question is on a Likert scale. So again, the data is more valuable from that means. Let's look at what other things it did. Little relevant evidence regarding validity of CSS scales. Variables associated with other measures of sexual aggression has also been found to be associated with CSS. So again, they're checking up the value of their scale compared to other pertinent research to determine like their validity. The LR question. Participants rate the likelihood that they would rape a woman if they could be assured of not being caught and punished on a 5-point Likert scale, right? This isn't a yes or no, but this is like this allows people to be like, oh, you know, a 2, etc. Past research has found moderate to large positive correlations between self-reported proclivity to rape and self-reported past sexually aggressive behavior in student community. Procedure. Recruited from the psych pool, signed up online, arrived at their appointment at lab at the university. So it's in a controlled lab environment. It's not random online shit, right? Like we know that the people there are the people taking the test. We know because we have their data that they actually are the age that they say that they are. They are like all of the data that we have is actual data of who they are. Greeted by a research assistant, given brief overview of the study, signed the consent form, left alone in a private office, right? So they're private. This is another problem with doing online surveys is that you don't know when someone does an online survey if someone else is there with them and that's affecting their answers. But in this instance, we know that their answers aren't being affected because they're in a private room and that there's no one over their shoulder. Participants were tested individually. Data was anonymous. Upon completion of the measures, right, so they're assured that it's anonymous and they have some level of trust in that, etc. Statistical analyses, right? So then we break down the scales. Results. Pearson's correlations mean standard deviations, inconsistencies. Cronbach's A for all measures are presented in Table 1. Approximately 1/3 participants reported at least some sexually behavior, etc. Higher scores in the evaluation score, right? So like, look, we have an example of the questions. So some of the same problems that I pointed out in hers are present here, but she's making the claim that she's doing better than like a majority of all research, right? She basically did a double blind data collection. Well, I mean, it's not double blind, right? Because everyone that took the test was aware of what the test was regarding. Right? So it wouldn't be blind on their end. And in order for it to be double blind, the person that was conducting the survey would have to be unaware of what the survey was representing. Right? So an actual double blind study in this instance would be like, you guys are going to take a general survey about how you feel about life questions. Right? And so like they're given like a 10 or 20 point survey. And then the researchers are being told, you know, this is a data set about, dietary needs. Okay. And so every survey would have like 3 or 4 questions about dietary restrictions or what they eat. And then they would have 3 or 4 questions about the rape questions, right? And then they would have like 15 other questions that are just control questions, right? So the researchers think it's a question about diet, and like maybe even the people coming in for the research think that it's like a general life thing, and we want to look at diet. And so what that would be a double blind study. Right? Both the people conducting the survey that they see in a face-to-face interaction have no idea that the research they're conducting is about rape. And so there's no way for them to influence people by like their actions, their behavior, the way they ask questions or how they greet people, right? Because they think it's about diet or they think it's about something else. And then the people coming in don't know that it's about rape. They think it's about some other related thing, right? And so there are like 3 of these rape questions in like a 20 question or 40 question survey. They're spread out evenly, and the 3 questions that you get are random. And so, whether like there is no danger of taking like she did, giving someone 100 questions about rape, where like there's this fatigue and there's this psychological programming that they know they're talking about rape, and then they start to feel less confident in their ability to determine whether or not something is or isn't rape, or they start to have other feelings associated with it because they know the study is about rape, and then they're presented with all of these like gray area conundrums, and so they start to be affected one way or the other. So it's the exact opposite of a double-blind study. Everyone taking the study knows what it's about and has an ability to be affected by it, and then everyone that is, there's no one actually conducting the survey. It's just an online survey, so there's no guarantee that any of the information that they give is accurate in terms of like their age, their interests, who they are, etc. Right? So like, I agree with her that most humanities research, because it's really cheap to get psych students, like at a college or a university, it's a much cheaper way to get research. That like a lot of that is a sampling bias that's bad. But her own research has the same sampling bias problem and has a fuck ton of other problems that aren't present in this research. And this is like woke bullshit research. Like, it's not even good research. And yet it's leagues better than her research. And it's the first fucking rape-associated research that I found on Google Scholar. And it's not like a super cited, cited by 40, and it's 2018. Right? Like, I mean, it's not bad in terms of citation. Let's look at Kevin L. Nunez. That's the first name. All right, so we'll go. Doesn't look like Google Scholar has a profile on them. Is there someone else that has? Well, sorry, last name is the one I should be looking at, not first name. Kurt Bumby. This is the guy that made the fucking rape scale, right? Oh my God, they used to just give you a direct link to the guy. Do I got to go to like people or something? Include patents? Hold on, let me go back to Google. No, not Kurt Bumby. Did Google Scholar stop doing fucking did they stop doing fucking Missouri courts? That's funny. Whatever. I wanted to look him up on Google Scholar, but it just keeps showing his research, but not his profile. Center for Effective Public Policy, Silver Spring, Maryland. View all articles by this author. Yeah, where's his fucking? Okay, whatever. I'm not gonna dig into this specific guy. It's not that important, right? But like, this is just like, I know it's like a big aside, but like her claiming that like because of sampling bias, which we already showcased in the first piece of research I found by her, that her sampling biases are fucking horrible and that they're not any better than what universities are using in this regard. Like, that her methodology is in no way, shape, or form as rigorous as what like a typical fucking research paper at a university is. Yeah, Google's becoming more and more of a problem.
More of it is biased than your own data.
Mostly it's just from reading a whole bunch of papers. I just have read a bunch of papers and also talked to a bunch of academics.
Yeah, but how's that a demonstration, though, that most sex data is less biased than your sex data, which is loaded with teenagers who are definitely not a good sample size of the general population at all?
Yes. So there's like really interesting things about like how to balance selection effects to develop like good extrapolation. So one, you can also pay random samples to sort of spot check to see in what ways that your sample deviates from the normal population, which I do this often. If there are things that seem particularly unusual, I will go spot check to see exactly how different my sample is.
Yeah, and that's just a basic control. Like, these are all using that.
Okay, that's not a control, but like, I mean, I guess control in the layman sense, right? But again, that's going back and trying to find outliers is like 101 shit, right? Like, that's not fucking, like, that's not in any way, shape, or form as rigorous as what universities are doing, where they're collecting the data from the onset, and then they're not just doing ANOVAs at the data set, right? Like, they're using Cronbach scale and they're using other statistical analysis to determine like whether or not these things are outliers. Like, there are mathematical equations you can do in data sets to find outliers. I mean, maybe she's doing that or she's hiring someone to do that. But like, yeah.
basic control, like I would assume, would be present in any professional sex.
It unfortunately is not. It really isn't. I know it's shocking, but most sex research does not.
Where basic controls are not being used in sociological studies, which are being done at universities.
I have not made a spreadsheet out of all of the studies that I have read and whether or not they have controls.
Yeah, so you don't have anything backing this up at all?
What do you have a spreadsheet?
I don't need one. You're the claimer.
You do, actually.
How
many papers?
What do you mean you do? You made the claim that your data is better than a majority of universities, based sex research. Like, if that's your claim, then you're the one that needs to back up your claim. What the fuck are you talking about? And also, I think I just went through some of your research and just a random piece of sex research online. And while I have issues with sampling bias, yes, and while I have issues, with certain ideological bias that's present in a lot of sex research, like it is far more rigorous than the research that she's doing.
So you don't have anything backing this up at all?
What do you have a spreadsheet?
I don't need one. You're the claimer.
You do, actually. How many papers on sex research have you read?
Let's say I made a spreadsheet right now and I just put all of this is bullshit and then mapped out that it's all bullshit. What would that have to do with anything that we're talking about? I would not need a spreadsheet in order to question basic methodology. When you make these bold claims like, oh, my studies, the ones that I'm doing, actually are less biased than ones which are done by professional universities. And I say, wow, that's a really bold claim. I'm sure you can demonstrate that. And you go, no, actually I can't. I actually can't demonstrate that. It's like, well then why should any of that be taken seriously?
I've just read a whole bunch of studies, and the vast majority of them, like the biggest data sample size I've read maybe is like 8,000 people. And generally, for example, if you're looking at BDSM, I was like, oh, I wonder what research has been done on BDSM and the kinds of people who like BDSM compared to my sample, for example. And most of the research is, for example, people will go to BDSM forums and then they post a link to the survey. This is academics. This is the published research on this.
You're making fun of it, but you did rape research off of fucking FetLife. Like you did the exact same fucking thing when I looked for a recent piece of your research, and that was like the most recent example that I could find. Like it was that an outlier? Is the rest of her research actually really good, and that one's just bullshit? Like, chat, let me know if she has other research that's actually really, really good, and like I just happened to pick out one that was really, really fucking bad. But like you're accusing them of going to BDSM forums to find people that are engaged in BDSM. And like you're doing the same thing with rape. I mean, at least that's targeted towards people that are doing that. But I've read a lot of research. Well, okay, well then, what metrics and like she's creating her own surveys for her research. Okay, you can't in sex research, in psychology, in sociology, in anthropology, and all of these things, like they use the established surveys when they're going to do self-report surveys, right? Like when you want to do like how satisfied with life is, like, how happy is someone in this cohort, with like this type of thing going on in their life, right? Like you don't just ask them random questions about how happy they are. No, if you're doing research in an academic university, you're going to use a general life satisfaction survey, GLSL, right? Or sorry, General Life Satisfaction Survey, GLSS, right? Like you're going to use something that's already been constructed by researchers, because there's a whole research field of people that just come up with surveys and figure out which questions in the survey end up creating a bias in the survey itself, right? Like it's not necessarily intuitive that like when you ask a question that's a good question, or that question actually represents the answer to what it is that you're looking for. Very, very often, the questions that you ask can be a poison in the well to the rest of the survey. And so what they do is they come up with a whole bunch of questions associated with what they're looking for, and then they do these randomized kind of things where people only get some of them, and then they get other questions, and then they see how those questions affect the other questions in the survey, and they see how which of those questions are like outliers, right? Like when we look at personality psychology and like the big five, right? There have been a ton of different surveys, and one of the ways that they discovered the big five personality traits is that instead of assuming there was these five personality traits, they created a whole bunch of personality-based questions, and then they ran the experiment multiple times and revised those surveys multiple times so that they could find which of these questions were outliers that like poisoned the well and affected other questions because of the way that it was asked, etc. And then once they had a good set of questions, they started mapping these questions based off of the responses to these questions, and they found 5 groupings of a large variety of personality questions that they then started whittling down to questions that didn't affect other questions and responses, and didn't mapped with each other, right? That didn't like weren't in a like random domain where like, so that they could find like, okay, people that answered, yes on this question tend to answer yes on these other 49 questions, right? And then there's one that's like, oh, they answer yes on this question, but it's like they like answer, yes on these and no on all these. This one is the outlier. And then once they group those together, that's how they discovered the big 5 personality traits, which is openness, neuroticism, conscientiousness, extroversion, and agreeableness. Right? Like they didn't say these things are true. Turns out Jungian psychology was right about extroversion being a personality domain. He was wrong about like the whole INTJ bullshit, but extroversion, introversion is a domain of personality, right? Like she's just creating random questions, throwing them out. She's not doing double blind research. She's not like Jesus, I hate this bitch so much. And I hate that Reason TV did this thing about her. And I hate that she has somehow become magically 10 times more autistic in 2 years. And it's totally not a grift anybody. And on top of all of that, I fucking hate whores. You're terrible for society. And any level of praise that we give you, I'm super suspect always and forever because I don't like whores. Nope. Fabian Liberty, she went over her research on Lex and was very proud of how often she sampled people from biased sites. Jesus Christ.
It's not great.
This is one.
No, it's not a self-report because you think my personality type is INTJ? You think I'm an introvert? You think the streamer that can't shut up and dominates in debate panels because I talk too much is an introvert? Come on, brother. You just hate smart, strong women, Fabian. Leave my queen alone.
I'm giving an example of something that is very common for all of it.
Listen, I'm not looking for your outlier examples of when
they're not outliers. They're really not. I'm really.
You don't have a spreadsheet, right? You need to have a spreadsheet to show.
I have read basically all of the studies on BDSM that I can find. It's possible that there's a bunch of them I haven't found that all of them mysteriously have good controls.
They don't use spot check for peer review study, really?
Not like the thing is you don't necessarily have to, right? It depends on the kinds of things that you're measuring. It's very specific on the data.
The controls are going to be variable based.
I need you guys to both make a closing statement on this. I don't really find this particularly material to the conversation.
No good reason. So I went through a bunch of your data.
Is it like why is Brian shutting it down because it's boring? Oh man, this is the first time I got fired up. It's very clear that our audiences are fucking different. Like it's very clear. Like he's like, all right, this is getting boring. You guys are talking science talk. Bah. Is it because it's boring or is it because it's about BDSM and like he's worried that like it'll get him on issues on YouTube?
Right, and since it's preloaded with essentially teenagers on Twitter and teenagers in other places who are overloading the sample size, not representative of anything, like nothing. There's really no good reason to believe it. Even if it were the case that
there's only one good sex researcher, okay, and that's Deborah So. All right, I may or may not have a thing for Deborah So. I don't even like Asians, and I certainly don't like old Asians, but Deborah So kind of like I just throw that out there. Hold on. She kind of does it for me, boys. Hold on, where is it? Oh, not open link in new tab. Open image in new tab. She kind of does it for me. Like her just saying like fucking anti-queer theory shit and like talking shit on woke people and she kind of does it for me. So don't say that I don't like strong, intelligent women because Deborah So kind of does it for me as a sex researcher. I'm just saying.
Were true, that it's still less biased than what is being put forward by sociologists and sex studies.
Is this a thing that like Brian does often? That like like I heard he's done it with like Israel Palestine stuff, but like I kind of get that. You know what I mean? Like don't piss off the Jews on YouTube, dude. Like if you got millions of subscribers, I kind of get like maybe you don't want to do that.
Facilities somewhere or universities, that still wouldn't prove your data is good. Even if all their data was wrong, still wouldn't prove your data is good.
I agree.
It would just prove it's biased.
But it's selection effects, not necessarily bias. But in general, I agree. And this is why there's lots of techniques that we can use to determine exactly the ways in which it is not representative. And it's a long story, but I can go into all of those techniques that I have.
Sorry, he said it was a...
He asked me to do closing statements, so I thought I was supposed to do
Time permitting, we can maybe come back to the discourse about validity of surveys and self-reporting and so forth, but I do need to move things on. But you did you said there's about a 1.5 times ratio gap of dominance for submission in both directions? You mean like in relationships?
Don't feed the wild Slope. Look, dude, Slope accuses me of being anti-Semitic, like, and then the next sentence he'll be like, you fucking pro-Israel shill. Like, fucking dude's wild.
No, in general.
Besides, if Slope came back, he'd start talking shit, and then a bunch of people in chat would start talking shit, and then I'd get like 10 more viewers. The motherfucker is really good for fucking chat engagement. I'm not gonna lie.
Or are you talking about BDSM?
Like for when I asked the men, which was like 250,000 people or something, this holds true even if you delete all of the teenagers and you look at older people. But the people who report, like around 1.5 as many women report being into submission as there are men who report being into dominance. And there are also around 1.5 times the amount of men interested in submission as there are women interested in the amount of dominance. It's just the absolute numbers are lower, which is really fascinating.
Okay, interesting. There's a few more notes, but I need to get through a couple things first.
Yeah,
here, guys.
I don't trust any of your fucking data. Your data's trash.
So I need to shout out some people who made some contributions first via, this looks like, Venmo. Graham, thank you for the $2. He says,
What's wrong with being a little flat, all right? All right, like Asian women are allowed to be flat, okay? Like, let's just leave it at that. Asian women and black women are allowed to be flat, all right? You can still be you can be a flat Asian or a flat black woman and be a 10, as far as I'm concerned. If you're a white woman, you're not a 10 in my book if you're flat.
Ann. Who's Ann?
I don't make the rules, all right? This is just what I've noticed in my own life.
Do we have an Ann here? I don't know. Sydney Wright, thank you for the 10, Sydney. Guys, W's in the chat for Sydney. She says, women for Trump. Anna Dare, 15, loves whatever. Thank you so much, Anna. Really appreciate it. Guys, W's in the chat for Anna. And then we have Cash App here. We have Sean. Thank you for the 20. And then,
all right. Obviously, I'm not getting through the next fucking 5 hours of this podcast because I'm already 6 hours in and only an hour and 48 minutes through. But I will try to get through whatever this fucking section is. All right. I will try and get through this viewing or Wikipedia. It's the most replayed portion right here.
then Colin, thank you for the big 50. Guys, W's in the chat for Colin. Thank you so much for the 50 over there on Cash App, guys. If you want 100% of your contribution to go towards whatever, we've got Venmo, Cash App, that's whatever pod. Really appreciate it, guys. Also, like the video while while you're watching. If you're enjoying the stream, also go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us
all his things. Yeah, all his things. All right. Consider liking the stream if you haven't liked the stream. I always answer super chats. Consider becoming a member for $3.99. Right, you get emotes and you get a badge. It's cool. But more than anything, like, share, subscribe, and definitely follow me on X. All right, descriptions are in chat and they're in the video description. Links are in the video description and in chat, as well as a Discord. All right, Discord is where you get to contact me and argue about libertarian politics and all other kinds of things with all different types of people, especially when the stream's not going.
One, if you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch quick. You have a quick 1, impeccably competent, virtuous and moral. 2, he's a New York City big law partner, attorney. 3, 7 figures, sole breadwinner. 4, 6'4" in shape. 5, question from wife. I get to be the stay-at-home mom. Should I? 4, 6'4" in shape. 5, question from wife. I get to be the stay-at-home mom. Should I submit to his authority unconditionally? I guess going around the table if you want to answer that question.
I don't understand.
It was so basically it's a question from a woman from.
Yeah, bitch, you don't understand anything.
The wife. So her husband is awesome, attorney, high earner, tall, attractive, physically attractive. She gets to stay home. She doesn't have to work. Stay-at-home mom. Should she submit to his authority unconditionally? Going around the
unconditionally.
Table. Unconditionally.
Yeah, no one should submit to anyone's authority unconditionally. Like, that's just retarded.
I'm afraid that if I just am going to take so many issues with the definitions of words that everybody's going to be annoyed. Unconditionally.
What do you mean? I absolutely love getting into the definition of words and semantics.
Well, we already talked about this particular conversation for quite a bit.
And see if we agree or disagree with it.
I mean, it's conditional on him being him, right? So like if you enter a transhumanist future where you slowly change all the atoms in his body until he no longer is himself. Yeah, you cannot unconditionally be only one person.
Question pertinent to a transhumanist future.
Why the fuck is she talking about transhumanist ship of Theseus? Like, that's where you went with unconditionally? No, yeah, I get that it's conditioned upon him being him, but now we're talking about, like, well, what if he becomes someone else? I mean, like I. She's autistic enough to be a libertarian. I'll give her that.
It is conditional, right? There's no condition under which one would not submit. And I just find that, anyway, this is why I'm saying we should, people will be annoyed.
Well, then the answer would be no.
Yes.
Yeah, so then I don't know why you needed the word defined if you already knew that the answer was no. That's really weird. It almost seems like you're being pedantic.
I am a weird person.
No, that's not weird.
Yeah, no, she's being pedantic, like Andrew said. Like, just answer the question. Be like, no, it's conditioned upon him being all those things. If he gets fat and he gets out of shape and he loses his job, like, yeah, like, you know, that's not going to be good for the relationship.
That's pedantry. And the thing is, like, if it is the case that you know what's being asked and that you purposely obfuscate, right? That's what I was talking about earlier about low tier. Just so you know, that's what that means.
Oh, thanks for letting me know I'm low tier.
You're welcome. At least your philosophy is.
Unconditionally, no.
Okay, Lily, what about you?
No.
Not unconditionally.
Nope.
I will say yes in the sense of if...
Yeah, it's just a bad question.
You can always say your piece. You say your piece, you can compromise, and if he does respect you and love you, he will change his answer to at least compromise. If he doesn't change his answer to compromise, then unfortunately, like, you can walk out tomorrow, I guess, and then you're just going to be homeless.
Sure. What about you?
No, I think all relationships have...
All right, thank you.
Yeah, this
The best
is a
team
dumb
up
question.
I've seen on the internet since Eva Lavia and Abella Danger. Okay. All right. Have fun or cheers, whatever they say in the UK. Yo, thank you guys.
Candace had a bunch of really mean things that she said about me. Even though I've never talked about her or even discussed her or even do anything about her, she said some really mean things. Essentially the video, Brian. I would actually like her to respond to all the mean things that she said. She made a lot of horrible allegations too that weren't true.
I don't know if, is this something you want to get into, or?
I mean, if that's what you want to spend.
I would like to get into it because you said some really mean things about me. What did I ever do to you? I didn't kick your puppy or anything.
Well, no, but I think you would probably agree and correct me if I'm wrong, but if you decide to be on the internet and make content, then you're going to be subject to other people having an opinion on it, no?
Yeah, the great thing is, though, is that when I make commentary on what other people say, I don't lie and do my research. You lied multiple times.
What did I lie about?
About me.
Yeah,
well, you made here's a most serious allegation. You said that I had a belief that if men cheat and women cheat, that it's okay for men to cheat and not okay for women to cheat. Or, I'm sorry, vice versa, it's okay for men to cheat. Not okay for women, right?
I don't know if it was...
Not only have I literally never said that once, the opposite, in fact, emphatically. You also pulled me in with red pillars, of which I'm not a Christian ethicist, right? You lied over and over and over because you didn't do any research whatsoever. And I would like you to answer as to, like, why you think it's okay to lie about people on the internet who have never done anything to you.
Well, I certainly didn't lie. You'd have to pull up the exact tweet where I'm naming you specifically.
I don't need to have the clip. I
certainly didn't lie. Okay, it feels like you're about to showcase her lying.
Sure. I know, but it has to be addressing who I'm talking about because you've had multiple male hosts.
You say my name, Andrew, and then go through and accuse me of these things.
Do I say Andrew?
Yes.
I don't know. Okay, we can pull it, and then maybe no, I'm not.
Sure, I mean, I need to Andrew. You sent it to me 20 minutes before the show. I didn't have time to review it. I have to pre-screen it before I show it live. Were you talking about Andrew Tate?
No, it could have been Andrew. No, it could absolutely have been Andrew Tate, and then there have been. Well, hold on, because you're asking a question. I'm not being allowed to ask it.
Referencing whatever, unless Andrew Tate is.
No, it could have been whatever. But I honestly didn't know your name until I was coming on the show. To be honest, so if I said Andrew, it could have been me misspeaking because there have been other men that were hosting on here, and then it was a clip that I don't even know how old it was. I think it was a different studio as well. It was referring to one of the male, like either host or guest, and I'm not sure what his role was. So then why would I say it about you if you didn't say it? There was a clip on this podcast with...
That's what's in question.
Then why would I say it about you if you didn't say it? What is the, like, okay, like this bitch is just fucking getting called out on being a liar about Andrew. This is funny, but I'm gonna
with a girl to do the debate, flew in and was turned down at the door after they paid for all of their...
Okay. I've seen this clip. This is one of the clips that I've seen. Okay, so like I guess I'll go through this because this is just fucking funny. Because I just like this is her lying about some other shit. I saw this clip, and this was another reason why I was like, "Ooh, spicy."
Worldviews against each other and see which one makes more sense, at least to the general public. So, yeah, I think I've changed tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of minds even.
Sure, but I mean, to push back on the idea that you would be accepting of having men on the show, there have been multiple times, and for example, there was a Navy SEAL friend of mine that was supposed to come on the show with a girl to do the debate, flew in and was turned down at the door after they paid for all of their expenses, and I've heard several of those stories.
Like this is I've seen this clip. This is gold. Watch this, boys.
And then I was supposed to come on with a friend too, who is former special ops. He couldn't come on because he ended up having to shoot a movie. We were going to replace him, and they're like, actually, no, we don't want any men. And if you want, you could bring a girlfriend. So I mean, that's not entirely honest.
Hold on, Andrew. Let me address that. So let's address your first point. Who came on who was turned away from the door? Literally never happened. Totally fake news. But who was it?
Oh, I don't have the name. It was like a friend of a friend. And
So
it's a SEAL that's going around saying that.
I don't have the name, but you know, someone was saying that. It was a friend of mine. Now it's someone.
Booked a Navy SEAL.
So it didn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, so you're claiming we booked a Navy SEAL. He showed up at the door.
That's what I heard.
He was scheduled to be on the show
with a female. Yeah,
female, and he was turned away.
Yeah,
this is entirely fake news. Do you know who the girl was?
No, and then I also heard,
So,
and then I also heard from like 1 degree away, and I'm not gonna like say his name, but that he's had friends come on the show and like that there might
1 degree away, and I'm not going to say his name. Okay, so just more allegations. Let's see.
was muted the whole time, and
Never
like
happened.
or that the
Never
content gets edited in a way to like make them look
Well, hold
bad.
on. We can address.
Content gets edited in a way to make him look bad. Yeah, maybe the shorts, but like you know, hold on, we'll just do this one real quick. Okay, let's fucking just. All right, here we go. Here we go, and then we go to live, and what do we see? 8 hours 15, 7:40, 7:37, 7:15, 7:25, 8:22, 7:30, 9:05, 10:06, 7:30. Like, what are we editing? Is there what editing? I mean, I don't know. I mean, like maybe there's some edits. I'm currently fucking 2 hours into this one, and I haven't seen a single cut.
Some of those different arguments, but let's start with the one of us turning a Navy SEAL away at the door. First off, are you sure he was booked? Because sometimes women will show up with a dude.
No, I'm not, and maybe that was misunderstood.
Like girls will show up with like a +1 that wasn't cleared by us, and we're like the only people who we allow in the building have to be scheduled to be on the show. Sometimes girls will bring their boyfriends, and they'll try to like, oh, can I hop on the show? I don't even think I've talked to a Navy SEAL and I do all the guest booking.
Okay.
So I'm very close and familiar to who does and does not come on the show. This is entirely fabricated.
Okay.
So I don't know why some Navy SEAL, you'd assume this is a person of good moral character, is lying about being booked on the show.
I sent you.
Okay, I'm not assuming that a Navy SEAL is someone of good moral character. The only thing I know about a Navy SEAL is that they're able to exist in structured environments and that they have a lot of willpower and that they're murderers.
That particular accusation, she makes it in the clip.
I saw the clip.
This person, showed up at the door. Everything was paid for. They were invited. This type of thing, totally fabricated.
Absolutely fabricated.
Here's why I take issue with it, right? To be fair.
Yeah, I mean, like that would be 2 degrees of separation or 3 degrees of separation, not 1 degree of separation. Yeah, absolutely. Like 1 degree of separation would be not me, someone I know, someone like that's 1 degree.
Why is it that I'm not allowed to ask you, like, did you ever even reach out to Brian to confirm that? Did you ever do any research on it before you decided that you'd put that out there? It's thousands upon thousands of people. You didn't even bother, right? You didn't even like bother to even ask about it. You just put it out there. And it's like, so of course I consider that to be slanderous and lying and nonsense, right? Because, I mean, did you do any due diligence?
How many episodes do you have men on that have opposing opinions? So it's just pattern recognition. So if me saying that you don't have men on debate, you don't have men on debate. Look at the table right now. You don't have men on debate.
Yeah, how's that relevant to the actual false accusation?
No, it's relevant to saying that you don't have men on to debate. And
We've had Destiny's, who's like one of the strongest
that's one
left-wing
person,
debaters.
so it's almost like that exception is actually proving the rule. Like if it was normal that you would have like...
I mean, that's the format of the show.
Sure, yeah, exactly though. So why is that the format? Why is it always just women?
But okay, how does that pertain?
Not always just women.
It's usually just women. The other thing is the exception.
Hold on, we brought on Bevo. Well, hold on, Bevo's not a good.
I've done a multitude of debates on whatever between myself and men, just by ourselves in the studio, in fact. And there's been other times where there's been men on these panels, and I'm happy to debate them. I debate with men all over the world.
Use stats, right? What percent are men?
We need a
I mean, but how does that pertain to the false accusation? Like that's a totally.
This bitch with her fucking weird ass autistic use a spreadsheet. Yeah, I mean that is an issue that I've had with a lot of Red Pill podcasts in general, right? Which is that they often bring on whores and or dumb whores. More often than not, dumb whores. It seems like Brian is a little bit more concerned with bringing on, individuals that at least purport to be experts or podcasters or things of that nature. Whereas like, you look at someone like Fresh and Fit, for example, like they constantly just bring up random fucking incredibly dumb Miami fucking club hoes. And then they scream at them fucking Red Pill talking points that are low IQ, low fruit hanging fucking misrepresentations and misunderstandings of basic data. And like, it stun locks these girls because they're they're a cohort of just complete idiots. And yeah, and it becomes a bad representation of both women and men and dating and issues like that, because it's a design to appeal to mid-wit men that don't have these amazing points but can understand, grasp, and agree with the points of like the Red Pill guys, and then it feeds into their negative concepts of what women are, so that they can generalize like the absolute dumbest broads of all time into being representative of all women. And it becomes this kind of like, it becomes this You know, that seems to be what the show is based upon. It's brain candy for, you know, mid-wit and dumb dudes that are into the red pill space. You know, the more that I see of the whatever podcast, it seems that they do a better job of finding, you know, it's the same model, but they do a better job of finding women that are like, you know, purport to be representative, you know, or, you know, seem to have like some degree of, you know, prominence or, you know, speaking for the community, or, you know, that's their job, or they're podcasters, you know, like they're not just like off of the street random hoes that are going to be just saying like the most brain dead takes of all time. But yeah, I mean, that is like, he is playing that game to some degree, but I mean, like that's any fucking internet show. That's your news program. It doesn't matter what you do. If you're in this space, you recognize that part of what you're doing is entertainment, right? Part of what I'm doing is entertainment. That's why I'm fucking reacting to the whatever podcast specifically tonight, even though that's not what I normally do. That's why I react to certain videos and concepts and things that aren't, you know, not every night is a fucking like, all right, boys, I tasked you all with reading, you know, Hans Hermann Hoppe's, you know, private, public, and, you know, common property and the rationalization for the total privatization of property. And now we're going to go through it and we're going to have a book club, you know, conversation about the details and, you know, why we think, you know, a transitory situation from public to common property as a means of transitioning to private property in an intercapitalist state. You know, like if I did that every fucking show, sure, it could be, you know, I'd find an audience and my audience would be like 10 fucking nerds that are like with me, and like I wouldn't be able to spread the libertarian message. And every time I tried to book a guest or fucking book a debate, people would look at my content and be like, Jesus fuck, I'm not bringing this guy on. You should always whip us to read. Well, you guys should read more. All right. Like, you know, reading is good. You know, you know what? I'm not going to whip you to read. Listen to audiobooks, guys. You know what I mean? Like this like elitism around reading is bad. Like just listen to audiobooks, you know, you can retain almost as much information. And if you didn't get it the first time, you can listen to it a second time, and then you're definitely going to retain as much information as if you read it. I mean, obviously some people have to read it in order to really retain the information, but like audiobooks are fine, and you can do them while you're driving, while you're working, you know, depends upon obviously your job, but you know, there are plenty of ways you can play video games and have an audiobook on in the background. You get all your information from the whatever podcast. Yeah. I'm just saying, like,
yeah,
but it's not relevant to her lying about fucking, you know, like guests that were kicked off or anything.
I don't know if it's shifting the goalpost or whatever, but I mean, I'd almost be prepared to do a wager here. If you can provide any sort of evidence, mind you, I've spoken to thousands of people, right? I'm so confident that this is totally fabricated and made up, that a Navy SEAL showed up at our door, we had him on schedule, and then we're like, oh, actually, no, fuck you. You spent all this money to come here, never happened. Okay, I mean, show me the evidence, show me the
I'm happy to inquire about it for sure.
Right, he says, you spent all this money to come here, right? Like, I'm telling you, fucking... I don't know that they fucking pay for people's flights and hotel room. Maybe they do it like afterwards. Maybe that's the thing. It's like you have to initially pay for the hotel yourself and pay for the flight, and then later they reimburse you. I could still do that. Like if I was promised reimbursement, I could still do the show. Like I could scrounge up the money to fly to California and grab a hotel for the night.
For sure,
show me the proof. Yeah. I will pay. You know what? Do you want to do a wager on this? I'm ready to do a wager.
No, I'm not betting because I mean I have no idea. I don't have skin in the game.
He's just joking around, right? We're on YouTube. Brian would never make a wager. What he's saying is like he's just so confident in
I'm very confident.
That you know, he's being a bit tongue in cheek there, but ultimately that's why I wanted to address this.
Yeah, you can't actually gamble in any way on YouTube.
Because I'm like, well, okay, like how many fabrications has this girl made about this podcast and about its host that are just completely not true? But then they get out of the ethos like they are true.
Well, no, and then so anecdotally speaking, obviously that doesn't say anything at scale. But I think the first time I was invited on the show was probably like 2 or 3 years ago, and it was in response to a clip that I had going, was called Canceled Weekly with Gerard Michaels and Mickey Gall. Sure. And the response was to have me come on, but not the other two co-hosts that were male. And so that
I'll look at the message history and
I don't know if it was to me or Gerard, if like there was a group, I'm not sure. But like
he's like all right, cool, let's look up the message history. Like this bitch is just like, oh god, look, listen, just because you're a bad person in one way or you're a whore doesn't mean that you're always bad, okay? But as a heuristic, okay, if you're fucking degenerate or you know, bad in one domain, I'm going to assume until proven otherwise that you're probably not a good person in other domains.
Invitation was extended to them, and then when JT was supposed to come, and then that got canceled, then the response was, "You
got canceled by him."
No, yeah, for sure.
Just to be clear, we had you and him.
Yeah, not canceled by him, or not, I'm sorry, not canceled by you, by him. Yeah, absolutely.
So we were prepared to have him and you on the show. He canceled, and then we were like, "Well, do you still want to come?" Fine, you didn't want to do it, but yeah, no, I reached out. You reacted to this clip of me.
So her example is we invited you and a male. Her example of like, you refused to bring on males because whatever, and you just brought me on. Her example is actually the guy canceled, even though we invited said guy.
Having a back and forth with this obnoxious
dude. She is lying so many times.
Woman who came on intentionally to troll the show, and I had to kick her off the show. But as it pertains to the kind of initial reach out, which was back in February of 2024, you said you wanted to be a guest, but the stipulation is the guys have to be able to join.
Anson Knowles, were you here earlier talking about how fucking Deborah So isn't hot because she doesn't have a nice rack? Like I'm beginning to see that like you have a particular weakness there, buddy. You know what I mean? Like you should strengthen yourself.
And I said we could accommodate one of your male guests. So we didn't.
Okay, but I was about to say, because if I'm gonna honeypot you, I know what I need.
Outright deny them, but I was like, well, we can have one. We typically only like to book 2 people together.
Okay.
It's just kind of our policy.
And here's my further challenge. You can get anybody who you want who has issues with any of my views who's a man.
Dude, what the fuck are these random people? Like, can anyone explain to me why every time I see a clip, there's always like 1 or 2 girls, like young women, like wearing these fucking imperial fucking hats in the background, like doing nothing, saying nothing with no microphone? Like, what is going on here? Are these like girlfriends? Like, what's happening? This is very confusing to me. Is it just like additional eye candy so that like when people click on the stream, they see a whole bunch of pretty women or something? So like, what's their employees? What do they do? What's going on there?
You can stack that whole panel. I'll fly out there and debate all of them in person happily. Then here's exactly what'll happen. Nothing. They'll all lose the debate. I'll laugh hysterically. It's a perfect day. Like, go let them know.
Okay.
Yeah. And just to like actually, and if you want to
Prussian reserves,
verify this, but in March I said we could accommodate one of your male co-hosts, and I asked if you primarily want to debate the kickoff of that one girl who came on and trolled, to which you didn't respond. I checked in a week later, checked in 2 weeks later. Hey, just want to follow up one last time, see if you're still interested. Did not hear.
I'm burping up fucking Croaker Spot, which is an amazing soul food restaurant in Richmond. I got one of the cheapest things on the menu. It was like $18, and it was a fish boat of fried fish covered in onions and peppers and like a house special, like sweet and sour kind of sauce. And I added hot sauce with like thick red mashed potatoes and one of the best pieces of cornbread I've ever had. It was so fucking good.
Hear from you until September of 2024.
And that's also why I was a little bit late, because it took a long time to get our food.
Wanted to see if there's still an invitation. JT, he wants to come on. And then let's.
Bro, cut that out. Stop talking about like random women breastfeeding your children. Like, gross, dude. Come on, dude. No, come on.
Let's see, we locked you in for. Or wait, hold on. When did we lock you in for? We were in a group chat, so I don't see.
I think.
We were in a group chat, so I don't see the. And then we shifted the conversation over there. We had you scheduled at sometime in the fall. He canceled a week prior because of a movie. I don't know, whatever. Not a big deal. People have to reschedule. Not a big thing. But I think that would indicate that we were prepared to have a male guest on.
The clip title says Andrew Wilson cringe. Just so you know, my name is Andrew Wilson, and there's never been.
Right. So she's saying I have no idea who you are, and then the title is Andrew Wilson cringe. That must have been a different Andrew, and it's literally the title is his name and last name. Get the fuck out of here, you lying ass cunt.
My knowledge, another Andrew Wilson.
I don't make the clips.
I'm just letting you know that the clip is called Andrew Wilson cringe. It sure seems like you are referencing me. If it's called Andrew Wilson, I'm just.
That's the editor, unless my mouth said your name, which I don't think it did.
I mean, it did. It said Andrew, and then it says Andrew Wilson cringe. It's
okay, so I was probably talking about Tate, and then the editors probably put your name. I have no idea because I don't have the.
Dude, you fucking lying ass bitch.
Clip.
And again, referencing Tate.
I don't know. I don't have the clip. I don't have the clip.
Okay.
Okay. Look. Sorry.
Dude, just say I was talking out of my ass and I heard shit. My bad. I'm sorry.
I mean, I don't want to linger too long on the meta conversation because it's, whatever. But and wait, just really one thing.
Yeah.
Just Andrew, he wants to pull up the clip. You said that there were like other people who, like, we kicked them out or like we like denied them at the door.
That's what I heard. Yeah. From like a friend.
We denied them at the
yeah,
friends.
Like it was my friend's friend, and like he didn't see him like a liar. So yeah.
Wait, so just so I understand the situation correctly, we had him on schedule. Like he showed up.
That was what was.
No, but he showed up, and we're like,
that's what I was told.
Sorry.
That's what I was told. That it was only like only the woman was allowed on. So yeah.
Never happened.
Okay.
There you go. I saw what you were spelling out, and I made it TOS safe.
Never happened. If you can.
I can't argue because I don't have any. I don't have anything. So I'm not arguing. I feel like we're like trying to make an argument when I'm saying I don't have an argument.
No, I'm not really arguing
yeah.
with you. I just want to clear the air.
Yeah, I'm not.
I think it would be kind of.
Was like, dude, I had a commenter talk about fucking, like, what was it? I debated Andrew Wilson on like an impromptu debate. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Debate Scott versus the Crucible on Taqueria shooting. Here it is.
You were justified if you're
right. So like here's this video, right? This was like an impromptu debate off of Twitter. And like there was a Taqueria shooting and I disagreed with him on whether or not the shooting was justified. Okay? And somebody commented and they were like, Fabian acts like a toddler. He got absolutely cooked. Andrew W. And I said, you sound like a pleasant person. I actually changed my mind that evening on the theory of self-defense from a libertarian perspective and later discussed it with Liquid Zulu. Right? Like, dude, just admit when you're wrong. Like, this was like an impromptu debate, and I still think that his like his appeal to reasonable was like an appeal to legality under our current system, and not like actually like a good philosophical argument. But I later had a conversation right after the debate. Casimir came on. And like we discussed it, he disagreed with me. We went into it in detail. I slowly kind of changed my opinion on it. And then, it made me have, which one is, Jesus Christ, this one, right? Like
this is
later it made me think about that. So I did this entire stream to like really clean up and understand why I was wrong and like have a better conception and understanding of a concept of self-defense. And we discuss like war, booby traps, logic, flagpoles, and more, right? Given the political climate full of multiple wars and potential U.S. involvement and a few jackanapes on Twitter, X, I sat down with the best theory nerd I know to discuss the limits regarding self-defense to have a stronger position. I hope you enjoyed the conversation as much as I did. And this was like kind of like, this was, obviously October 25th. So a lot of Israel, Palestine, like in what positions is Israel justified and not justified, right? So like, yeah, like just, it's okay to admit that you're wrong. It's okay to have a debate with somebody. And even if the debate, goes well or goes poorly, like learn something from the debate and clean up your own theory. Like this fucking ego mentality of people being like, I'm always base and I'm always right is a recipe for disaster. Like it works in maintaining your audience and maintaining like a rabid audience of people that then go to other people's channels and be like, oh, you got wrecked, blah, blah. But like, you're not going to get any better if you continue to debate that way. And you're going to just end up like Destiny. You're just going to end up like fucking tweaking the fuck out and saying stupid shit. And your arguments are getting worse and worse and worse. And all you're depending upon is like your own rabid audience of retards, and you're going to start ejecting the people that have any good thoughts. Like, do I have a small audience? Has it not helped me? Could that ego and like that like narcissistic tendency have maybe helped me grow a larger audience? Maybe. Right? Like maybe that's a mistake I'm making as someone that's trying to make it in this industry or this business. But at the same time, I really value the people that I have in this chat. And I value that like when someone from another audience comes in and starts saying a bunch of bullshit, you guys are really fucking good at like being able to like call out their bullshit. And you guys are really active and you guys are really involved. And it's because I've cultivated an audience of people that respect learning and respect constantly improving and have a respect towards that intellectual curiosity. And so when people come into the chat and try and like dunk on me because, you know, I'm on Midwestern Marks or something like I was a few days ago, and like some random commie comes in to be like, you guys are dumb, I've got like 10 or 15 of you guys in here that just utterly fucking demolish them. And I don't even need to worry about it because I've cultivated an audience of people that care about that. And to me, that's really fucking valuable. And hopefully we can grow that audience. And hopefully that can, you know, we can get to the point where we have 100 of you guys in here. And I would rather have 100 people that are intellectually curious, that are constantly thinking and constantly improving, and like we're on this journey together to create philosophers that are able to, you know, dispense with all of the contradictions that are present within our culture and make the world better by our day-to-day interactions because we have that knowledge and that skill to do that. I'd rather have 100 of those people and be able to make like a small but comfortable living because, you know, I've tripled my audience and, you know, thus tripled my money, and like I can pay all my bills and I can, you know what I mean, like live in a somewhat comfortable way. I'd much rather have that than be like than have like 1,000 people. And yeah, I'll have more money, but like everything that I'm doing is just burnout, and it's causing me to go insane because I've cultivated a rabid audience of people that I constantly have to appeal to with more and more drama and bullshit. Don't down your audience size. It's big enough that YouTube 10 times the ad frequency tonight. That or the stream title. It's probably the stream title. Senpai acknowledge us. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, a lot of people in my Discord, a lot of people that are there, like, do I have a giant audience like some people? No. But, like, I honestly believe that the quality of the audience that I've cultivated, Slope is Dope notwithstanding, you know, are really high quality people. And I appreciate you guys. And I think that speaks to longevity as well, right? Like, I think a lot of you guys are probably here for a long time because, you know, you're not chasing the next bit of drama. You're not chasing, you know, the next controversy. So many of these people, they cultivate an audience of people that do that, but that's a fickle audience that will go to the very next streamer that has the new juicy bullshit. And so what do is they have to constantly be embroiled in drama and bullshit in order to maintain that audience. And it's fucking toxic to their lives. I don't want to be like Destiny, fucking getting sued because I'm a fucked up sex pest and having half the internet talk about how horrible of a fucking person I am.
Rude to like invite somebody on, they spend money to come here, and then we're just like, oh, fuck you.
No, I know.
Like,
it sounds crazy.
That would be super fun.
We've never done that. Never. I mean, there's like opposition.
I can give you a story of a time where there's been regret. Like Brian's like, maybe I should have invited this person, but man, they spent this money to come out here, so I'm going to let them on anyway, right? Like that's more Brian's attitude than the alternative.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyways, I don't know why people are making up these lies.
Your butt's getting lung cancer.
I mean, you don't have to show me, but
all right,
obviously
well,
not
here
now.
we go. Look. We're fucking 2 hours and 9 minutes in, and like the section I promise that I'm going to get to and finish is 221. All right, like once we get past this most played like debate argument, I think between Andrew and Aella to see if she actually bodies him or not, then we'll cut it out.
I'd be curious to see the actual basis for these claims because it's completely dubious.
Yeah, Rod, you're part of the good audience. You have great questions.
But, and also,
like, I mean, you're a little bit more quiet in terms of like when people come in and start trash talking. But dude, you're clearly like, you have great questions when we've had conversations, and like, you know, and I know that means that you're thinking, right? Like, cause that's what I want more than anything is I want people that are thinking. I want an audience that challenges me when I'm wrong.
Also, like, I mean, I don't know. Anyways, whatever. Why don't we just play the clip and then we'll move on to the next thing? Who took fucking
This is not
320p?
what I'm talking about.
Go ahead, just play it.
And I'm pretty sure
Boost the audio.
speak on this is if a woman cheats or she's unfaithful because her man's not.
Okay, hold on. I gotta slow this down because I've got it at 1.5 and I think they have it sped up too.
Huh?
Right, so a guy's allowed to exit the relationship, and her behavior is never justifiable.
Here, I'll do it.
If he cheats, nothing but compassion, she deserved it. So just super hypocritical. Duty sex is terrible, but also don't weaponize it. So it's a this and thing, and you have to check in with it. And I'm curious how long any of these people have been married and how many children they have and how happy they are, because there's also this idea that no matter what you have to stay in a relationship, especially if there's kids, and I don't know that that's true. I think that they deserve to see their parents in love, and if you can't make that happen, I think there are way worse things by sticking it out for the kids. That's something I've kind of come around on as well. So I don't know. I hate this person so bad. We were actually supposed to go, me and a friend go on the show. I don't think it's going to happen because we did some due diligence, and they in the past have brought on a Navy SEAL. He flies all the way to Northern California to do the show. Knock, knock. Actually, we don't want to have you on. And it's because if you bring on...
So it's just like a whole clip of her fucking lying through her teeth. Jesus Christ. Also, for the record, if you do streams and podcasts, you're going to lie. I need you guys to understand that like, even like you're going to think something is wrong. You're gonna be given bad information or incorrect information, and you're going to like not even think about it and just be like, oh, and then this happened, right? Like if your life is online to a large degree, there's going to be times where you just straight up lie, and there's nothing you can really do about it because you're speaking to an audience with some level of, like, I can't speak and every time I say something be like, oh, well, I think this, I'm trying to remember where I heard this every single fucking time I talk about Destiny or fucking Rob Noor or Connor or fucking Admiral Gibbs or Prime Kais or Dylan Burns or name any fucking streamer, right? Like, I'm going to say some shit, I'm going to be wrong, and I'm going to be confidently wrong at some point. Okay. And so but when that happens and someone calls you out on it, you need to be like, oh shit, I was wrong. Like, I thought that was true at the time. I was really confident in it. I didn't really think about it. And then I was just like speaking off the cuff. My bad. Like, it's okay to recognize that if you're a fucking streamer or podcaster and you're talking online hours and hours every week, that at some point you're going to be confidently wrong about something and you're going to be claiming something is true that isn't true. And like, you know, I do my best, and I hope other people do. I don't trust them, but I do my best to not lie, right? I don't lie on purpose, like knowingly be like, ooh, I know this isn't true, but it would be spicy if I say it, right? Like, not everyone's obviously going to do that if you have fucking integrity, but like, I'm sure I've said something bad about some other streamer that wasn't fucking true. If you go through all of my content for 3 fucking years, I mean, my YouTube has what? How many videos alone? Not even looking at live streams. All right, we'll just go to my channel. I've taken down a bunch of older videos, and I still have 367 videos. And like, God knows how many fucking live streams, because like it doesn't tell me how many live streams I have here. Oh, let me see. 1, 2, and then 4. So 6, 10, 14, 18, 22, 26, 30, 34, 38, 42, 46, 50, 54, 58, 62, 66, 70, 74, 78. I probably fucked up counting somewhere, but whatever. 78 live streams that are like somewhere between 2 to fucking 10 hours. I guarantee you, if you go through all my catalog, I'm lying about some shit. I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to be dishonest or whatever, but I'm speaking confidently for fucking, you know, for 367 videos and fucking, you know, and what was it? What did I say? 70 and 78 live streams. And that's just content that like I've put publicly on my YouTube. I have like another 100 old ass videos from when I was first doing stuff on Twitch where the quality is really bad, where I privated them because they all had like 6 or 7 views or whatever too. Right. Like they're just hurting my channel by being public, because like I don't want that shit in the algorithm. Not because I'm like trying to hide anything. It's just like it's gonna hurt my channel to have videos that get very little views, because the audio quality sucks and the video quality sucks and like the content isn't that good. But yeah, like you're gonna find me lying. Like when you lie, just admit that you're fucking lying or that you were misinformed. Be like, yeah, I was talking really confidently. It seems like I was talking out of my ass. My bad. Like, it's okay.
on a man, especially an alpha. These guys cannot stand it. They cannot stand it. All they want to do is sit across from women and bully them and badger them and dunk on them, and it's just an excuse to exercise actual sexism. And I don't use that word a lot because I don't think that it is as prevalent as it used to be and as much of a problem, but with this community it absolutely is. Please don't get your relationship advice from there. Like, look for healthy, healed, whole, masculine role models. This is not it. If you are blaming half...
Yeah, we'll get my relationship advice from a fucking whore that cucked her first husband until eventually he had to leave after you pressured him over and over and over again to cheat on him, and then he eventually had to accept your lifestyle and then couldn't handle it, and is now going around giving relationship advice while you're still an OnlyFans whore and you're married. Like, yeah, I'll get my relationship advice from you. Thanks, but
population for all of your problems, and the answer is it's always just women, it's always just e-girls, it's always whatever. You might be the problem, buddy. So
this was on duty sex. This wasn't on the beating or the divorce or cheating. I think that was in reference to a duty sex tweet.
Yeah, I got it.
That's not what we were talking about earlier, though. We weren't talking about duty sex earlier.
It's referencing me, and the position is actually incorrect. Again, the referent is wrong.
Do we have your tweet on duty sex?
What's that?
Do we have the tweet that was on duty sex?
Yeah, so this is what you're referencing is we're talking from a Christian paradigm. So from a Christian, it's not a statement that women have or don't have duty sex. It's a statement from the position of the Christian or the Muslim paradigm, or let's say, X paradigm, that within that paradigm there is a duty that women have to fulfill the obligation of marriage. And part of that would be sex.
Yeah, okay, yeah. It just seems like we're talking about we're talking about different things, because initially we were talking about abuse and cheating and divorce, and then now we're circling to duty sex. And then when I see Rachel Wilson,
I also think it's fucking hilarious to like go after Andrew Wilson for only debating like girls and be sexist on whatever podcast, because like the dude started on the Crucible. The dude started fucking in Twitch politics as fucking big papa fascist, doing debate panels, debating guys. It's of course he's scrubbed a lot of his old stuff, because I don't know if it's behind a paywall or whatever, but like a lot of old debates aren't on the Crucible. But like I've debated Andrew multiple times. Okay. Like he still does debates off of that. Like you just did like a modern day debates or something, right? Or maybe he didn't, because like he did that. Like he's debated so many dudes. Like, it's so hilarious.
In the comments, I don't make my titles. I don't think anyone does. So when it says that,
okay. It's because he's garbled just a little bit, and I have it at 1.5. Fair enough.
So I don't know.
Yeah, no, but you said you did your due diligence. When we did our due diligence, we checked into this, and the whole thing's bullshit. What due diligence did you do?
I'm commenting on a tweet on duty sex. That's what I was doing.
Yeah, no. You said we did our due diligence when it came to the Navy SEAL and this type of thing.
My due diligence was asking references that I trusted. So I mean,
Why
if you're
did you
saying
ask Brian, wouldn't that be your due diligence?
Well, no,
what
it wouldn't, because if I don't
like, she's not like it's so funny because like she's just doubling and tripling down. It's like, bitch, you're lying. You were full of shit, and now like this doubling down is fucking making it so much worse. But like, yeah, it's so gross. Like women, like people talk constantly about how modern women like dodge accountability, and I think a lot of that has been exaggerated because of like podcasts like this. Not to like shit on whatever specifically, but just like the kind of like the online space where the representatives of women are like mostly attention seeking narcissistic types. Like, and that's not, unique to women, right? Like that's like the dudes are too. I mean, that's what people that are vying for celebrity tend to have a lot of narcissistic traits. You're going to capture a lot of that. And so like, it's been exaggerated, but like, this is the type of shit that gives a lot of men, and like, especially a lot of people that like watch this type of content, that frame of view, or that frame of mind, or that opinion, that generalization about modern women in general, as opposed to recognizing, a sampling bias, as Aella loves to point out with universities, but not with their own research, right? The sampling bias here, or the availability heuristic, really would be more kind of like what we're talking about here, is like shit like this, like just like she's doing everything she can to dodge accountability for her just lying through her fucking teeth. And now she's like, oh, well, it's a person and I trusted them, but she's not going to name said person because there's no person.
I believe that he's an honest actor. Right, because we've never met before, and all I've seen is like
Wait, can I ask you can I ask you one question?
Well, no, every time you ask me a question, I get cut off, and then if I try to talk, then you guys are like, no, let me finish.
Look,
so
you've talked way more than we have, just so you know, but go ahead.
You're asking what my due diligence was, and I was saying that I asked people that had said that they were either on the show, came on the show, their experience. So it's people that I would know or trust. So to reach out to someone that I already kind of see as a position of being in an adversarial position, like there's not really
any man is going to score higher than average on the dark triad, right? Like, so when you're talking about dark triad, you're talking about Machiavellianism. What is it? Machiavellianism. Oh my God, why can I not think? It's getting late. It's getting to be a long stream. Machiavellianism, narcissism, and psychopathy, right? Like, if you're a man, you're going to have some narcissistic traits. You're going to have some Machiavellianism. Not everybody is going to like score higher than average on psychopathy. But nevertheless, like, women tend to score a little bit lower. Like, yeah, like everyone has some narcissistic traits. Like you'd be a weird outlier if you didn't have some narcissistic traits or some Machiavellian traits. Well, maybe not some Machiavellian traits, but you'd certainly be like high on openness. Right? That's just part of engaging in society as a man, is like understanding quid pro quo, having to have some level of ego, having to have some level of control. Like a lot of masculinity is going to have some kind of like Venn diagram overlap of like narcissistic traits. And that's kind of why you see so many girls that are like constantly accusing their ex of being a narcissist. And it's like, dude, you don't know what a real narcissist is. A real narcissist is a fucking nightmare to heal from and can ruin you for your entire life and can be one of the most difficult things to escape from and absolutely destroy your life. Like, real people that are in committed relationships with narcissists, like, they go through narcissistic collapse just as much as a narcissist does. And whole years of their memory become circumspect, and they often lose years of memory of their own life, and they have to try and go out and search on like Facebook posts and online posts and documents and talk to family members to reconstruct a history or a narrative about their own life, because their brain is so fucked up from a narcissist gaslighting them, controlling and abusing them to such a degree that they don't even remember whole years of their life. Like their brain has to delete it as like a coping mechanism to like reconstructing a worldview and a narrative about themselves and their own identity. But you'll see girls all the time being like, my ex-boyfriend was a narcissist. Like, shut the fuck up. No, he wasn't. Like, yeah, did he do some narcissistic things? Yeah, every dude does.
Trust built. So if you say something, I don't know you or your character.
Yeah,
so
that's totally fine.
gonna...
I mean, just one question though. Did you hear it directly from the said Navy SEAL?
I can't say.
All right, if you've got some traits with histrionic as well and narcissistic traits, and like maybe some OCD might be a little weird, but like if you've got traits like that, I don't know, man, you might have some cluster B issues there. Who knows? But again, like you need a lot more than some traits in order to like truly have those disorders.
I'm not
but like sometimes
throwing people under the bus.
A friend told you that they knew somebody who knew a Navy SEAL. Like, was it?
I can't, because it's going to give people away. I know. I'm sorry, but it's not.
I'm not asking who it is. I'm just asking. Did you hear it from the person?
I know, but the line of questioning is going to like throw certain people under the bus, and I'm not.
I mean, they threw me under the bus, but that's fine. Whatever. In any case.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. You're just full of shit.
Don't even like reporters when they.
I'm not a reporter.
Have a story that they're commenting on.
I've never claimed to be a reporter.
Contact the source and verify it. Like, just ask them, hey, did this even happen? Like, how hard would that have been? If it's due diligence, like, how hard would it have actually been to just say, hey, did this actually happen?
I guess we disagree on how I should have approached it, and that's fine.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm guessing that you would not.
That's the best you're going to get an accountability from this hoe. Is we disagree on how I should have handled it.
Appreciate me putting video out to hundreds of thousands of people, which was filled with besmirching lies about you, if I didn't do my quote due diligence. And maybe like I would have just DM'd you. I'd been like, hey, is this actually true? Like, is this actually what's going on? And then I get the other side of the story, right? I'm sure you would actually appreciate that more, wouldn't you?
I mean, I would, absolutely. But if I have full trust in someone else and they tell me something and they've done nothing to,
as someone, if you go to my YouTube, all right, go to my YouTube again. We're gonna go to my channel. This is very, very old, okay. But if we go to playlists, there is a section called the Drama Chronicles. And so these videos are, so this would be the latest one 2 years ago, Queen Alexa drama featuring Beef PF and Sprouticus. Now, I can tell you absolutely, without any shadow of a doubt, that Andrew actually does his due diligence. Okay? Like, when the Queen Alexa drama was going down, because this is someone that on Twitch poll was scheduling a lot of debates and was like a scheduler for a lot of like panels and things like that, and they were grooming a minor in a Discord server, and they were saying things like, you know, I want to, like they had said in an open VC with other people to a trans minor while pretending to be a trans person themselves, and there was reports and evidence, but we were pretty sure we knew who they were, but both me and Andrew didn't report that information because we could not verify with certainty that it was that person. But we were pretty sure that we knew who the person was, and had videos of said person. Their voice was incredibly similar. We had like some anonymous source being like, I know who this is, and it's this person, and they sound exactly alike, okay? And it matched some of the records of what they were saying about other things. It didn't match other records, but I mean, obviously they could have been lying because they were saying that they were super tall and the person in question wasn't, right? And he never reported on it. He never, like, we only reported on the facts and the evidence that we knew about this person, so that we could make sure that they weren't a part of Twitch poll and they weren't a part of Discords, and that this person was very, very slimy, tried to do like a lot of, they did a lot of stuff. It's a very long story, but nevertheless, that part is not in my video, right? That's stuff that happened behind the scenes. And we were like, we both were like, I think that's this person. But we didn't report because we didn't want to ruin a random person's life that when it might not be that person. Okay, so I know for certain that even when it comes to like, you know, I know even when he wasn't big, right? Like, and he was doing like the, cause he does those shows like where like shit talk extravaganza or whatever. I can't remember the name of it. Like, I know that he does his due diligence, tracking down people, looking at things, and doesn't report on shit that is just spurious. Now, if it's not that big of a deal, maybe he does. Like, I don't watch all of his content, so I'm not willing to stick my neck out on Andrew for every fucking claim that he makes. Why would I do that? But I do know that, like, when it's important and it can, like, really ruin people's lives, in the past, he has done his due diligence, and I've been a part of that. And together, we tracked down information. We found Discord calls. We got recordings from different people. I put him in contact with some other people that had additional recordings. Like, we tracked down evidence to make sure that the claims weren't bullshit. And we had other evidence that wasn't conclusive enough, so we didn't talk about it and we didn't report it.
Allude to the fact that, like, I need to be doubting what they're saying, then, like, why wouldn't I believe them?
I don't know, because you did your due diligence.
I guess,
that's what it means, right?
Sure.
But anyway, all right.
Also, I miss hanging out with fucking Andrew. Andrew's too fucking popular now. He's got too many fucking people trying to fucking clout chase off of him. And like, maybe I should be doing more to like reconnect with him or something, but it just kind of feels slimy. Like when he like, you know what I mean? Like when he gets big, now I'm like, hey brother, help me out.
I mean, also just to like, I guess, provide you with an opportunity to potentially even verify the story. Like if you want to get up and like text the individual and be like, hey, is this like, do you have any evidence for this? Like what were the
I can ask, and then I can ask if he's willing for me to share it. Sure, I could do that. I'm happy to.
I mean, I feel like it would be important for a Navy SEAL to like, that seems kind of like a position of, I don't know, integrity, honor. Like, he should clear this up.
I agree.
I think he should clear it up.
Yeah, I agree.
That seems fair.
Yeah, I'm willing to text. Like, I'm willing to text the person. Yeah.
I'm willing to bet nothing comes from this. And nothing's come from this in the last 8 days, as far as I know, or 9 days now that we've passed the fucking Rubicon of midnight here on the East Coast. But yeah, I haven't seen any updates on this. I'm pretty sure it's bullshit.
That seems reasonable, but yeah. I mean, I can tell you, just.
Yeah, I'm not trying to argue. I'm willing to ask.
Totally fine. Yeah, that's totally fine. But and you said there were like other people who also got turned away. I was curious about that too.
It was the same person. Not the same individual, like the same person, like was putting feelers out, and they've had.
Was it last username or was it? It might have been last username. Yeah, last username and I had a fall off, But he kind of disappeared as well too.
I don't know the girls' names, but like a bunch of like their girlfriends have come on, and like they were sharing stories with him, and then like there was a couple stories where guys.
What do you mean, like Grid One Motorsports? I keep meaning to hang out with him. I was gonna schedule something with him earlier, and then like he was he was like doing some stream or something, like traveling, doing like a travel thing or something, as he was going to like modern day debates, and then obviously I had this shit with my grandma go down, so like, you know, I was planning on like connecting with him. It's just when he was going to modern day debates, and then I was like having issues with like family issues, like those two things like kind of happened back to back.
Got turned away, but it could have been what you were saying, right? Where they weren't approved and they weren't supposed to be on the show in the first place.
I mean, we get dozens of messages a day of people requesting to be on the show.
Well, no, like
so when it comes to I mean, we turn people down if they DM us. Hey, can I come on the show? We send them a very thoughtful message. Like, we don't just like, most people just ignore DMs like that. Every single person who DMs us, even if we're not interested in having them on the show, we say, hey, unfortunately at this time, we, we're can't have you on. It's a little more diplomatic than that, but can't have you on the show. But we'll keep your DMs. If anything changes, we'll be sure to reach out. So we turn people down like in the DMs, but we've never had somebody like booked to be on the show, and then they come to the studio at the door. Don't really, you can't be on it. Never has happened ever. Hasn't happened to a male.
That would be so fucking shitty to do to somebody. Like that's a pretty bold claim.
To any women.
Sure, I appreciate you clarifying. Like I said, I'm happy.
Actually,
to
you know what? There was one woman who she showed up unannounced with a service animal. It was like a chihuahua. That shit was not a service animal. And I was like, and he was barking. It was barking. And normally we would try to accommodate somebody with a service animal, but it was clearly not a service animal. It was not trained to do a certain task, and he was barking, which would not be reasonable. It would not be a reasonable accommodation.
I'm not going to watch this whole fucking thing, but does Lily Phillips do anything other than just sit there and farm the entire time?
Recording audio, we can't have a barking dog in the studio. So in that instance,
she's only spoken like fucking twice, and everything that came out of her mouth was like giga stupid.
We did turn her away, although we did offer her like, could she came with a friend. I was like, can your friend watch the dog? That's the only instance where we're just like, we can't have the barking dog in the studio, and we turned her down. That's the only that's come to my we've ever turned anybody away, and for good reason. But yeah.
Again.
All right, whatever.
Yeah.
We have a couple chats. Unless Andrew, you wanted to, was there more there, or I don't know.
Yeah, I did just want to point out, like I do have a video in front of me.
All right, here we go. This is where supposedly Andrew gets bodied. Now I've watched everything up to this, so I can have the full. Well, I've skipped a couple of parts because they were like super fucking boring. But now we have the context for this.
Right? That's the reference. You're definitely talking about me, but you're literally misappropriating the position, even in the tweet. And then you go on to say that basically Andrew's a beta male. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to these guys. They're awful. They don't know, blah, 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 blah. Right? But the thing is like when you're talking about viewpoints, you're talking about from the view up. Right? So if I was going to reference a view that you had and say, from your view, is X, Y, Z true? Why is it true? I understand why. Then I would always make the reference to the Christian worldview. I'd say, here's why it's true from the perspective here. You would then go maybe back and forth, and you could say, hey, the Christian view is wrong, and here's why, et cetera, et cetera. In this case, though, you didn't even reference that the tweet was from the view of the Christian view.
I didn't know that.
Reference it. Yeah, right. But again, due diligence. Do you know that you could have just?
Well, the due diligence.
Like, hey, what's this
we're meshing up so many things in this one argument. So we started with me talking about the clip. I thought we were talking about a totally different clip initially when we first started this interaction. So I thought that's why I thought I was thinking. Well, Rachel is saying that I'm like intentionally lying. I'm saying I didn't know which clip we were talking about. It's not intentional. I thought we were talking about a younger.
Candace podcast from November 1st, and it says Andrew Wilson cringe right in the title. She's full on lying.
That one younger co-host that I think you used to have talking about cheating and abuse specifically in regards to divorce, and then the discrepancy there. That was a totally different clip that I'm now realizing we weren't. No, I know. I'm just establishing that I'm not intentionally lying.
Okay, can I say something? And hopefully this doesn't piss off Andrew if someone sends it to him, right? But like, at least on Twitter, I find his wife Rachel way more interesting, and I find her fucking content way better than Andrew's. Like, I'm sorry, I just like what she says, and like the shit she gets into, and the way that she formulates her arguments. I find it better. I'm not gonna lie.
There's just confusion as to what content we're talking about. Moving on to the tweet about duty sex. If you're talking about this and there was more context, like obviously things get taken the wrong way in a tweet. So if there's like more interpretation that you have in regard to duty sex, happy to hear whatever your take is on that. The way that I read that tweet was that basically
from a Christian view.
Well, it could be Christian, but there's
wives and husbands have a duty to sleep with each other from a Christian view.
No, and I would agree with that.
You can find this in Paul when he's talking about depriving right? Depriving each other sexually. He says that's a no-go. Christian view. There's counseling, which revolves around this specifically, that neither party is to deprive the other party of this thing. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. This is not something that I even think is a controversial view, right? But it's being mischaracterized here. And the reason you're mischaracterizing it is because you're trying to make it seem like Andrew Wilson's a monster, and what he's trying to do is say that women have an obligation to have sex at the demand of their husband. And it's like, well, that's not only such a mischaracterization, but we could have cleared it up in 5 seconds. You could just ask. And I would have been like, here's actually what's going on.
You know what you're doing when you're tweeting too, which is why you're successful and why you have a big account and why you get so much engagement. So like there is a little bit of that edge when you are going to a tweet. So it's not like I just fell into this tweet and intentionally misrepresented you and it was like a blatant mischaracterization.
So what you're saying is that it was a bait tweet.
No, I'm saying that you're very good at what you do. I'm saying you're very good at what you do and you're good at ruffling feathers and you know that.
Yeah, dude, like this lady just fucking admit that you were like, oh my God, the layers of fucking lying and bullshit here.
People like
me. Fall in for the bait though. If you had done your due.
We're not doing due diligence on a tweet, sir.
Why not?
Because it's a tweet, right? It's black and white text right there, and if you do something
it's black and white.
If there's
now there's more context.
Well, no, there's not. There's not context. Well, now that you have like more characters available, but there's not. Especially if there's a shorter tweet, right? You want.
Damn it! I thought this was Aella and him getting into an argument about science. I'm not gonna fucking find it. Maybe I can. Let me see. Helmet wearing. The greater male variability hypothesis turned diagnosis session. I didn't mean to do that. Let's see. Her next film was canceled. Hitting extreme thresholds. Bowling in Korea. The Law of Attraction. New beauty standards. Mander Bear. Would it be racist? Pussy-based confidence. Pre-show. Dismantling the narrative. Yeah. Mini notes. Harm industry. Confuddles Brian. Disclaimer. Hold on. Where the fuck? Hold on. Let me see this. Pre-show notes. This one, more notes. 2 mothers and running girls. You guys have no tenderness. Okay. Super chats. She doesn't want to debate with Andrew. Refusal to apology. The apology happens. The bow. Rating 1 out of 10. The reason behind the question. Defining judgment. Meta combos online. Feminist detection. Super chat. The efficacy of ultimatums on teenage girls. Why would my parents give me ultimatums? I believe morally. Andrew doesn't love his children. Jesus Christ. Will you be more attractive in 10 years? All aging. Gender swap. Dating a crush found. More pity fucks. Justification women morality. Should body count matter? Body count. Reading her IMDb plus Burb studies on body count. Sewing circle Christians and beliefs of debating experiments. Brian loses control over controls. It could be like 3 or 4 of these. Maybe it's debating experiments. Is that it? Maybe. Yeah, it was like I saw some clip about like control or something. Like whether or not science should have controls in order to conduct it as like scientific research. I don't remember the exact context. Wait. Brian loses control over controls. This is probably it. I want to see.
How would you propose that we test this?
Bullshit. That aside.
No.
That aside. Can you tell me sample size and have it be representative of something? But in this case, are you saying that the sample size? Hang on.
Sure, but I think that there are more important questions to ask if you're trying to date someone or if you're trying to figure out if that's a good match or not. So again, there can coming from.
All right, I think this is it. Towards the end.
The industry, I was in there for plenty of years. I've seen women that go in and they treat it like a business and they're making decisions like in alignment with whatever their values. Right. So I'm more curious. That's indicative. Absolutely, I'm not.
Therapy. What psychoactive medications do they take?
All
right, because I really want to see like this exchange in its full context and not like the clips I saw on Twitter.
Those are important. Absolutely, I've had people, not romantic relationships, but like employees lie about like mental health stuff or that like, they're not on medications. And I mean, I know that HIPAA and all of that, but that's important information to know.
Sure. You did also indicate. I think this is the last thing on body count. You said there was.
That's not HIPAA, but okay.
No correlation to faithfulness and fidelity when it came to body count.
Would only matter.
I mean, I did want to challenge you a little bit on this. There's a bunch of, at least from what I've seen, there's a bunch of studies that seem to indicate that there is a correlation.
The sample size with those is really off, and then I don't know what a delta was. I was giving it to someone who's much smarter than me that can actually read stats, and I sent it to him, and I was like, can you like tell me, because this goes against the argument or the conversation that we were having the other day, and he said there's a really high delta, and I don't know what that means in that.
Like a span, like a standard deviation? Well,
yeah, like there was an issue with the delta in those research papers.
Or like the gap?
I don't know. I'm not a statistician or a researcher.
Okay, the body count study, the most accurate body count studies we have with fucking divorce rates is from the fucking CDC. What are you talking
about? A little bit on this. There's a bunch of, at least from what I've seen, there's a bunch of studies that seem to indicate that there is a correlation.
The sample size with those is really off, and then I don't know what a delta.
This infidelity when it came to You did also indicate, I think this is the last thing on body count. You said there was no correlation to faithfulness and fidelity when it came to body count.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I thought we were talking. I was like, because when we're talking about fucking divorce rates, right? Like in terms of body count, like that data is from the CDC. Like that's like, I don't want to say the CDC is always the gold standard, but it's like there's not too high of a p-value.
I mean, I did want to challenge you a little bit on this. There's a bunch of, at least from what I've seen, there's a bunch of studies that seem to indicate that there is a correlation.
The sample size with those is really off, and then I don't know what a delta was. I was giving it to someone who's much smarter than me that can actually read stats, and I sent it to him, and I was like, can you like tell me, because this goes against the argument or the conversation that we were having the other day, and he said there's a really high delta, and I don't know what that means in that.
Like a span, like a standard deviation.
Well, yeah, like there was an issue with the delta in those research papers.
Or like the gap.
I don't know. I'm not a statistician or a researcher. Or a journalist, as we established earlier in the podcast. So
any update, by the way?
Wait. Hang on here. I'm sorry. I can't let this go. How can you take issue with the stats if you don't know what your issue with the stats is?
No, I'm saying first the sample size was my issue. Is that it was like a really small sample size. Well, if it's super small, then you can't apply it to the masses, right?
Well, it depends on what we're trying to study and
anything.
what the controls are for the sample size.
If you take 20 people, you can't say, well, these 20 people did this one thing, so then that's indicative of anyone that commits that behavior.
Depends on what we're trying to study.
That's like sample size. Listen. A really, really, really small sample size of like 20 can be problematic, right? But you run ANOVAs, okay? Like you run ANOVAs to determine whether or not data is statistically significant, right? Like there are mathematical equations that you can do, and if a research paper says that we found a statistically significant, difference or, et cetera, the p-value is going to is going to affect the ANOVA in terms of being able, like how big of a difference it is. Now, obviously, if there's like only 20 people or something, you can kind of know off of the face that it's going to be difficult to generalize this data. But if you're doing a genuine random sample, or you're doing doing something else that gives us a good sample size that we can control for variables like age and education, religiosity, which unfortunately most research doesn't do religiosity as a standard thing. But if you actually look into like critical theory and Weber's work, you'll understand why we always do things by race, gender, age, and leave out socioeconomic status, or at the time capital, but even still, right, it's going to be really difficult to get a representative group with a really, really, really small sample size, and it's going to be difficult to control for all of those variables for sure. But we can still run an ANOVA and determine how big of a difference between the two categories we're testing there is, and determine whether or not it's statistically significant. If you just take a basic stats class in college, they'll make you do these by hand. Well, you'll look up a chart in the back. You'll do part of the formulation to determine the standard deviation, as well as to determine doing ANOVAs. But you'll do things like SPSS, et cetera. So if you're looking at a good research study and the value is, it doesn't matter what the p-value is. What matters is, was an ANOVA run, and did they find a statistically significant difference? And if the claim is that they found a statistically significant difference, then you can judge it and say look, the value is so low that because of that, there's all of these other variables, and they weren't able to control these other variables, right? So if you have a sample size of, let's say, 40 people, right? Then it's very likely that you're not going to get enough of a sample size in order to control for, let's say, race or gender or religiosity or socioeconomic status, or one, there's some variable is going to be too overrepresented with by one of these kind of big major categories. And so when you go to the conclusion, you'll see where they discuss those things hey, this research, what are the limitations of this research? And one of the limitations on the research is we weren't able to control for socioeconomic status, or further research needs to be done to see if we connect this or if we connect that, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This is the problem with a whole bunch of people that have never taken a stats class and don't understand statistics, but as an amateur, like to read research, but overwhelmingly when those people say, oh, I've read all this research, you find that what they've really done is they've read an abstract and then they've read like parts of the discussion or the conclusion, and then they like to look at some of the charts that were made. Like, because they're having, like, they don't know what they're talking about. Now, it is interesting that, like, Aella here, like, understood when she said delta that she was probably talking about, a method to determine standard deviation. So, like, clearly she has some level of stats in that, which to me is actually somewhat even more problematic because she misrepresented the validity of her own research by, targeting other researchers in sex research for their sampling bias for university students, whilst her own research is horribly conducted, as we showcase earlier in the stream. So yeah, like sample size isn't really, like, it's one of those things that you hear a lot of like debaters and people that like try to sound smart on the issue talk about, but like it's not within its proper context as to like why that's a problem.
I just don't think 20 is accurate.
You could take 20 as a sample size and have it be representative of something. But in this case, are you saying that the sample size, hang on, in this case, are you saying the sample size was 20?
No, I don't know. I remember it being small. I think it might have.
But what does that mean, though? So it's the problem, right? When you get into the details, like the gal who texts you, she's actually going to literally agree with everything I just said.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I'm being called out and now I have to like defend my position. And like, I challenge this research, right? She wants to challenge this research as faulty. Then she says, well, the sample size is too small. Okay, well, what's the sample size? Oh, I don't know, like 20 or something. I don't fucking know. And then he starts calling her out on it, and she goes, oh, this is so boring. Okay, well, look, if you don't have the fucking evidence or the knowledge or the acumen to be able to challenge the research, then shut the fuck up on what the research suggests. Like, I understand that, like, when you're doing sociology, psychology, when you're doing research where humans are involved, and we're talking about human behavior, like, it's a soft science. Right. And so statistics is utilized to try and get a more accurate measure of the science. But again, in almost every domain, it's not a hard science. So it's like research suggests, like we're looking at correlations and then we're trying to extrapolate, mechanisms and understanding from those correlations. But but don't talk shit on the research because you have some fucking female intuition that this is wrong or some anecdotal experience, and then try and come into the playing field with like, oh, the sample size because like a friend said so. Well, we've already established earlier that like your fucking friends lie to you all the time. So like, and if you don't know what the fucking sample size is or what the problem with the research is, then like maybe you should just shut up on this.
She has no choice. Hang on. This is stats. This is how they work, right?
No,
you can't have sample size which are small, but they do have some kind of statistical relevance or significance. In this case, you just saying, well, the sample size from my view was small doesn't actually mean anything.
It means something. It doesn't mean nothing.
It could, well, maybe, but maybe not.
It indicates the level of confidence we can draw from.
But what is okay? Well, then what is small? Tell me what small is.
We have to pull up the study.
Well, you can do a calculation on the level of confidence.
Yeah, tell me what small is.
Yeah, but again, so this is where people start like, oh, I hate this shit. This is so fucking subversive. She's right. It changes the confidence variable. It changes the equation on whether or not we can determine something is statistically significant or not. But if the research says we found a statistically significant difference, one of two things have occurred. Like the IRB has like completely dropped the fucking bucket, or whatever, and like didn't do their due diligence, and the research is fraudulent in some way, and they didn't discover that the research is fraudulent, which is a huge fucking claim. Or if they say that it's statistically significant, that means that they already did that. They already determined the confidence level, and they already determined that the percentage was large enough of a difference on the domains that on what was being measured that they were able to determine with a confidence variable. It's like usually like 5%, right? Like that they're almost positive that it is indeed statistically significant. So you can't say, oh, well, the sample size tells us something. It's and then changes the equation of the confidence variable and use that as a means of attacking a piece of research that says that they found a statistically significant difference.
She says it's small, but
I would say for me, anything under 1,000, I would consider a small sample size. Like if I were to pull one person at this table and say,
and are you saying that
wait, hold on.
Okay, that's just like an arbitrary number. Like another one I hear all the time is like 2,578, or like there's this fucking magic number. Like No, there's no magic number, right? Like the sample size, right? It has to be larger and larger to determine statistically significant difference. The smaller and smaller the difference is, right? Like if you're saying that like a 1% difference is statistically significant, then yeah, you need a huge fucking sample size. But if you have a sample size of like 200 and you find like a 30% difference, you know, on whatever it is that is being measured, then like, yeah, that's a statistically significant difference. It goes way above the threshold of the calculations to determine that like that there is some form of correlation here between these two factors.
Hold on, let her finish. Go ahead.
Well, I just want to know that.
Well, no, because I mean the rules aren't being applied evenly, so it's like I can't interject at all, but then I keep getting interrupted,
You can
and that's not.
definitely interject.
No, because you're like, no, let me finish, but then it's different rules for me, and then that's not
Well,
fair.
I did just
I know, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Quit having a meta fucking bitch about the rules and just be like, all right, hold on, give me a minute to get through this.
Yeah, because it's lightning, the reason that I interject very quickly is just for quick clarification.
But when I do it, it's not allowed for quick clarification.
It is allowed.
And that is one of my critiques about the show, right? It's just like I'm all for debate and like having ideas proven wrong, but there's a
Right now she's fucking shifting the goalposts into like fucking sexism to fucking to get away from the fact that she's challenging research and has no idea what the fuck she's talking about.
way to do it that's like out of curiosity.
Because it goes against her own like narrative. It goes against her own anecdotal experience or her own biased beliefs.
Curiosity and in good faith and doing it in respect, and then there's like a way that you can do it with tone and intent that is like it's bad
Okay,
faith.
well, there's literally 8 people on the panel. I've spoken very little. I'm having a lightning round with you. I'm getting clarifications.
You popped in. I didn't even know this was a debate. I thought we were just like going over topics, and then like you popped in, and then
We are going over
okay,
topics.
Yes. If you're saying that there's not a too small for a sample size, do you think that I can go ask one person a question?
Didn't say
And
that.
okay, so what would not be like what would be an appropriate size for you then? So like
It's
when
going to depend on what it is that we're studying, why, and what the control factors are. So this is my whole problem.
I'm studying controls, but like I'm not sure that you understand how controls work.
Controls are super important for any study, yes.
Like the controls are important for certain types of things that you're studying. You can't just throw out. No, this is like
there's no science is not possible.
I understand how to run studies. You don't need.
Okay, all right. Here's where it seems like the clips are showing him getting bodied. Let's see what we go. Let me go back a little bit and see where she starts to interject. She's getting mad now, all right? So she's going to drop the fucking autism for a little bit because now she's actually passionate about something. So let's go.
Important for any study, yes.
Like the controls are important for certain types of things that you're studying. You can't just throw out. No, this is like.
There's no science is not possible.
I understand how to run studies. You don't need controls for all things that you study.
Studies are all bullshit.
You haven't read my studies, dude. Listen, no, you.
Yes, I have dove into your studies, which is how I knew that teenagers were oversampled in all of.
Okay, all right. So he's about to start talking shit on her studies, which I'm down for because I looked up just like the first one I looked up was so fucking trash. All right, so she's not wrong though, right? Like you don't need a control for everything, especially if you're studying things that, like especially if you're not doing like self-report surveys, right? Like if you're studying like let's say like well I'll just continue. Like you don't need to like in order to do a study you don't necessarily need to do a control, but like it certainly helps, and it certainly helps make your data more meaningful. It just depends, and like I would consider it bad study, but it doesn't mean that you're not doing a study, I guess is the way to put it.
My studies, dude. Listen, no, you.
Yes, I have dove into your studies, which is how I knew that teenagers were oversampled in all of them. They're all bullshit. That aside, that aside, can you tell me how you can have science absent controls, madam?
You can absolutely have science absent controls. Like for example, science is testing a hypothesis, right? Yes. And like let's say I have a hypothesis here that like maybe the people who looked worse when they were made into old people actually have higher body counts. How would you propose we have a control for this hypothesis?
Wait a second. Let's back up. Your hypothesis is what?
That the people who looked worse when they were aged up have higher body counts. This is my hypothesis, hypothetically.
Yeah, great. So you're gonna.
Wait, hold on. I mean, you can do. How are you going to do the scientific method without a control group? Like, it's not really. You're not engaged in the scientific method. Like, now, granted, yes, you can do correlational studies. You can find data that is, meaningful that helps us understand things. But like, you can't. You like a control is like an essential part of the scientific method. Like you can't say that you're engaged in the scientific method if you don't have a control. Like we learned this in 3rd grade, didn't we? Like, am I crazy? Like, you can do a survey, you can do a quote unquote study, and you can call it scientific, right? Because it's a study that has some meaning and is gaining some data, but you can't say that you're doing the scientific method or that you're engaged in a scientific experiment if you don't have a control variable. Like, I feel like, because I had seen clips of this cut up, and like Andrew's 100% right here. Like, it's okay to have a study that doesn't have a control and to gain research. Wouldn't scientific imply the scientific method? Yeah, but in this case, scientific could be used as an adjective to describe how you're doing something. And so you could be making the claim that like it is akin to the scientific method, or that is akin to something because the data is supposed to be gained, to be used in other scientific experiments, or, to gain some level of knowledge, right? So so you could do something beyond you could do something that isn't necessarily the scientific method and still call it like scientific, right? Like you could say the same thing about like when people call like Trump fascist, it's like, no, he's not a fucking fascist. He's not a classic Italian fascist or anything. But you could say that like an action that his department took is fascistic, right? Which is to say it is akin or similar to fascism in some way. So you could certainly say that you're doing a study that is scientific, but you couldn't say that you're engaged in science or the scientific method without a control variable.
Let's say I have a hypothesis here that like maybe the people who looked worse when they were made into old people actually have higher body counts.
Yeah, I mean, like there's observational studies, right? There's also ethnographic studies, right? Like an ethnographic study is scientific, right? Like if I'm a cultural anthropologist, right? I might go into, let's say I want to study like metalheads, right? And I'm going to go to metal bars, I'm going to go to metal concerts, and I'm going to observe everything that I can, and I'm going to like write down a bunch of shit that I notice and like see if I notice patterns, and then I'm going to like report my findings on like, what I found and how people are. And even in a weird way, there's kind of a control, right? Because you might be engaged in comparative analysis to like normative behavior within the greater society as we're studying the subculture. But like it's not a scientific method. It's not like there's no like this is not done in a laboratory. There isn't a control variable. Like though we might reference normative things and studies, etc., that like suggest why this subculture or group is different from the norm, right? But like there's plenty of studies that aren't the scientific method that are scientific, and they're a means of gaining some insider knowledge. But I mean, like when we're talking about sex research or dating research or psychology or sociology, we're talking about soft sciences. Like there is a big debate within academia as to whether or not you can call these sciences and whether or not they are science at all, and like kind of what what most people have kind of like agreed upon, so that they don't piss off fucking science psychology researchers and shit, is they just go, yeah, it's a soft science, right? It's akin to science. It does many things that are similar to science, but it's not science.
How would you propose we have a control for this hypothesis?
Wait a second. Let's back up. Your hypothesis is what?
That the people who looked worse when they were aged up have higher body counts. This is my hypothesis, hypothetically.
Yeah, great. So you're going to test this hypothesis.
Yeah, so what would you suggest be the control?
Wait. Are we testing the hypothesis? Because that's the next part of the scientific method, right?
Yeah, we could test it by...
So how can you have a test absent a control?
I'm proposing the hypothesis. I'd like to know how you would propose that we control
it. Doesn't matter how I would do it. I'm asking how could it even be done absent a control?
The way that I would test this hypothesis is I would ask people to, like, for example, I'd figure out how bad we look in the things, maybe assign a rating so you can have a number. No, that's not a control.
Yeah,
okay, do we just have like very different meanings of the word? What do you mean when you say
control? No, we don't have very different meanings of the word control.
Assigning a number to a way a face looks is not a control.
In science, what do you think a control is?
A control is, let's say I give a medication to a group of people because I want to see if it has an effect. I also measure the group of people that have not received that medication as a control to see if there's a difference between the populations.
So in sociology, you're saying there's no controls?
I'm saying there can be controls. I'm saying I'm giving you. Listen to me talk for a second. What I'm saying.
The mommy dom energy comes out. Notice how she's fairly normal and she doesn't have all this quirky misunderstandings and weirdness the moment she starts getting worked up. Like, yeah, I don't buy this lady's shtick at all. whatsoever.
Is that there are some types of hypotheses for which testing does not require controls. And I'm giving you a very narrow example. For example, I'm checking to see if there's a correlation in this group between the apparent...
Okay, no, like, hold on, no. Like, you can test a hypothesis. This is the problem with it being a soft science, right? Like, having a control is going to give you a more accurate assessment of your data, right? Like, one of the reasons that you have a control group, especially when you're talking about soft sciences, right, and psychology and things of that nature, is so that you can find confounding variables that you didn't know were a part of your study, right? So, like, if I'm doing research on, like, let's say I'm doing research in a laboratory, like doing functional magnetic resonance imaging, and I'm looking at like sexual attraction to men, and whether or not they are wearing sports uniforms, right? And whether or not they are not wearing sports uniforms, right? So I have a bunch of people that are, reportedly heterosexual, right? And then I'm going to show them, images of like men wearing like regular or stylish, like wearing like a, some form of stylish clothing. And then I'm going to show, them images of men in their jersey or something, like in their like NBA jersey, right? Like, and like, I want to see if like the brain lights up the same way based upon, and let's say the outfits show relatively similar amounts of skin, right? So it's like a t-shirt and shorts, and it shows their physique, their body, their face, right? And I want to see what effect occurs in heterosexual females in the brain, and does certain parts of the brain that, we associate with physical attraction or sexual attraction light up more or less, when they're in, when they're in a sports jersey, right? Well, it's like, okay, well, we need like we can do that without a control group, right? Like we can just show women, we can show like 1,000 women these images and look at them on fMRIs, right? And we can make sure that it's like the same guy in an NBA jersey versus like not in a jersey, and that they're wearing similar clothes. And we can show this, repeat this to like multiple people, so that like, nobody is seeing the same person twice. Right. And so we can get like and we can kind of figure out what percentage of the photos are considered attractive and light up the brain, and which ones aren't, like this image of dude in NBA jersey, got, 600, women's brains lighting up for sexual attraction. And then the same image that was shown to different women only got 300, et cetera. And we can kind of map it out, et cetera. Right. And then it's like, okay, but if we want to improve this experiment, right, and we want to make sure that we want to make sure that we want some form of a control, right? Like we want a group that is goes in and, it just does something else, right? We want to go in and we want to take another group of women, and they're not shown images of men in NBA jerseys or men in, in shorts and a t-shirt, right? We're just going to show them some other type of image, and then we're going to, show them the same amount of images, and then we're going to measure the same thing. So they're not looking at men in NBA jerseys, and they're not looking at men in shorts and t-shirts. They're just looking at a random assortment of puppies and kittens. Okay. And it's what we might discover, because we have that control group, is we might discover that there is a lighting up of that brain, and let's say that occurs at a higher rate at 2 p.m. And it's we can know for certain that portion of the brain was being lit up at 2:00 in the afternoon for whatever reason. That we saw a pattern where, for whatever reason, even when they weren't shown, images of men, the portion of the brain that looks at sexual attraction seems to light up at 2:00 in the afternoon in this research lab or in this situation. And then we're well, what's happening? And then what we end up finding out is that there's a hot doctor that has a shift change at 1:30 in the afternoon. And we're like, oh, fuck, dude. Like, we didn't even notice that there's this doctor that has like a really sexy voice. And when he's given instructions over the MRI, and because he works at 2:00 in the afternoon, and he has like this, like, you know, he has like Thor's voice from like pirate radio or whatever it's called, right? Like he has this deep, you know, like kind of like, sexy kind of like jazz radio announcer voice, and he looks really good, so the women remember him. And then we're like, oh fuck, there's this variable that fucked up our experiment, right? Which is that like we need to account for that, and we need to make sure that like when we're looking at the ratings that we can tell like what time of day it was, and recognize that there's this other variable that we weren't aware of. That's why we have that control variable, right? Now, again, when you're dealing, even when you're talking about fMRIs, you're still going to have issues with controlling for every fucking variable, because it's not like testing does water boil at 212 degrees Fahrenheit. It's a really, really, really repeatable thing where we can isolate variables in a laboratory experiment. We can put it in a clean room. We can make sure that everything else is essentially exactly the same. And it's really like, and pretty fucking clearly isolate all other variables. When you're talking about the human brain and sex research and relationships and like subjective values and things through time, like you're never going to be able to isolate all variables. So there's no amount of fucking research that you do in the humanities that you could say is a hard science or that perfectly follows the scientific method. But to say that like, oh, well, you just don't need a control for this, and it's still science, is ludicrous. Yes, it's a study. Yes, we might glean some information off of it, but we don't know how accurate that data is in humanities in general, and it's going to be worse if you don't have a control group. And there are ways to do a control group in every single type of study. Like the idea that like you can't do a control group in certain forms of research, or that it's somehow unnecessary. It's like, yeah, it's unnecessary because what you're doing isn't a hard science. So why not make the science even less hard, I guess? Why not just do correlational data, with on self-report surveys where we have a sampling bias and where our metrics are totally, our surveys are totally messed up and and aren't means tested in any way, shape, or form, and we're not verifying the information. Like, yeah, why not just do a whole bunch of random shit that could give us bad data? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Your data fucking sucks. I hate that Reason did a thing on you. I fucking hate this person through and through. And I even hate even more now that I can kind of tell that her whole like autism quirky girl spiel is totally fucking bullshit, because you can watch interviews from her 2 years ago where she didn't act like this in any way, shape, or form.
Age of being aged up and body count. And I would do this by looking at the number assigned to the age, and I would look at the body count, and I would run a correlation.
What you've done is you've created a control ruling other things out.
That's not what a control is. A control is taking.
Okay, well that's wait, what? What is he claiming as a control? I think he's wrong on this.
And I'm giving you a very narrow example. For example, I'm checking to see if there's a correlation in this group between the apparent age of being aged up and body count. And I would do this by looking at the number assigned to the age, and I would look at the body count, and I would run a correlation.
What you've done is you've created a control ruling other things out.
That's not what a control is. A control is taking another group and then.
Okay, yeah, like that's not what a control is. Like he is wrong on this, but that's fine, right? Like the problem is that like a control group would make your data better and would make your scientific experiment better, right? Like, yeah, sure, it's not necessary for correlation, but here's the problem, is that you don't have, how many people are there on Earth right now? Like 7.9 billion? $8.062 billion, okay? So if you have 8.062 billion data, points of data, then yeah, you don't need a control group because you have every single solitary human that exists. Sure, control group's probably not going to fucking, make your research that much better. But what you're attempting to do is you're taking a group of people and then hoping that that information tells us about a larger category, which is, you know, whatever it is that you're studying. Maybe it be the general public, or maybe it be like, you know, one specific subgroup, right? And so if you're going to take a sample size, you don't know where your sampling bias is. You don't know where there might be confounding variables in your experiment that change the outcome one way or the other. Now, if your sample size is 100% of the population, okay, well then the control group isn't helping you figure out if there's an issue in your sampling size. So it's like it becomes less of a problem. But there still could be issues with your experiment, and the control group helps you find issues in the experiment. When you have a different group that's subjected to the same, you know, situation, but is given, you know, a different survey, or is given something else that you're not testing, right? But is doing so under the same domain or under the same characteristics. This helps you discover what some of those confounding variables might be, or confounding variables might be, and makes your study better. It makes it more scientific. You're not doing fucking science when you're doing some fucking self-report survey with a fucking survey that you just made up and that you posted on a sample of fucking FetLife and people who follow a whore on Twitter and Reddit, and then you don't test the questions. You give everyone the same fucking questions, and then you go back and you go, oh, well, I'm going to throw out outliers because of, you know, I'm not even going to do a Cronbach. Like, there's so many problems with her research, and Andrew is like totally fucking right here. But Andrew's problem here is that I think he lacks a knowledge of the specifics of this topic to be able to like accurately critique it. Even though like he's right and he's hitting on a problem here, but like she understands the terms and the definitions here way better than he does. Because like he's gone into her domain, and so he's letting himself get caught up on like what a control is or these other things.
And then checking to see if your intervention had an effect depending on the group.
That's one type of control. The other thing you talked about is another type of control.
We are measuring two variables.
All the scientific.
Are you using the word control?
Stop. All the scientific control is doing is controlling for a variable. The very first thing that you gave me was a variable control. You fucking dummy.
So you were saying you're using the word.
How do you not know this shit? You're a fucking yes. The very first thing you gave me was a fucking variable control. The very first thing you said was a variable control.
So what you're saying is that if we are testing the correlation.
Yeah, that's not a like. Yeah, he's just kind of wrong on this part. Right? I'm sorry. I like Andrew and I don't want to shit on Andrew, but like, yeah, he's just like, he's now just stepped into the domain of being wrong. Like he's right that like science needs a control in order for it to be science. He'd be even more right if he made the distinction that like that's essentially an impossibility in humanities research that deals with humans and human interaction, right? And that's why it's a soft science. But like saying that you're controlling for a variable is not the same thing as having a control, right? Like a control is a group, that is a group of some sort that is not subjected to the experiment, but has all of the other things. I can't think of the right way of putting it because it's fucking 7.5 hours in, but like all the other things that are occurring within the experiment while not being subjected to the same metric or experiment that you're studying.
Between two, sorry, everything's happening suddenly.
It's so embarrassing for you. I can't even.
Well, I mean, like, sure, if he wants to use the term control, like colloquially, but when you're talking about a control, you're talking about a control group.
Believe that you just said that, but go ahead.
Well, how are you feeling right now? Do you feel like you're like having a fun time dominating?
Oh my God!
Because I really think that maybe you don't know how science works.
How does my mental state help you explain what a fucking scientific control is? When the first thing you said was a scientific control, ruling out X thing, that's a control.
No, a control is when you make sure that you're.
Well, no, it's doing the same thing that a control group is doing, right? It's imitating the effect that a control group has, but it's not a control. But her claim that like you don't need one, so like whatever, just is kind of showcases why her research is so bad, right? Because she's real blasé about a whole bunch of things that, increase the validity of a study.
Testing a group to make sure that it is not being affected by your intervention. It's a control group.
Control.
Okay, or you can test two variables to see if there's a correlation. And are you saying that
the very first control that you gave us?
I have never in my life heard the word control used to refer to one of the variables which was zero. I could be wrong. I'm willing to say I was wrong if it turns out that standard science.
Yeah, no, like she's right here, but the overall crux of the thing here is that her research is trash, and you should add a control group if at all possible.
Setting parameters for an experiment.
And that's one of the many things that are wrong with her research.
Everything that you're saying which would rule X variable out would be a control.
Okay, what do you mean everything I'm saying would rule X variable out? Like what am I saying would rule X variable out?
Okay. Right, okay, but she's not talking about observational studies. She's talking about correlation between two different groups, right? And so if you're going to generalize that group, if you want to study all of the people within a group, right? And you have 100% of the population, then yes, you can do an analysis on of the correlation within a group, right? So if we're talking about people that live in this town is the group that we're studying, right? And then I guess observational studies aren't scientific studies though. Hold on. Now I'm rereading what you're saying. It's the same thing with ethnographic studies, right? They're not that's not science. That's just gathering data that we hope to use in some means. That's not really doing science because it's not a scientific method. You can be doing scientific studies, right? But under most circumstances, if it's going to be scientific, if you can add a control group, you ought to do so. Yeah, it's a soft science, right? Which is a really nice way to tell humanities researchers that you're not doing science, but that doesn't mean that data isn't valuable. It would be dumb for us to. So for example, when we look at I'll give you here's a really good example, right? Divorce rates, number of sexual partners. See if I can find. There's a famous study that uses CDC data, right? Okay, so I'm going to open this up in a new tab. Okay, so this is a famous study that utilizes a data set from the CDC, but it's some Institute for Family Studies, right? So people give this group shit because they're some right-wing Christian shit, and they find the data that they want to find, right? But nevertheless, this data specifically is from the CDC, right? So the means by which we gathered this data was done in a very meticulous and good way, right? And so, well, because we're in a laboratory, because we're in a this is in a laboratory environment, you can look at a correlation. But you can't actually give any causal, this data doesn't give us a causal explanation for it, right? So what do we have here is we have divorce rates after 5 years of marriage, okay? And when you've had 0 sexual partners, right? What we see is, between 1980s, 1990s, and 2000s, somewhere between 12% and 6% divorce rate. If you've had 1 previous sexual partner, right? Somewhere between 22% and 18%. 2 sexual partners, again, we see this here. And then we see a dip where it goes down at 3, 4 to 5, and 6 to 9. And then weirdly enough, we see in the 1990s and in the 2000s, if you have over 10 sexual partners, you start to see the divorce rates skyrocket. And in the 1980s, this wasn't necessarily true. Okay, so what does this data tell us? It tells us a correlation. Right? It's not a scientific experiment. We can't determine causality from this. We can't say that having 2 sexual partners causes divorce. This is a causal factor. But we do know that the rates are higher at this percentage than they are with 3 all the way 3 to 9. And this has been true from the 1980s up until the 2000s. So it's like, well, what's going on here? Now we can use inferences and hypotheses that we can test later, right? But we can look at this and say, well, maybe, well, what's going on here? Is it because virgins automatically, is there something about being a virgin that automatically makes you way less likely to divorce? It's like, well, it could be the fact that you're a virgin, but it also could be religiosity, right? Like there's a high correlation between individuals that get married as a virgin and don't have sex before marriage, and people that are deeply religious and have a strong family, have a mother and a father in their background. They're involved in, and if we look at religiosity, we know that religiosity increases the success of all kinds of shit. Okay, well, why is it that their two sexual partners seems to be this really big peak? Okay, well, is it like this seems to suggest that like having sex doesn't destroy your soul and your pair bonding, right? Because this is high, but it's low, but it's higher than 3 to 9 partners. So what's going on here? So we can think about it. We can be like, well, okay, well, if you have two, what else correlates here? What's some other data here? And we can go, okay, well, maybe what's going on here is a couple of things. When you're a virgin and you get married, right? Like that's a successful marriage. But what happens when you're in a long-term committed relationship as a virgin, and then you leave that relationship and you have one more long-term relationship, or even worse, 2 more long-term relationships where you're engaged in sex? What ends up happening here is that you don't have a lot of sexual experience. So maybe it's like women, once they have a little bit to compare to other people, it's like it becomes an issue where they feel like there's a fear of missing out, and they feel like, maybe they got married too early. Maybe that's part of it. What's another variable that it might be? Well, one other thing here is what's known as serial monogamists. So one of the things that we know, one of the reasons why the divorce rates are so high in America is there are certain groups of people, especially Christians, that feel like sex before marriage is wrong, but they also will very quickly get married to people that they shouldn't be married to. Okay? And so what they'll do is they'll get into the next relationship and be like, ooh, I want to have sex with this person, but that would be against God's will. So I'm going to speed up and have a marriage. So it may be that this group of 2 previous sexual partners is full of a bunch of serial monogamists, people that get married because they want to have sex with someone, and because they feel the relationship is getting serious, but that they don't do their due diligence in making sure that they should be married, and they rush into a marriage. Okay, what's another confounding variable that could be a thing here? Another thing could be that 2 previous sexual partners means that you're the rebound from a serious relationship. You were a virgin, or you only had sex 1 time in high school, and then you were with a really long-term partner, and then you like got out of a bad relationship with a very long-term partner, and then you went into the very next relationship as a rebound, and you rushed that relationship and got married when you shouldn't have gotten married. Like, these are just a couple of things that could be the reason why this is here. And it's like, well, why is it that like 3 partners to 9 partners isn't that big of a deal? Well, what it seems like, this is targeting a group of people that aren't whores, that don't have sex with random people, but instead they have sex with someone once they're in a long-term committed relationship. So this is selecting for people that are actually good at pair bonding, right? But that they, but that doesn't mean that they necessarily get married right away. So there's less religiosity, okay? And they do have some sexual comparison. So those kind of variables might explain why these are more successful than this group of people, because they have more protective factors like, good pair bonding, and they don't have random sex with strangers, and they can develop healthy relationships, but they might lack the religiosity or like the non-comparative analysis that something like virgins have. And then there's this group where, at least since the 1990s, having more than 10 sexual partners begins to skyrocket divorce rates. And you'll hear a lot of red pill people be like, because when you have sex with a bunch of people, it destroys your ability to pair bond. Okay, well, that's one interpretation of the data. Another interpretation of the data could be that these are whores, and that they've always been whores, and that whores have a hard time pair bonding because they're whores. And so they just happen to have a large amount of sexual partners because that's what whores that can't pair bond do. They treat sex like a very casual thing. And so when they do get married, they're almost always going to have more than 10 sexual partners. Like there could be some other variable here. Like when you're engaged in a soft science, you're getting correlational data, and then you're trying to extrapolate that data to a larger population, right? You're not going to be able to control for every variable. It's impossible. Humans are infinitely complex. Value is subjective, and it changes from moment to moment. Whereas like the boiling point of temperature of water does not change from moment to moment, from day to day, but human opinion and behavior does. Okay, so like you can't have a perfect laboratory experiment where you control for all variables. But again, if you want good correlational data, and you're trying to study a group of people, right? Like it's good to have a control to determine, if your data collection method is showing something poor, right? But again, if you have all of if you're grabbing everything, that might not help you that much, but it's always going to help make your study more scientific if you utilize a control variable, right? So let's assume that this data comes from the IRS, right? Or comes from like some government office, because it comes from the CDC. So let's assume, I don't remember how they got this data, but let's assume that they got this data via government records, okay? So let's say, what they would then be able to do, if let's say the government records showed 100% of everyone that filed for divorce legally. Okay, well, there's a very, very, very slight sample bias problem here, which is those that didn't properly fill out their paperwork. But overall, you're going to have basically all of the data within America. And you're going to be able to say that this is basically true for Americans. And so it's like, okay, well, what is the point of a control variable here? Aella's kind of right here that a control isn't really going to help us because we're just looking at data that we have, right? The control would be more valuable in determining a data collection method in terms of, are we getting accurate data by some other means. So, but even still, under most studies, under most circumstances, it's going to be better to have a control. And the type of research that she's doing and that she's talking about absolutely would be improved by having a control. But the CDC collecting data on marriage and divorce rates, they have the data for every single person that filed for divorce in America legally, and for every single person that filed for a marriage certificate legally. And in order to do so, you're going to have your age and like, where you are, and a whole bunch of other data is going to be available. Now, the other question is how did we collect how many previous sexual partners they have? Okay? And let's say the way that we did it is that we asked like 10,000 people how many sexual partners they had. Okay? Well, it might be a good idea to ensure that like everything's Gucci if we ask a control group in the exact same way that we ask people. Like, did we do a Facebook survey? Did we do a mail-in survey? Did we do some other form of survey? And we ask them, some other random, dumb, meaningless question that we're not testing. And we want to see, especially if we can compare that to other previous research, right? Like we want to like ask people like, do you own a cat? Okay. And then like what we might find is that like, let's say like we can look at like, I'll just Google it. What percentage of Americans own a cat? All right, so there's, according to the American Veterinary Medical Association, 32.1% in 2024 owned a cat, and this is up from 27.3% in 1996. Okay, so we can ask, another group in the exact same way, and with the exact same methods, do you own a cat? And if we find that like it correlates, right, and that like there's, it says 32% of respondents say they own a cat, well then like that helps us understand that like our data collection is representative of the typical American. But if we find for some reason that like 50% of respondents say, oh, we own a cat, well, it's like, okay, well we're looking at divorce rates, and it turns out that women that get divorced a bunch turn into this stereotypical crazy cat lady. I don't think that's a control group. It's a control group if they're being subjected to the exact same data collection method as we were doing for this, in terms of asking how many sexual partners they had, and instead we're asking a different non-relevant question, right? Or, I mean, like, you wouldn't actually have to ask them a question. Like, you could just like collect them in the same way and then study like what their metrics are, etc. Like, find out their demographic data. But regardless, like you can't do a control group in humanities research anyways, right? Like because you can't isolate all variables. So it's not possible to have a group that is not subjected to the experiment and under all of the exact same variables as whatever other experiments you have that are subjected to the other variables, right? Like, so it's not possible to do one, right? But you can still have like a pseudo control group, right, where you subject them to something else that's normal and just see if that tracks with previous research or previous data, in terms of like, yeah, we know that fucking 32.1% of Americans own cats, and so we had another group, we'll call it pseudo control if you want, where we use the exact same method of reaching out to them. Like maybe it was Facebook survey, maybe it was emails, maybe it was like asking people for their information outside of a grocery store, whatever it is, right? And if we find that like 50% of respondents say they own cats, we're like, well, fuck, dude. Maybe we're selecting for crazy cat ladies, or maybe there's something wrong with our sample. Like it's not representative of the, that's just a bigger sample size or a data accuracy measurement. I wouldn't call it a control. The problem is like, in all ways in which you're engaging in humanities research, you're doing scientific research. Okay, you're doing research that is not utilizing the scientific method. So in actuality, like, it is impossible to have a control group in studying the human brain and behavior and social interactions. What you have instead is you have things that mimic a control group. You have a different means of you have a different group that is doing something similar to like a control group in a scientific experiment. Does that make sense? So like, I mean, you're not wrong that that's what it really is just gathering a larger sample size and then like testing data accuracy. It's not impossible at all. How would you have a control group where you isolate variables when dealing with human beings in a scientific experiment where you're assessing for like behavior and social interactions, etc.? Like how would you isolate all the variables? Like, I mean, I'm interested in your interpretation here, right? Like, I think you're wrong, but like, I want to hear your argument. Like, how would you have a control group in this scenario? Like a true control group. I only have a 2-second delay. All right, I'm gonna keep listening to this little bitch fest, and you let me know. Oh, here we go. You can't isolate all the variables. Some studies are impossible to have. Well, like the study isn't impossible to have. It's just impossible. I mean, like it's. I don't know what you mean by that, right? Like I don't think you can have a true control or a true scientific method in anything in the soft sciences. That's why there's soft sciences. Like what I'm talking about is like the studies mimic the scientific method, right? And like adding like a pseudo control group, if you want to call it that, right, is a means by which of getting a more accurate study by adding a variable that's subjected to the same means of reaching out or the same collection method, and then is given some like random non-important metric to see if it matches the general population, right? Like it's the best thing we can get to a control.
Okay, what do you mean everything I'm saying would rule X variable out? Like what am I saying would rule X variable out?
Okay, so if we want a control for this, like, okay, my hypothesis is that there's flint, which makes this flame happen, right? So I can add a variance. I can add 100 different variances of controls to this, can't I? I could take the flint out, for instance, or possibly I can add multiple flints, or I could say, well, we're not going to do that at all. We're only going to do X. All of those things would be controls in the experiment for how this flint made this lighter work. You're talking about statistics when it comes to studies. The very first thing you say is the way that I would do this is I would divide X by Y. You're introducing your control, which rules other things out. You're trying to narrow the process to affirm the You're trying to narrow the process to affirm the hypothesis. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, she's about to cook his ass.
Yeah, I understand attempting to rule things out.
That's a control.
I think I understand what you mean by saying not a true control, but like having a study like people that have sex twice a week are happier. You have the control group is people who don't. Yeah, well, right. Again, but like you can't isolate variables, right? So it's not a true control group, right? What it is it's testing the means by which you conducted your experiment to see if there are variables that are affecting your study. Like I agree with you, right? So like you can have a pseudo control group, which is they're subjected to the same survey, they're contacted at the same time of day, right? And like maybe what we find with this like pseudo control group is that for whatever reason, everybody's happiness increases. And then we can be like, ooh, something's going on here. Why is everybody's happiness increasing? Because we're testing whether or not, an increase in sexual activity, for example, is makes people happier. But for some reason, the everyone surveyed is happier than the general population, or maybe we did a we did a survey before we started the experiment, right? And then everybody's happiness increases, and we're like, well, what's going on? And then we realize, we're like, oh, fuck. It turns out that like the weather in the area that we were engaged in, right? Like it was the beginning of spring. And then the birds start chirping and the sun comes out and the day gets warmer and the flowers start blooming. And it turns out that like maybe one of the reasons that like everyone seems to be happier isn't because they're subjected to increased sexual activity. Maybe it's because they're humans that live in the world subjected to like an like incalculable amount of variables. And like, it turns out that like everybody was getting happier because spring was occurring. But a study like her example, I don't remember her example. The only one I remember is her rape study, where the factors are beauty and age. You can't isolate a control with no degree of beauty and age. Yeah, for sure. Like you can't isolate. You're correct in that regard. Like if you're trying to find a correlation between beauty and age, you can't have a control in that regard where like a human being is devoid of both beauty and age, right? Like you're just doing a correlational analysis. But you can have another like you can have another group in the experiment, right? That goes to the lab at the same time, that goes and takes, like is subjected to all of the same means by which we find our sample. And then we can just subject them to like random shit that like we already know. Like I said, like, do you own a cat in the example of like how many sexual partners, right? And we can see like, does this match with the general, like, is there anything occurring in the data that we took from this other group that isn't measuring the thing we're measuring? And so you can thus make your experiment more accurate and see if there are confounding variables in the way that you sampled people, or in the way that you brought them in for self-report surveys, or in any other means of your experiment. Because like that's the true reason for control. Right? The true reason that you have a control is to make sure that there aren't other variables that you're not counting, or that you're missing. And like, so you can do that. Yeah, but I mean, but again, like the real argument that Andrew should have is that it's a fucking soft science, and that you can't do it in any way, shape, or form anyways, but that you can do something akin to it to make sure that your data is more accurate.
Oh, you can't even do experiments without controls. That's my whole point.
I think you're coming from an extremely different type of science than I am.
Well, I mean, like, that's true, and she's acting like that's not true. If you're doing a fucking scientific experiment, and if you're following the scientific method, then and you have to have a control. Like, that's just like you're not doing the scientific method at that point. That's like saying I'm doing a scientific experiment, and I don't have like a null hypothesis. It's like, okay, well, that's not a scientific experiment.
Or else you don't understand how the science that I'm doing works. I'm not sure which one is the case.
I can't wait to hear this. Tell me how we can have science absent a control for an experiment. All experiments, the experiment by itself is literally inferring that there's controls, or we couldn't have an experiment.
Okay, let's think of a slightly simpler example. Let's say I want to see if there's a correlation between height and weight in a population. How would you propose that we test this?
Between height and weight? I don't know. You tell me.
Well, I told you my strategy for the last one. Can you tell me your strategy for this one?
Why would it matter what my strategy is?
Just so that I know how you're thinking about this.
I don't know. I mean, I have no idea.
I know that it is like, you like to put me on the defensive by asking a lot of questions, and then you won't answer questions because that would put you on the defensive.
I don't know how I would conduct such a study. Why would that matter?
Well, just think. We have a whole bunch of people, and we're trying to see.
Like, literally what?
Well, I mean, like, she's not wrong that he does this, but also it's not like per se bad that he does this, right? He's trying to get her to answer his question. And she's like, how about we do it this way? How would you do it? Like, it's not necessarily relevant to the question he's asking.
What would the relevancy be, regardless of how I answered, right? Whether or not
well, how you do
it would have the addition of control.
I'm just curious how you would test to see if there's a correlation between height and weight. Just how would you do the science? What's your strategy?
I have no idea. I've never thought about it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there are ways to do this. There's statistical things we can run. Like we make a chart.
Okay. Yeah. Like he's on the defensive here and like refusing to give answers here because I think he realizes that he'll dig his hole deeper if he gives the answer. But he looks kind of bad not giving an answer here, right? Like he could have just said like, yeah, like I'll go to several doctors' offices and I'll get their data, and then I'll have like the data between height and weight, but like maybe I picked the wrong doctor's offices, so I'll gain other information with a different group, and then we'll be able to have like, we'll be able to see if this group, we'll have a better understanding by introducing a different group that's testing a different thing that like that is not part of the experiment or it's not really experiment, but part of the data to determine a correlation to see if our data collection method is fucked up, right? But again, like he kind of dug himself in this regard by like I think not understanding that like a soft science doesn't really have controls, right? But like it's weird because they're both wrong here. You know what I mean? Like
X and Y axis, it's a chart. If you would like to call one of the axes a control, we can put that word on that if that makes you happy.
What else would it be?
The X axis. It's the X and Y axis. It's like you plot the data on a graph. This is just the way that it works.
Why are we doing that though?
Well, I'll explain.
For what? Because we're controlling for what?
We're not controlling for anything. We're testing to see if there's a correlation. Do you know what correlations are?
So we're controlling for a correlate.
Ooh, this might get bad.
We're running a calculation on the. Do you know what a correlation is?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me just to make sure that you understand?
What a correlate is?
What a correlation is. Like, how's a correlation calculated?
It would be something that could be loosely or vaguely or non-vaguely associated with some other property.
Very close, yes. It helps tell you how much you can predict one variable by knowledge of the other variable. So for example, if we want to check that.
I mean, like, very close, and then she just gave a different way of defining correlation. Like, his definition wasn't wrong. I mean, like, hers is probably more, I wouldn't say more accurate. I would say it's like she's determining what a correlation is used for, and he's kind of saying what it is. It's kind of like two different ways of defining a correlation.
A correlation between height and weight.
I don't care about a monologue. I'm asking how it's not a control.
Your question makes no sense. I can explain to you how correlations work. I can explain to you key values.
I don't care about how correlations work. I'm asking about controls, not correlation.
Controls are relevant for certain types of questions.
Perhaps they are.
I'm trying to say controls are not
controls right now. And if you say,
I think you.
Okay, I have a graph and it divides it in half, and it's putting this half over here, this half.
It is hilarious to watch all of these women have no idea what's going on. Like, Andrew's kind of getting cooked a little bit here, but it's like he fell into the trap, right? Like, of like, he's arguing on her basis, and he's really stuck to this idea of like a control, but like you can't really have a control in a soft science. Like, you just have things that mimic a control to make sure that your data collection method is not being affected by other variables that you didn't know existed.
Over there, you have now introduced a way to control what your experiment's going to be.
I can continue. So if we have a graph, x and y axis like this, and then we plot everybody's height and weight along it, so like one axis is height and the other axis is weight, and you have a whole bunch of dots on this graph. What you can do is you can run basically do a calculation that shows you a trend line to see if like the dots slowly kind of increase with the y-axis the higher you get on the x-axis, and then you do a calculation of the square root of the all of the points from the trend line, and then basically from that you get what's called the R value, and this is how like far away different points are from being tightly correlated. So for example,
that makes total sense to me.
Yeah. So for example, height.
I'm just going to read. I just want to read a simple thing for you. Experimental control.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I haven't seen this portion. So maybe he got back on track after this. But she has to pretend she doesn't in order to fit in. What?
Refers to a group or element within the scientific experiment that remains unchanged or serves as a baseline comparison or divider from the experimental group. Everything you just explained was a control.
No, I explained to you a correlation.
No, that's Andrew, no.
No. You explained how you
the thing that you yes. So you want something that's unchanged from the group. Yeah. So for example, if I'm giving you medication. Then this means that I am introducing some sort of influence, and so I have a control to check the difference between those groups. That's what a control is, and I think this is great and fantastic and very important in science. A lot of science doesn't have controls, and I think you're correct to be going, why are there not controls?
Well, it's not science when it doesn't have a control, right? Like it's just collecting data, and then you can find correlations within data, but that doesn't mean that you've actually discovered any. Like, you haven't discovered something via the scientific method. You've discovered a correlation between a data set. But that doesn't mean that tracks to the general population. You can guess that it tracks to the general population, and you can subject it to controls. You can subject it to, other analysis. You can see if the data is repeatable by other people using a different data collection method, etc. But like, it's the same thing as like when economists try and say that like they've proven that like X has a factor in the economy, but they haven't done so praxeologically. They've just done it empirically. It's like, sure, like you've discovered in this moment in time that this thing occurred and that this other thing occurred, but you haven't actually proven that when this thing occurs, it necessitates this other thing occurring. You've created a historical record of this thing occurring. She started the conversation by, if I want to test a hypothesis, for that she needs a control. She was wrong from the beginning. No? Yeah, I mean, she's absolutely wrong from the beginning, because you would, in order to test a hypothesis, you would need, she's casually using the term hypothesis, which is, I have a belief that, this is correlated with this. And then I go and I look up data and find whether or not it's correlated with that. I mean, I guess if you have all of the data in the world, right, then right, like if there's not a single, like if you could accurately know for a fact that you have the exact height and weight of every single human being on the planet, and have that, and have every human being that ever existed on the planet, and somehow had every human being that ever will exist on the planet, and you had their height and weight, then yeah, you wouldn't need a control. You could know for certain that whatever correlation you have would be able to prove your hypothesis correct or prove your hypothesis incorrect, right? But like, instead, what you have is some set of data that you're gathering, and then you're creating a, seeing if at all, if there is a correlation between the data sets, and then, based upon how many you took, and, being able to figure out what standard deviation is, and all that fun stuff, be able to see if there's a statistically significant difference in your data set. But there could be a problem with your data set in the way that you gathered that data that doesn't necessarily correlate with the rest of the population. Like maybe for whatever reason, all of the data that you collected was from like Maori people. Okay. And like, for whatever reason, the correlation there is different because, Maori people are big old chunky boys, right? And so maybe like you would still find a correlation between height and weight, but you get what I'm saying. Like, like what level of correlation you find might not be as accurate.
You're
Yes.
right. It's
However,
only as
this
good
is
as
a different
Wait.
concept
So
from the-
science is only as good as its controls, and you haven't actually given me a way in which we can conduct an experiment absent controls.
Well, I'm describing how we can find the correlation between height and weight.
Yeah, I'm not asking about how you can describe correlations.
Guys.
How can we run an experiment which refers to a group or element within a
Brian is like, dude, this is so fucking boring.
Scientific experiment that remains either unchanged, serves as a baseline for comparison, or divides the experimental group? How could you even do it? How?
That's a great question. How would you do it if we're trying to test height?
I'm asking you.
We don't, because this
age.
is not
You
how
could just
science
choose an
works.
age. Can we move on?
All right, we can move on.
Everybody's the same age. There's your.
I mean, you guys can like wrap it up, but if this is going to go on another 20 minutes, I have to cut it here. So you guys can, if you can like wrap it up quickly, we can like continue a little bit because.
Yeah, so I'll just wrap it up quick. What I said was science is only as good as its controls, right? She ends up agreeing with me. Yes, you're right. Actually, this is very important to the scientific process. Experiments are really only as good as their controls. She says, though, you can have experiments absent controls, but actually didn't give us any experiments absent controls. Just literally gave us experiments where she starts with baseline of having controls for her experiments.
Okay, yeah, no, I don't know what he means by control here at this point, right? Like he's saying that like it seems like he is confusing the control group with like independent and dependent variables. Is that what's happening right now? But like, yes, a scientific experiment that utilizes the scientific method requires a control group. You cannot get that in humanities. That's why it's a soft science. It's not possible to get that. So he's like, Aella's issue here is that she thinks she's doing science and she's not. And that's assuming that her research is even good. And it's not. It's fucking trash for like a whole bunch of other reasons. Right? But like part of the reason that like part of the thing, like there's a whole bunch of, right? Like there's a whole bunch of isolated variable, maybe. Okay. Yeah. Like I'm just trying to figure out what he means because he doesn't mean control group. Right. Like there's, I don't know what's going on here, but it's like, it seems he's misunderstanding the fact that like what he really should be hammering her on, which is that you're not doing science, you're just doing data collection. And there's a whole bunch of issues with your data collection because it's really fucking bad. Might be semantics for him because the last example, pretty basic for Andrew to not understand. I'm not sure what you mean by that.
That was my whole point. The thing is, I'm not sure how you can even conduct an experiment absent controls. I think it's even inferred in experiment that you are controlling X, Y, Z based on what this definition is for the thing. That's my whole point. But back to what we're originally talking about. You just saying sample size X really small doesn't actually mean anything. Small is not a scientific reference. It's a reference to like a mind state of like, is this cell phone small? Is this cigarette small? I have no fucking idea what small means here because it's not a scientific reference. A scientific reference would be anything.
I mean, she did give an example of what she would consider to be small sample size, which is 20, and saying that that's too small to generalize to the population. But the problem is that then Aella and a bunch of them were agreeing that like they found a statistically significant difference, and it's like, okay, well, if they found a statistically significant difference, then that means that the sample size wasn't too small. Like, I mean, it wasn't too small for them to determine a statistically significant difference. You can have other issues with like the size of the sample size and like what other variables might be accounting for the statistically significant difference. And that like, if you're attempting to draw causation, right? Because like it's pretty fucking difficult, if not impossible, to determine causality in these studies.
Anything under X would not be appropriate due to, fucking X, Y, Z, whatever.
Is there,
right? Small doesn't mean anything.
Is there like a preferred amount of people for a survey though, or for research that scientists like? Is there like a golden number that people try to?
Yeah, he absolutely does that, Drill. He's done it with me before. Like he aggressively misunderstands libertarianism, like when I'm cooking him on the philosophy.
Get to, or at least a minimum.
Depends on what we're talking about.
No, in general, I'm sure that it's something would apply to across the board, like a goal. Maybe they don't hit it every time, but is there typically like a golden number?
I'm not.
I say
Listen,
300 to
I'm not
400.
actually
3 to
sure.
400. This is what I aim for minimum.
But on what though? 300 to 400 for what?
We're trying to establish what small means. So I'm saying that I'm sure that there probably is a minimum that scientists would like to get in order to be.
It depends on what it is that we're studying and what it is. What it depends on what it is specific. Like this. Listen, I know that how this sounds, but it actually does matter. Depends on what we're studying for what a sample size would be appropriate to what group. Like for instance, 100 or 200 people may be fine for like transgender people because there's so few of them.
Mm-hmm.
There's so few that could be a good representation of a sample size. I'm not saying it is. By the way, Chair, when I can see you already autistically grouping, I said it could be. I'm just giving you the idea that some groups may have very narrow windows, and so smaller sample sizes could be fine. So it depends on what we're studying and why.
I agree with you, but not for the reasons you stated.
Okay, you're just so here's the thing. I'm gonna go ahead and just say, give me the reasons. They're literally gonna be the reasons.
Yeah, I mean, like what is good here is kind of subjective. I mean, he's kind of not wrong on that.
As I just stated, though, go ahead.
So just to make sure I understood you right, you're claiming that the reasons that a small sample size can be fine is like possibly you're measuring a very small population.
No.
Sorry, okay, can you clarify?
An incorrect steel man.
Right.
Steel man would be small.
Please correct me.
So when you say small, that's a subjective metric. It's not telling me anything. That doesn't tell me any information. Like for the prostitutes, what's a small dick? I don't know. That's going to be completely subjective as to what you think that is. I have no idea what that means. It's not scientifically, small is not scientific. It's some made up shit in your head to give a reference to something which is not as big as another thing, but it doesn't tell me anything. So when I say small, I'm trying to reference her, or give a reference to her.
Yeah, now he's just being obtuse. Yeah, I kind of agree with you.
Worldview. This is too small of a sample size. This is too large of a sample size, but you're not actually telling me anything.
Well, I'll say how I agree with you, and I agree with you.
Michael Jones donated $200. A scientific control is a part of the scientific method that involves using a standard for comparison to minimize the effect of variables other than the independent variable. Jesus is Lord.
Totally agreed. I don't know how an experiment can be done, which is part of the scientific method. Absent a control, she said she did, never could give us one.
So glad we got to the bottom of that. Fucking hell.
I keep talking about statistics.
I love the dub prostitute just being like, oh, so glad I was like, fucking hell. Oh, so boring.
Well, look, I mean, I did propose earlier if you wanted to do a one.
You brought on a girl who's like, her claim to fame, other than being a whore, is being good at doing research. Like, obviously, at some point you're going to have to talk about the validity and like her success and how she feels about research science.
1v1 conversation.
Absolutely not.
Right, this is your chance, Andrew. Keep going.
No.
Boy. I don't understand. Did you say nar?
No.
I said no.
Nar.
No.
Nar.
She's British. It's
mine's actually the English language.
No, I'm trying to lighten the mood.
Okay, Andrew. Keep it up.
Is there more to the statistics?
I'll keep. Anyway, so look, I'll just tie it off here.
Just for the record, the American South has the closest thing to to Middle English. Like, I think it's so funny when people like in England are like, mine's actually English. And it's like, yeah, but like there was a revolution in what is it? Rusticity or roticity in the pronunciation and the usage of R's. Like the American South maintained the original usage. So it's like is the appeal that like we changed it the right way because we're in England? Like what?
Very quickly, right? I understand you don't want to do a debate on this stuff. I don't blame you, right? Because that would go bad for you. But the point is like you really haven't actually demonstrated how you can run an experiment. Like I do want to actually know if that's even possible to do, because to me it infers controls. Just the experiment itself, the word infers controls.
I don't think he becomes dishonest when he's losing, right? He just becomes like kind of bad faith. Right, like when he's losing, he starts like aggressively misunderstanding, and like tries to like drag you down to like away from the way in which he's losing into like this like swamp of like misunderstanding. And then once he's there, he can like meme and talk shit, and the audience is kind of like lost on what's going on. And then they just kind of by default support him because he's like being aggressive in that manner. Like he aggressively misunderstands. You could say that that's like kind of dishonest, but I would say it's more like bad faith. Like he's not lying.
Control.
It's definitely a huge subset of science involves that. Yeah.
So can you give me an experiment that doesn't have control?
So we have a question of whether or not height correlates with weight. This is a hypothesis that we should test. Okay. I can explain to you how correlations work.
How does the experiment work?
Okay, yeah, well, now she's getting into dumb territory because she's saying we have a hypothesis we want to test. Now I'm going to do an experiment. Like, okay, if you're saying that you're testing a hypothesis with a experiment utilizing the scientific method and then you don't have a control, you're not doing that. You're just collecting data and hoping that your data collection method is good. Like, that's not science.
The experiment is we're going to ask a whole bunch of people their height and weight.
Okay.
And then we're going to see if there is a relationship between those things.
Are we going to ask people about what color their dog's fur is?
If we could. I don't see how to be relevant.
Are we going to ask them what color their dog's fur is?
Probably not.
Oh, it sounds like a control then. Anything. Anyway, I appreciate that very much. That was very kind of you to go ahead.
What? That's not what a control is.
That's my point from it.
I hadn't really like directly experienced in person people being like extremely overconfident about statistics. But here we are.
This has nothing to even do with statistics.
Yes, it really does, though.
About controls for a scientific experiment. What you have done is you have now narrowed that you, indeed, in your experiment, are going to immediately add controls to it. Just by ruling out the things you won't ask, you're now adding in, by the way, the definition.
Yes.
Right? An unchanging.
Okay, well, he's he's switching between controls in like a colloquial sense and like the control group, because he like they had a super chat come in and explain what a control group is in the scientific experiment. So like he's using the same word for two totally different things. So like he's just wrong here. I mean, she's also wrong in saying that she's doing the scientific method. Like they're both wrong here. The answer is it's a fucking soft science, and like you can use pseudo control groups to test whether or not your collection method or like the way in which you're conducting the experiment, has some confounding variables that you're unaware of, and you may or may not catch those with that other group, and that will improve the accuracy of the data that you're collecting and like kind of improve like our confidence in our subjective confidence, if we're being honest here, in whether or not the data that you've collected can be generalized to the public or to whatever study that you're doing, right? But that you can't do a control, you can't have a control group in a soft science. And like, and she's saying, well, you just don't need it. But I'm still doing the scientific method. And it's like, well, no, a control group is part of the scientific method. That's why the data that you're doing isn't science. It's scientific in that it's mimicking science. And the more that you take out parts of the scientific method and you don't even attempt to account for them or get something that approximates it, the less scientific it is.
This is an unchanging element within the scientific experiment that remains unchanged, that serves as a baseline for comparison. You immediately are introducing something which is an unchanged element, right? Because you're not asking about dog's fur, you're asking about the height and weight. That is a control.
We can control for things. For example, if I ask about height and weight, maybe we should control for gender. Like maybe men are.
You could add that.
Right, and that would be a control.
It could be relevant.
That would be controlling for something.
But you're not going to add what color the dog's fur is, right?
We could try and control for dog's fur. I don't think that would change anything.
Well, but you already are controlling for dog's fur because you're not asking about dog's fur because it's not relevant because you haven't.
No, like he's getting even more wrong as this conversation goes. Like, you're not controlling for color of dog's fur. For whatever reason, the color of dog's fur, I can't imagine how, but it could affect weight associated with height in some way, shape, or form, right? Like maybe a blonde dog, like a blonde lab makes you happy, and because it makes you happy in dance, it makes you burn more calories, and therefore people with yellow, lassies, have, like way less than people that don't or something. But you're not controlling for that. It's just not part of you. Like what?
You have an unchanging standard because it's a control.
Look, if you guys want to have the 1v1, you can. I let this go on for like 15 minutes. This podcast doesn't exist in a vacuum. There's other guests. I have to be considerate.
No problem. I'm happy to move on.
It's a frequent criticism I get.
All right, that's one of the. Okay, let me
move things on.
This little outro.
Like a lot of people aren't in the room. Like there's other people that want to talk. I have to be considerate of like other guests on the podcast.
Yeah, it's totally reasonable.
I have zero issues with this.
Yeah, no, I'm not directing this at you, Andrew. It's just like a lot of the commenters get, and I'll even grant sometimes I do cut conversations short, but sometimes we do have to move it on. And look, if you guys, I'll happily host the 1v1. I can moderate it. I'll scold him if he calls you a spurg. How dare you, Andrew? How dare I sent him a text. Never mind.
Well, I am probably a spurg.
Oh, okay. All right. Me too. We have something in common. That's cool. All right. Here, let me get through everything here. There's only a few more.
All right. Yeah. So, like, dude, you're moderating. Like, that's just what moderators do. It's fine. That's as much as I'm gonna watch. All right. I watched up until. Oops. Wrong thing. That's not what I meant to do. I watched up until like the part that was the most watched. And then I watched the little back and forth with Aella and him, and both of them misunderstanding what the hell scientific method is. I went through one piece of her research, was just the first one that popped up, and it was absolutely and utterly trash with so many fucking problems. And she claims that she does good research, but really she's just a popular whore. Who then has created this grift of what appears to be a fake level of tism. And so like that was fun, I guess. Yeah, man. This entire Redpill scene is just very interesting. It's full of so much bullshit, so many problems. I wish there was a higher level of discussion and conversation in these places. Don't watch her on the Lex Pod. You'll just die from sadness from her. Maybe I will at some other time. I can't stand Aella. I wanted to see the supposed, libertarian or, the libertarian love child of Reason TV get into it with Andrew. And I did. And, the more I watched it, the more I realized that she's like doing this weird fucking thing. Dave Smith or Aella, Fabian? I guess Dave Smith, if I have to choose. I think Andrew's point is that she is excluding dog fur for not having to do anything from the point. I don't know what the fuck his point is. All I know is that I'm 8.5 hours into stream, that it's fucking 2:30 in the morning. I get my kids tomorrow. I got shit to do. I love you guys. Consider joining the membership. It's only $3.99. It's only $4. You get, a cool little badge and some emotes in the channel. If you want to watch me be toxic or see my shower thoughts, follow me on X or Twitter. If you want to be a part of greater conversations, and definitely get the go lives, join the Discord. Links are all in the description. Consider sharing, subscribing. I always answer super chats no matter what. Once I've pushed it off to another stream, but I've always made sure that the person gets an answer to their super chat. I appreciate all the love and support from you guys, especially coming back, from my grandmother, having a bunch of medical issues, etc. Will I stream more for a super chat? No. It's 2:30 in the morning. I have to get my kids in 14 hours, and I have to sleep and get the house ready for my kids for the weekend. Save your money, you know what I mean? Or you might super chat and I might answer the question, next stream, which should be Monday. Assuming nothing crazy happens. Yeah. So I really appreciate you guys. I hope to see more of you. And like I said, join the Discord if you want to be a part of the community, or if you want to put stream clips in. I got a backlog of stream clips that I need to turn into YouTube Shorts. There's a couple different programs that I've been testing to see what makes the best clips the quickest way. And so I'm trying to figure out because obviously I could just download it and edit it myself, but there are online programs that make it easier and quicker, and I'm still trying to figure out which one I want to use and how I want to use them. Obviously you can just use your cell phone, which is a fun way to do it with YouTube Studio, but I don't really prefer to do it that way. So yeah, I will see you guys around. See you Monday. See you in the Discord, hopefully, or on Twitter, or X. Links are in the description. And